of the really big discussion points around Gen I is how it, on the downside, will help people create fake news and disinformation on scales we've never seen before. And we've seen images of the Pope in a puffer jacket. We've seen images of Trump being arrested. We've seen images recently of the Pentagon seemingly with a bomb going off next to it. All of these have created panic and gone viral on social media. What do you, as one of the people that are kind of helping to create imagery using AI, think that we should do about this growing problem?
Yes, first of all, I think we can't completely exclude it from our daily life, so it will be here and it will stay that way. I think we'll always be encountering deepfakes, and they've been done even before generative AI, right? So it's nothing new. It's just those new technologies make it easier to also create those deepfakes and helping more users to do that. How I see it is with every new technology we encounter this, and there are good guys doing a lot of good stuff. There are bad guys utilizing those technologies for something like that, and it's always during the maturity phase of those technology that the same companies, the same products who help users to do good things, they are also starting to think how to avoid or to mitigate those risks. Right now, if you see, Meta will be soon tagging or AI-generated content to make it easier to understand that it was AI-generated. There are more and more tools which now help with moderation, filtering, including AI tools which are helping with that. So yes, it's getting mature. The tools are also getting matured to mitigate those risks. It still will be there. It will be decreasing over the years, I believe, as those tools will help to filter and moderate better. And at the same time, I see it's a combination of automated tools as well as manual work, which can help to do that, and we will see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned human moderation there, and increasingly we'll start using AI to moderate. But do you think we also need a sort of technical solution so that people know immediately whether an image is being created by AI or whether it's a real image? So, I don't know, some kind of watermark. Do you see that as becoming something that we see widespread?
Yes, watermark is an option, but I do not see it a good option to help with this kind of issues. I believe it's more like the other kind of tools and some tagging which can help to do that. At the same time, more and more those moderators and those tools will get mature. They will be able to distinguish much better AI-generated, non-AI-generated deepfakes from what is real. So it's more about this overall literacy, like education of both humans and those tools which can help in combination to fight against it.
Mm-hmm. Now, I was reading the other day that one of the other big problems with AI is that everybody's concerned it's going to steal our jobs. And I read that, it's not AI that's going to steal our jobs, it's the people that use it that are using it in a more clever way. It sounds to me like you've already got many, many people using AI in a clever way. Would you agree with that sentiment that, it's going to be a companion that sits alongside us rather than sort of taking over jobs?
Yes, I completely agree with that statement because you can't avoid it. So it's already here and it will stay here. So I have no doubts that we will be using it during next decades for sure, and it will be getting better and better. As with every new technology, you either utilize it to help you, or if you escape it, you will lose your job after some time, or you will be behind of everyone else. So the same way I see as Gen AI, it's like computers and electricity, right? If you are not utilizing it, then you can't escape it, it's there. You should utilize, you should try to use it in order to help you to accomplish your goals. Otherwise, you will be back into the queue and you will lose the game. So that's the same with Gen AI, because it's not a buzz, it's not a hype, it's really applicable and it can help with many activities, especially routine ones.
Now, backstage, we were talking about how we both have children. These children are growing up. They're the generation of AI, and they will be growing up knowing nothing different than having this tool to their hands. How do you think that that's going to make their sort of both their education and their working lives different from all the generations before?
Yes, that's a good question, because I have also 3 kids. My 7-month-old completely into Gen AI. So my oldest ones, yeah, I try to kind of educate them that you should utilize it, because they're a bit resisting it. They should utilize it, but at the same time, they need to understand and they need also to think themselves and not to rely completely on those tools, because you need also to have some kind of literacy and education in order to understand what is true, what is not, what is within the context, what is not within the context, even how to ask correctly in order to get the right answers and in order to understand is it right or wrong. It's a good example. Our previous colleagues, which were demoing Grok, you saw that, yeah, it's how you ask the question, how you to provide the full context, how you understand what he or she or it replies. It heavily depends on how you think. So I believe it's really important that we keep educating kids, we keep providing them all the literacy they need to understand how to utilize it, but at the same time, not, let's say, ban it and say, yeah, you shouldn't use it, yeah, you just do everything yourselves, because, again, if they won't use it, they won't be, in my opinion, competitive in the market over the next several years for sure.
Now, one of the things that sort of sets AI and humans apart is our ability to use our imaginations. We saw in the earlier chat with Grok an attempt to make AI be imaginative and write a poem. You, I noticed on a LinkedIn post, had done a drawing of what Qatar might look like in 50 years' time. But to me, it didn't look that different from how it looks now. Is it possible for AI really to have imagination? Isn't it just drawing on information already there, so it hasn't got that vision to create something that nobody has seen before?
No, I think it's possible because, again, it have all the information in order to have like better imagination, as with every kind of person, right? More information you know, more things you are aware of, then better imagination you have. In terms of Qatar, it may not work, because Qatar is already like 20, 30 years ahead. So whatever it was generated is already here.
Yeah.
Since that is very unique. So that's why in terms of Qatar, it's hard to predict what will happen even the next year. But other than that, I think, yeah, the more information it will analyze, the more trainings and the more personalized models we will have, the better this imagination and the level of this imagination will improve for sure.
Interesting. Now, we've got just 2 minutes left on the clock. In those 2 minutes, tell us what the future for Pixar looks like, what you've got coming up, what you see next on the horizon for your company.
Yes, so first of all, our vision since we launched back in 2011 was to make creativity accessible to everyone. And with every new technology, we have been sticking to this vision and providing more tools and more products to our users to make it really accessible. And that's why we have seen that Gen AI, with this revolutionizing technology, helps us to make a big step farther in order to get there and even make this creativity much more accessible. So I see that we will be utilizing it, we'll be creating our own in-house models, which we currently are doing. We'll be utilizing existing tools. We'll be creating next generation of products based on those technologies, and especially Gen AI, being it video products, being it photo products, and not only creating tools and helping with certain small use cases, but at the same time providing full, complete solutions and workflows to the users who need our product for their business needs, especially marketers who need to promote their stuff, who need to sell them stuff. And nowadays, you can't avoid it because everything is digital. You need more and more assets to be unique, to separate yourself from others. and there where we are, help our Gen Zers, help our users to grow with us, and to help them with their business needs. One more time, thanks to our users in Qatar. Thanks, Qatar, for being active users of our products. Thanks our team for hitting the major milestone of 1 billion image generations. And thanks, Jen, for great conversation.
And don't forget to go on and find your surprise.
Yes, just see what it is. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
The tech ecosystem here in Qatar is set to explode. As of 2023, there are more than 2,500 startups operating in Qatar. Qatar startups have raised a total of 900 million in funding, showing the increasing confidence of investors in the startup ecosystem. And over the last 5 years, the percentage of women entrepreneurs in Qatar has risen to 33%, one of the highest rates in the MENA region. Our next talk will feature an intimate look on what life is like as a founder raising a Series A or Series B in the country and explore what is unique to the Qatari tech ecosystem. Please welcome Guy Shone from Euronews with the founder and CEO of Snunu, Hamad Al-Hajari, and from Rasmal Ventures, Somaya Benbeya Dridje. Thank you, yes.
Thank you.
Wow, what a welcome. Welcome, everybody. One of the things that's been very obvious to me over the course of this event is the power and potential of the tech infrastructure in Qatar. And we're really privileged to be joined by two distinguished panelists, both of whom intuitively understand the character of that innovative environment. So I want to get straight to it and start with you, Hamad. Tell us about the Snunu story. It's been a success story that many people, I think, will be aware of. But the way you think about the tech ecosystem is different to some other people, isn't it? Tell us about how you think about that and how that infrastructure, that ecosystem, has helped you to achieve the success that you've had.
Thank you, Guy. You know, it was around May 2017, graduating from HEC Paris, which considered one of the world's best business school, me and my co-founder, Saud Al-Atiyah. I have a stable life, a promising job in Qatar Energy. It's like a dream for every average person in this world. However, I decided to quit my job and think to build Snunu as a startup with the chance of getting nothing, yeah? Even going to the jail, you know, startups adventure. During this transition, I got to know there is no established ecosystem in Qatar. It was a big challenge for us. There is no Series A. There is no Series B. There is no tech successful startups in the country. Make a guess what we decided. To build Qatar first unicorn. However, that was in the past, around 2017. Today, we are the first startup to close Series A, Series B, 67 nationalities, more than 60% ex-unicorns. The top talent around the world are here in Doha. And not only this one, regardless the world challenge of the tech startup, we are profitable, very sustainable business model, and basically we are rising by ourselves using the Camel methodology, which means profit, reinvest, and make the startups bigger. Of course, this is a unique case. I would say it's only possible in Qatar as a country. But the question is, why? I have a question to everyone here. Anyone here graduate from Qatar Foundation? Raise your hands up. I'm one of them. Anyone graduate from Qatar University, the other university in Qatar? Many people are graduating. I believe the first secret of Qatar is around the education system and the talents. Just imagine in 3x3 kilometer, this is only in Qatar, around the world. You can find HEC Paris. You can find Carnegie Mellon. You can find Northwestern, Georgetown, all these universities in just one place. And those graduate people, is Usama here? How about Andrew? Can you stand? Join us as intern, and today he is product marketing manager. Wow. Promoted 5 times, but how? The hunger, the drive, the hustle. They want to be success. I mean, this is the core value. You only can find it on those universities that existed in Qatar. I think the second factor, and maybe the other startup would love to know, Qatar is the highest GDP per capita. It's happened that the customer base here are very premium. To be honest, for any startups, this is like a heaven. And that's actually how we became, profitable in very short time. The third time, I would say also the founder factor, yeah? Me and Mr. Saud Al-Atiyah, the co-founder, we are local. We know the local market. We know the business pain. We know where is the customers. We know the customers' need. And not only this one. Qatar is a unique market. Out of 3 million population, Qatar is 10%. And you know that we have almost 10 customer segments. And for each customer segments, you need a different value proposition with different business model. That only could be done if you are hyper-local startups, understanding the market. Of course, the founder have to be backed by good education and good leadership, which also outcomes of education, as we are both graduates from HEC Paris.
So, thank you, Hamad. So, Sumaya, Hamad describes, we're here in startup heaven. He spoke about the importance of education to the ecosystem. How do you see the tech ecosystem? Is it uniquely Qatari? What's your perspective?
Well, this is actually a very interesting question because despite my young age, but I worked in 3 different continents. So I worked in Europe, in the US, and now here. And what we observe when it comes to the ecosystems, it's actually very different. Even when you look at the US, when you look at San Francisco, you look at New York, you look at Boston, it's completely different ecosystem, but it's still the US, right? When you look at Europe, the same. You look at France, you look at London, you look at Berlin, it's different ecosystems. So it's exactly the same here in the region. In the region, we have now Dubai, you have Saudi established, and Qatar will also have its own stamp as an ecosystem. So yes, it should be specifically Qatari. I think this is how it's going to bring a value also to complement the full picture and to attract specific ingredients that are key for Qatar. So for example, when we look at Qatar, we see that there are key sectors that could be super interesting, right? We look at sports tech, Qatar could be a very interesting destination when it comes to sports tech. When we think about energy, right? This is huge, and with the vision that we're seeing for the country, energy tech could also play a huge role. So yes, definitely it should be, I think, a Qatari flavor to its ecosystem.
So I want to kind of fast forward, have you both look to the future over the next 5 years. We've got such a diverse audience. We've got people from the investor community, fellow entrepreneurs, people from very big corporate organizations. What would be your message to all of them about Qatar, and how would you persuade them to come here, do more business here, and get involved in the ecosystem? Hamad, can I put that to you?
I mean, next 6 years will be exciting for Qatar, especially moving from traditional economy to knowledge-based economy. And in order to make it successful, you definitely need innovation-based economy. I believe now it's a big chance for all the entrepreneurs, all the startups around the world to allocate here in Qatar. And there is many reasons that it will be the launchpad of their success story. The first one is, as we talked about it, we have a very advanced education system. The second part is we just announced $1 billion allocation of startups to invest in venture capital. That's big opportunity for any startup to come here. The third part is the legal framework in Qatar. Qatar is the only country where you have 5 legal frameworks to establish your businesses. There is Ministry of Commerce, there is Qatar Financial Center, there is Qatar Science Technology Park, there is Free Zones Authority, and there is Media City. There is no country. 3 out of 5 is tax-free. I mean, this is enough for any startups to move their business here in Qatar. The fourth part is basically, the ecosystem here is quite good today. Forget about the past when I talk about it. As example, if you're going to start as e-commerce trader or you're going to start your business, Sununu is offering you, as example, the easiest way to establish your business. You can open your e-commerce in an infrastructure like Sununu in 1 hour. That's what will take you to open business inside Sununu. And delivery level that we do is 20 minutes to 25 minutes. The last part is basically the connectivity. From internet, Qatar is having the connectivity 99%, so everyone have internet here. That is only from the internet side, but also from logistics. You have Qatar Airways connected to 153 cities. You have the port, you have the GCC, which also high GDP area around us. So it's very well-established system for any startups to be successful. Regardless, the ecosystem is still in early stage. The talent and the diversity in Qatar is, Sununu as an example, you can hire anyone from anywhere in the world, and they can come here, and they don't feel a stranger. They enjoy the life here. Safety country, good schools, good health system. You can lose your wallet at 3 a.m. and no one touch it. I mean, this is like a heaven for anyone in the world. So talents will come here. They will enjoy being in Qatar. I mean, this is what I think, and I believe for any startups, for any entrepreneur who want to establish their successful story, Qatar is the right place to start.
Thank you, Hamad. And Samaya, from your perspective, how would you encourage people to get involved? Should they get involved? And you must have seen change as well over the years that you've been working in the ecosystem.
Definitely. So I strongly believe that Qatar is going through a shift, through a wonderful shift, where we are seeing a certain momentum, right? Those last 2 years, a lot of work was done for those announcements to be happening in Web Summit. And definitely this platform is accelerating everything to happen faster, which is great. So I think now with the Fund of Funds announcement, with Startup Qatar announcement, giving a strong signal to attract foreign talent, foreign startups, being part of the regional ecosystem strongly with a very unique stamp is a very good signal for entrepreneurs, investors, and ecosystem players, because there is everything to do. The opportunity is huge, right? So being part of the ecosystem now is actually having the opportunity to shape it, to be part of its builders. And I think this is super exciting. It's actually one of the reasons why I also relocated from the other side of the world to be part of this. It's a momentum happening, and I think momentum means opportunities, means growth, means being part of building. So all builders, I think, would be attracted by being in Qatar after what's happening now and what they're discovering about the willingness and the position that Qatar wants to take now, right? So one of the points that always come in discussion is Qatar is a small market. And I like the fact that Sununu and Hamad is next to me as a proof that even though it's a small market, Sununu is scaling today, is growing amazingly, and it's showing amazing success. So I always like to compare, when I hear this argument, to a very small country that I really like, Estonia, right? Estonia is a very tiny country too, and no one heard about it that much before we heard about Skype. And then suddenly Estonia became a hub of innovation, of technology. Everywhere we go to it as a reference to know how to do things, right? But then when we compare it in a certain way, even though I don't like comparing because I really believe in the uniqueness of ecosystems and entrepreneurs in every culture, it still has a very interesting common point. So sometimes it takes one success story or one model that is next to me today to show the path, right? It's like, yeah, it's possible to have our own success too, and then it's possible, and then now I'm going to start thinking maybe of entrepreneurship as a career, right? And you mentioned something very beautiful at the beginning. You said I had everything. Why would I be an entrepreneur? And what you are doing with Sununu will unlock that hunger in entrepreneurs here to say, well, yeah, I'm not going to take entrepreneurship as a part-time anymore. I'm going to be involved. And I think having that dynamic spark in the ecosystem can only be attractive to other entrepreneurs elsewhere to come and join and see the opportunity and be part of building something very beautiful out of this charming country.
That's it. And I want to give, we've got about 2 minutes left, I want to give the last couple of minutes to you, Hamad. And being an entrepreneur, I know, can be difficult, discouraging at times. It can be, people can feel lonely, perhaps, when they're starting on that journey to try and get investment, to try and win customers. Have you got a message of encouragement for anyone out there in the audience that is now beginning that journey that you've so successfully navigated?
Yeah, definitely. I have two advices for the other entrepreneur. Great people always following the lonely path. You have to follow that path no matter what kind of odds you are facing. And I believe as entrepreneur, you need to have the ability to live under uncomfortable circumstances. And that's how you're going to gain your strength. Your strength starts building through this, walking lonely in the path, but at the end of the path, you will be different character. You will be champion. And that champion is what will build the startup that no one can stop it. It can be something big. That is the character of the entrepreneur. He is founder, he is leader, nothing shall stop him. You need to be brave to do that one. The second important part, don't be alone. I have my team there. Get your team next to you. Hire the best people. Hire the talent. Share this path with them. You don't have to be alone. So I believe Sununu, most critical moment was when those people joined the startups. And actually, I thought we're going to achieve only 25% what you achieve today. But those teams bring the other 75%. So take that path, be brave, and get nice people around you.
Be brave. What a positive message to end on. Thank you. Well, we're almost out of time, so thank you very much to the audience for listening. And of course, let's thank our distinguished panel. Thank you.
ETFs, funds that hold Bitcoin directly instead of investing in derivatives tied to the price, have taken the media spotlight so far in 2024, having attracted interest from the multinational investment companies like Fidelity and BlackRock. Are traditional finance markets going to be the new money in crypto? To find out if Bitcoin is going to gain mass adoption in 2024, please welcome in conversation with Elena Tutova of Fortune, the CEO of investments at Animoca Brands, Robbie Young, founder and chief scientist at Definity Foundation, Dominic Williams, and Kavita Gupta, the founder and general partner at Delta Blockchain Fund.
Hello, everybody. It's a big honor to be here today. And we have such a crucial topic on how far Bitcoin is from the mass adoption. And Bitcoin is pumping right now. It's already broke $58,400. And as well, this year has been quite groundbreaking for Bitcoin and for the crypto industry. It is finally some kind of legitimized with CSC approval of all Bitcoin spot ETF applications. And we see big interest from all these biggest asset managers in the world with $1 trillion under management, such as BlackRock, Fidelity, Franklin Templeton, Bitwise, and many others. Bitcoin spot ETFs already attracted over $300,000 in 300,000 Bitcoins was over $17 billion. My first question is how, and as well, Bitcoin spot ETF became the second most traded commodity ETF in the US. My first question is, in your opinion, how do these ETFs impact the perception and adoption of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies? Let's start with Kavita.
Thank you, Anna. Of course, I mean, institutional adoption of any currency, especially Bitcoin. And it's very funny. I was thinking about it. 7 years back, everybody was telling us we're going to go to jail if you have Bitcoin and Ether. And now all those people are like trying and book ETFs. So we have come a long way in a very short span of time from being completely illegal to very legalized people on the main stage. I think it's a huge, huge thing because you already have multi-billion-dollar locked for Bitcoin ETFs. And apart from Bitcoin ETFs and the Bitcoin halving, which is about to happen in April and May, I feel like the idea that Bitcoin is a very legal source of not just the storage value, but has a technology behind it, has been really rallying it up. So I'm very excited about that.
Dominic?
So,
Robbie,
yeah, I was going to say, I think the key actually, and I think of this, obviously we're a game company, so I think of a lot of things about creating user acquisition funnels and thinking about distribution. And so for Bitcoin, having these ETFs approved is essentially a huge vector for distribution because now you have some of the biggest money managers in the world who are giving access to their client bases to invest in something which for them has maybe been a technical challenge. Maybe people are not comfortable with self-custody of this asset, even though for us here, maybe we're a little bit more technically savvy and don't mind holding a Bitcoin in our own wallet. For a lot of traditional investors, especially institutional investors, they want professional custody. So I think that this really opens up the market to a whole new class of investors who might have been interested in it but didn't really have access and wanted an easy way to have access with an institution they trust.
Thank you, Dominic.
Well, ETF approval obviously is fantastic news for Bitcoin. It allows people to invest in Bitcoin much more easily. And what's interesting about that is, whereas, if you invest in Apple stock, that's not the same as using an iPhone or a MacBook. And it doesn't make those products more valuable. Bitcoin functions as digital gold. And as people buy into Bitcoin via ETFs, it adds liquidity and makes it function better as a store of value and medium of exchange. And even eventually, as its price stabilizes over the long run, as a unit of account. So Bitcoin's unique in that respect. You know, even though people buying Bitcoin via an ETF aren't directly using Bitcoin, they're adding value to it. They are indirectly a kind of user. And so I think ETFs are huge.
Yeah, I agree with that. And besides the speculative role of Bitcoin and its being as investment class, it's as well considered to be a digital gold hedge against inflation. And another function of Bitcoin, it's as well has been touted for a long time as a tool for financial inclusion. And we have over 1.7 billion people worldwide who are unbanked and they don't have access to any financial services. So in your opinion, how can Bitcoin give access to these people to the financial services?
The whole idea of Bitcoin started as a financial inclusivity, right? I got introduced to Bitcoin back in 2013 when I was still working with IFC, and I was based out of Cairo, and I've already done a year and a half in Kenya office, and I saw that the settlement between the official World Bank Kenya office to official World Bank Tanzania office would take 10 business days. And that was like very frustrating because you can literally drive and give that money within a day to the other office. And so the immediate settlement with verification and security has always been a problem in the standard financial system. And I think not just having the money with financial inclusivity or banking the unbanked with people who don't have to go through the whole system. Of course, we can have KYC now based on your new bank or just with your phone number accounts and create the whole credit system and credit lending system on top of it. But Bitcoin gives you that flexibility that if you are living in a country which does not have a stable political system, which is most of the world, in Africa, Latin America, a lot of Asian countries, you do have a different currency than the currency promised by your government, not only to transact, but also to store as you move to a new country and start your life. I mean, you have so many Bitcoin ATMs on the border of Colombia and Venezuela, just so that when people move, they can literally convert their Bitcoin into peso and start a new life. So it's one of the biggest instruments, which is beyond a political influence so far for a common people.
Yeah, we probably can as well count the level of Bitcoin adoption by the quantity of these Bitcoin ATMs.
Yeah, and actually, and just not by the governments, UNHCR has Bitcoin conversion ATMs in a lot of refugee centers in Greece and Turkey now for the same reason, because they are finding a lot of people coming from Lebanon and Syria having those Bitcoins which they can start their new life and support. So, yeah.
Dominic, what's your take on that?
I think Bitcoin's going to be very popular in the developing world. Historically, there have been some impediments, mainly relating to speed and transaction cost, and those are going to disappear. So actually, today in the developing world, the most popular cryptocurrency is Tether, and it's being exchanged on Tron, which is a surprise. That's the truth. And the reason is that it can be transferred at very low cost very quickly. So Bitcoin hasn't had that, and there's been the Lightning project, which will bring down transaction speeds and cost. That has some challenges, though. You've got to lock Bitcoin in a channel. The Internet Computer has adopted a new technology called chain key, and recently that was used to create something called chain key Bitcoin, which is a Bitcoin twin. So using the Internet Computer as an alternative layer 2 to accelerate Bitcoin and make it less expensive. And now you can transfer Bitcoin with about 1.5 second finality and near negligible cost, like thousandths of a cent. And we already have that actually working in Lugano. So in Lugano, which is a city, a very wealthy city in Switzerland, you can actually pay with chain key Bitcoin alongside, fiat. But with what we saw just before Christmas was this huge surge in chain key Bitcoin transactions, actually in China, but we're expecting to see a surge in South America and Africa. And it's really game-changing when you can transfer Bitcoin so quickly and at such little cost. Another thing I think that will make a big difference is something called brain wallets. So one of the challenges with the developing world is that, you might be put up against a wall and coerced, and somebody might say, let me see on your phone. Even a corrupt policeman actually can do the same kind of thing. Let me see on your phone, and if you've got crypto, they're going to take it. So, excuse me, brain wallets allow you to remember a number in your head and interact with the sort of wallet as a service created by a smart contract. Using a private key that's in a chip inside your phone called a TPM that nobody can detect and it can't be extracted. And this means that people can use the incognito mode of their browser to send and receive Bitcoin and other kinds of crypto. And that'll be another big boon, I think, for people in the developing world. So they'll be able to hold crypto in a way that can't be detected, can't be stolen by somebody coercing them, and transfer it at very quickly at a very low cost. So I think adoption in the developing world is coming, and it'll certainly help people that don't have easy access to things like bank accounts.
Yeah, Robbie, what about you?
So I think the way we view Bitcoin, so obviously we're a big game developer and entertainment company in the Web3 space. So we actually spent most of our time in the EVM or Ethereum compatible ecosystem of applications, more than we actually do specifically working with Bitcoin. But Bitcoin serves as a very important kind of North Star within our industry, because for many people, the reason they get into Web3 to begin with is to buy Bitcoin. It's very often the first thing that you do. And then you discover a wider world of Web3 applications and other cryptocurrencies and games and other things because you got into the experience via the Bitcoin road or doorway, so to speak. So I think we kind of view Bitcoin as being that macroeconomic indicator for the rest of our industry. When Bitcoin is doing well, it serves as a tailwind similar to interest rates or employment figures or other GDP numbers, anything that you would think of economically as being kind of an economic tailwind. And so we've seen the growth in Bitcoin pricing over the last 4 or 5 months really serve as a tailwind for the rest of the Web3 industry. So now if you look at most Web3 projects, the fundraising market has opened up again for Web3, which is great. Projects and consumer adoption and interest in projects has increased dramatically. So we're now feeling a lot like the atmosphere of 2021 and 2022 when it comes to momentum in the space. And a lot of that is due with what was triggered originally by the Bitcoin ETF approvals and the momentum in Bitcoin. So it's very important as an underlying kind of underlying tailwind underpinning the Web3 industry generally.
Yes, all assets follow the king, follow Bitcoin, and the mood on the market as well becomes better when Bitcoin is going up. And as well, we are in completely different cycle now. We see already even countries adopting Bitcoin as a legal tender, as official currency, like El Salvador or Central African Republic, where you can just go everywhere and pay in Bitcoin. And these are developing countries. So as well, in many other countries where there is hyperinflation, like in Uruguay or Argentina, people are referring to Bitcoin just as a hedge against inflation to store their assets, or many other remittance-dependent countries found Bitcoin to be like a solution to send money back to their families and to save the fees. But as well, we see, besides Bitcoin, we have another asset, such as NFTs, and we see the interest is coming back, and now everybody is as well telling that blockchain gaming may be the next catalyst for the mass crypto adoption. So my next question is back to Robbie, since you are the CEO of the biggest blockchain gaming and metaverse fund, Animoca Brands. So how do you see NFTs and blockchain games impacting the overall mass adoption of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies? And is it like a gateway to the broader crypto expansion?
Sure. So I think, to put it briefly, the gaming market is definitely, very strong, and we're excited because we have a tremendous amount of Web3 based gaming product that has now come to market over the last year and is coming over this next year, which I think are much more mature titles of gameplay styles that people would be more familiar with from Web 2 games. I think many of the early Web 3 games had a lot of robust blockchain infrastructure, but maybe the gameplay was not as immersive as people would have liked. So I think the nature of product, we're undergoing a kind of a generational shift now. So I think you'll really enjoy some of the great titles that we have coming out shortly. But most importantly, we're also thinking about expanding the ways we work with these various technologies. So now, even on Bitcoin, we have the ordinals community. And the ordinals community began with static artworks, and now we have one studio that's just concentrated on making game content on Bitcoin, because we're constantly trying to find new ways in which to use these technologies in creative fashions.
I actually want to add very quickly to what Robbie is saying. I know we started with this is the Bitcoin price and this is a storage value, this is the inclusivity and the payment stuff. But I want to say that the reason for, and I'm going to take a liberty to speak on behalf of everybody on the stage when I say that this is just not some sort of, like a lot of people say, a scheme, a pyramid scheme or something. Bitcoin has an underlying value with a lot of technology. So does the companies which are associated, whether it's Ethereum, whether it's Definity. The technical underlining part of whether you can use it as a currency for immediate settlement, whether you use, as Robbie mentioned, about a lot of technology which is getting built on it, ordinal stacks to have NFTs transactions on top of it, DeFi transactions which already have a liquidity of over $800 million locked within 1.5 months of its launch. That technology play of data, the technology play of having yields like any traditional hedge fund and more, is what gives and empowers it to be a very rare commodity in this space without the influence of an individual country.
And Dominic, do you have anything to add? I saw you have as well partnerships with some gaming companies.
Well, I'm just sort of riffing off Robbie's comments on games. I think the future of crypto and Bitcoin specifically in games is bright. I think the difference, the change that we're going to see is today, games tend to, be built on a centralized platform and bounce people out, and you do a transaction, crypto for an NFT. And I think what we'll see is games adopting a full stack decentralization, a model of full stack decentralization, so the game runs on chain, and this will transform the way cryptos appear in games. So, for example, while you're interacting with the game, a balance of Bitcoin that you somehow will receive goes up and down depending on your actions, and there won't be any interaction with a wallet because it won't be necessary. So crypto will become integrated into game logic in much the same way that you saw, and in much the same way you saw the score move when you played Space Invader many years ago. Yes. If you're that old, you're going to see a balance of different cryptos going up and down as you play the game because they're going to be fully integrated, and that's programmable magic internet money at work.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time, but I think we are still quite early. There are only around 300 million crypto users worldwide, and this number is predicted to grow 2-3 times more by the end of this year. And even by the end of our panel, Bitcoin pumped $500 more. It's already $58,983, so it may even break 59,000. Yeah, great. Okay, give a round of applause to our speakers.
Thank you very much.
Black Lives Matter was founded more than a decade ago. What has changed in that time? Has societal awareness of racial injustices increased? Is technology changing how these campaigns are fought? To outline the steps that society must take to empower real change, please welcome in conversation with Samantha Johnson from Al Jazeera, Black Lives Matter co-founder Ayo Tometi.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us on Center Stage. And it's an absolute honor to be sharing the stage with this beautiful force that is Ayo Tometi, the award-winning human rights activist and the co-founder of the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, I want to start off like this. You co-founded a very huge, influential movement, and you were a leader. What does it take to be a great leader?
Well, there's a lot. But I want to first start off by just saying thank you so much, for hosting and moderating this discussion, but also I'm so grateful to be here in Qatar. It is such a beautiful country. I've met so many incredible people. It's been incredible to experience the diversity of people, perspectives, experiences. It's just been so wonderful, and I'm so grateful to be here. And I just have to say that. Yeah.
And you'll be making more visits.
I felt safe and good.
You'll be making more visits over.
And more visits.
Yeah.
More visits to come.
Definitely.
So grateful. Now, to begin our discussion, you said, what does it take to make a good leader, right? Is that what you said?
Yep.
I would start by saying, first of all, I feel like my work is more of a calling than a career. I think a lot of times people have asked me, what does it take to be in your line of work? And I'm like, it's more of a calling. It's a little bit different. But what I feel like is helpful for this discussion is to remember that Black Lives Matter actually began over 10 years ago. We'll be celebrating our 11th anniversary this July. And I feel like it's very important for us to remember that, because leadership is not often this sexy, glamorous thing. We're on this beautiful stage. I'm really grateful to be at Web Summit and sharing here with everybody, but it's not always going to look like this, right? You have to be patient, you have to be dedicated, you have to stay the course. And if I were to look at the work of Black Lives Matter as a bit of a case study, I would say this. The leadership that was created or co-created in that space really took on several components. First and foremost, our vision, right? A world where Black people can be safe, where we survive, and where we eventually thrive. Having a multiracial society that works for all of us, living with dignity. So our vision was very clear. Our values were very clear, as you can see in the phrasing, in the naming of ourselves, Black Lives Matter, very clear. But also we knew that we needed to develop a container, a vehicle that worked for our specific context, right? For our specific mandate. So if we think about Black Lives Matter and we think about the time in which it emerged over 10 years ago now, you have to imagine we're in the age of social media, we're all using these various technologies, but we're all witnessing what is happening in our communities. And over 10 years ago, sadly, Trayvon Martin, a young teenage boy, was stalked and killed in his own neighborhood on his way home. That was how Black Lives Matter began. And we knew that if this young boy could be stalked and killed in his own community, and his killer, who was just a vigilante, supremacist who attacked him, who we knew that he shouldn't, he called the police and they told him to stop, and he did not. He proceeded. He went on trial, and then he was found not guilty, essentially. He was acquitted for the murder of this young boy. And so all of us knew that this was so wrong. This was a grievous an egregious injustice, right? A miscarriage of justice. And so we knew in that context, we needed something so massive, so at scale that this could never happen to another family again. And so we knew that this needed to be a decentralized vehicle, not a vehicle that one person, two people, or three people, like the three co-founders drove, but something that all of us were empowered and equipped to make sure that they created Black Lives Matter ring, I'm making up a word, in their context. Because even if you take it a few years back to 2020 with George Floyd,
Yes.
even taking it there, for a Black person to be killed in broad daylight.
But it wasn't just broad daylight,
Yeah.
it was in front of social media. So I do want to bring the essence of technology into this.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter has been going for 10 years. You just said we're going to the 11th year.
Yeah.
How has technology, I suppose, changed the role of social justice?
Well, technology has been incredibly influential. And what I will say is that communications technology has always been important for human rights advocates. No matter what time period we're in, we're always making use of the tech or the communications of our day. So if we look back to Martin Luther King Jr., for example, Martin Luther King Jr., Bayard Rustin, Coretta Scott King, all of them, they would look to the traditional press, to TV, to the newspapers. They were always mobilizing and organizing themselves in a way that they could garner press in order to share their stories with a broader public. And they were so incredibly effective because at the end of the day, we are human beings. People understand stories, they understand experiences. When they see what is happening, they're moved by it.
Yeah.
And that same principle applies to these times too. So we're using social media, the tools of our time, in order to share our stories, share our experiences.
And to connect
it's been
as
so
well.
important.
Yeah.
Yes. And tech. So even if I think about it, right, I go back and I think about my experience as a young intern at an organization called Witness. We used to, at Witness nonprofit, some of you may not have heard of it, but we would carry around flip cameras and we would distribute them all around the world for people to document what was going on in their community, and then we would develop these campaigns where people could share about what's going on, and we would advocate for some kind of change. And what we're doing now is using our cell phones, because now we have the cameras on our phones, now we're able to document, now we're able to share our stories, now we're able to raise funds, right? People who see and are moved by what's going on, they're able to participate. We're able to gather and ensure that we have gathering places that are safe for us. So there are a number of ways that we're engaging with technology. But on the other hand,
Yes. How did it hinder the movement? And
it also
because that's the great
is-
side.
Yeah.
Connectivity, talking to other people in different worlds. I mean, we met up yesterday, and I explained to you that, 2020, we all remember where we were, but when it came to the Black Lives Matter movement, you connected the whole diaspora. So it was going on in the US, but people in the UK, Black people in the UK, knew exactly how you felt. Black people in France or across Europe, they also understood as well. So that's the great side, the fact that we were all connected on the same level. But how did it hinder? How did technology hinder, in your experience?
In my experience, technology was brilliant, but also hindered, right? So in many ways, we saw unsanctioned or people who were detractors utilizing our umbrella for their own goals, their own aims, sometimes selfish ambitions, sometimes distorting our messaging. We are a nonviolent, peaceful movement, and so we saw some other ways in which our messaging or our branding was used. And I'm quite sensitive to that because I quite literally went to the website, developed it, chose the colors, did all of that because it was so important for us to articulate our message and be very clear and illustrate all the breadth of who we represent. So immigrants, refugees, incarcerated folks, queer, trans, all of us were represented in that. But what we kept seeing is that people would distort our message, distort our goals, distort our agenda. So that was definitely one of the challenges. The other challenge has been tracking, right? There's a lot of, all throughout history, We've seen people try to stifle Black progress, social movements. It's not the first time, sadly. And what we saw with our movement is this tracking, threatening, doxing. I mean, my information online, the other co-founders online, our addresses, the death threats, just being visible leaders. We were essentially walking around with a target on our backs. And technology also made it a lot easier for others to find out where we are, find out what we're doing, find out our families, and things like that. And so that has been one of the ways that it's been quite challenging to do this work. So there's the pros and the cons, right?
So that was challenging, let's just say, over the course of 10 years, but obviously a main topic of discussion worldwide, and I suppose at Web Summit, is the use of AI. So what are the potential dangers that you see? Or maybe, you know, the benefits as well. Let's look at it from both angles.
Yeah.
The potential benefits and the downsides of AI when it comes to technology and social justice.
Yeah. So I have to say, I love technology. I would not be at this conference if I did not. I see so much possibility, so much hope, so much potential with the ways in which we can use technology for good. And that is always what I'm going to be an advocate for, right? Knowing that our values are so exponentially expedited and delivered through technology, right? There's so much more impact with technology and our values. And what we're seeing, for good and for worse, with AI, is that there are some challenges that we have to address. The fact of the matter is that we're living in a day that is we're chock full of all kinds of biases that we have yet to address in real life, IRL, right?
Yeah.
And they're only being expedited through the use of technology. We're seeing quite literally that prejudice is being programmed into the technologies that are being deployed in our communities. And these biases must be addressed. They have to be mitigated. We have to have protocols. We have to have policies. We have to have a plan of action in order to ensure that our communities aren't treated with injustice like we're already seeing. So one of the things that I have to be honest and share with everybody right now is the fact that we're seeing the creation of predictive policing tools, right? So, which, if we think about it, policing, especially in the United States and in large part in a lot of the West, is focused in on communities of color. And we just have to be honest about that, right? It's very much so racialized. Poverty is racialized, and we see the criminalization of that poverty. And when we have technologies like predictive policing technologies, so if it's facial recognition, if it's these robo-dogs, if it's other kinds of robots that we're seeing deployed even in places like New York City, these are real serious cause for alarm because we have yet to address racism and anti-Black racism within the criminal justice system already. And so the fact that we would then act as though technology is neutral or objectively going to, be carrying out the laws or the policies or practices, it's just not the case. We already know that. We have heard and seen cases where people are locked up right now because of a faulty facial scan. They just don't see our faces the same way. They don't recognize our features, and there's just so much bias and discrimination and stereotypes that are being normalized through these technologies. And so we're living in a very important and critical time. How we regulate, how we offer up technology, and how we implement it in our society is of prime importance. There are dire consequences. There are people who are quite literally having their lives taken from them because of the way that this tech is being implemented, even in the United States right now.
We've got about 3 minutes to go. We could basically stay here for a long time. No, we've got to go soon. But I would like to end on a positive.
Okay. Let's do it.
How does the future of tech look for you?
To me, the future of tech can actually look really, really good, really, really beautiful. Honestly, the way I see technology is the opportunity for communities to thrive at scale. And I think what tech and our leaders could do right now, those people who are CEOs, in executive positions at their organizations, founders, entrepreneurs, I think the mandate for us in this time is to say, how can what I'm developing in this moment advance humanity? How can it bring about more equitable, more just solutions to the masses? I feel like what we can do in this time to bridge the gap, to close the gap of inequality, is to begin to foreground those types of questions, those types of policies and platforms in our technology, no matter what you're developing. It might be healthcare, it might be education tools, it might be, there's a range of tools that we need. But if we can begin to ask ourselves these core questions as those technologies are being developed, as well as ensuring that we have diverse peoples in the room.
Diverse, across racial, sexual, everything.
Key. Okay, we need to have in the room, developing the technology, we need to have women of color, Black women, young people in those rooms helping to develop that technology, because our voices, our perspectives, our insight is so key. We see the world in, not only we see the world, but we're impacted in such an acute and unique way. But if we're able to develop those tech in a way that addresses our needs, it benefits everybody. That is a proven fact, and we've seen it time and time again, and it's exciting. And the other thing I would share is that we already see a lot of people doing so many amazing things with technology. I have some friends who are looking at the supply chain, for example, clothing, and they're able to track using AI garment workers, their wages, the supply chain, how does it get to the US, what's going on, what's happening with the environment. We're seeing people, I even met a young brother in Tanzania who was recycling plastics and using that to create bricks for his community to rebuild. So we're seeing the ways in which technology is being implemented in these very unique ways, and it's oftentimes community of color, marginalized peoples who are leading the charge in very innovative ways and need our investments, need people to support and champion and uplift and get their work to scale so that we can all thrive.
Okay. And that is the perfect note to end our discussion. From the bottom of my heart, it's an honor to share this stage with you, and I appreciate you being here. Your first time, but not your last time in Qatar.
Not my last time.
And of course, thank you all for joining us. I hope you really enjoyed that chat and that you got something from it. Thank you.
Thank you. What an honor.
After an unprecedented bull run over the last decade, VC funding crashed hard in 2022 and stayed there in 2023. Has the dust settled? Is there more turbulence on the horizon? What's the current state of the market, and how should founders navigate this new era? To discuss the VC market in 2024, please welcome in conversation with Hussein Al Said from CNBC Arabia, Alfred Trung, co-founder and general partner at Race Capital, Jalak Chubamputra, founder and managing partner at Future Perfect Ventures, and Sharif El Badawi, CEO at Dubai Future District Fund.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. What a great summit so far. Hope you're having a great time. And it's a pleasure to be joined by the gurus and masters in the VCs world over here. I think some of the audience, lady and gentlemen, don't love you a lot nowadays because VC funding have dried over the past 2 years. And hopefully we have a better 2024. So let's start talking about 2024. 2 difficult years, 2022, 2023. Interest rates rising, probably one of the reasons. Geopolitics, I don't know what have been contributing to this drop. But if you can share with us, starting from Alfred, and I'll go to you, Jalak, and then Sharif. What have been the main factors leading to this drop in funding, and what's your view for 2024?
Well, thank you, and it's good to see you all. I think in many ways, tech venture funding, it's always a very binary thing. Either people are all out, or they go all in. No doubt 23 was a very difficult year for the founders, and a few things happened. Obviously, we are going into a much better economic climate, especially for tech company in the United States, and actually also in this region. So there's a lot of excitement around AI. And I think in particular, the landscape has become pretty clear. So I've been through this 20 years ago during the web era. So a lot of the things I'm experiencing are very, very much replicating the scene that we've seen before, except this time, it's quite obvious where you have the foundational technology, all of these large language model companies that are dominating, and they spend a lot of money buying GPUs and training things. And then almost all the other energies now is now spending on not consumer technology, because that's unknown, how that's going to play out. It's all an enterprise. Large companies, how do we leverage smart co-pilots and Gen AI technology to make our work much more efficient, to service our customer better? So everyone is out. For the first time I have not seen for 20 years, large banks, telcos, logistics company, pharmaceuticals are building their own system stack because they can buy it. So one of the reasons why this is happening is because there's a big incumbent that's clear is going to be one of the big players in enterprise computing this time around, and it's going to be Microsoft again. Given that, the world needs an alternative. They cannot give that all to Microsoft. So there's a lot of excitement around building out this enterprise infrastructure stack for Gen AI in enterprise application. That is driving a lot of the companies congregating all now into that field, pivoting into or new company being started. And a lot of money is now, getting behind these companies.
Sure. Jalak.
Yeah, I agree with everything Alfred said. I mean, what's different this time around from what we saw during the whole dot-com boom and bust and boom again is that we have the infrastructure, we have the data collection. Individuals as well as enterprises have been collecting so much data, and it's really become the new oil, where the companies and the individuals that own most of the data are able to create these large language models. What I also think, and I'm excited about, because we do a lot of crypto and blockchain, and the thesis of our fund is around the intersection of AI and blockchain and the collection and analytics and distribution of data, is that individuals are going to be able to also kind of monetize their data through these crypto models down the road, and this hybrid blend of the enterprise and the individual. Edge computing also, we have the processing power to do more computing at the edge. So while we talk about these large language models, there's also open source AI, which I'm very excited about. And I would say, what happened last year with the downturn was just there was so much money flowing into companies. I mean, we saw funds that were, billions of dollars. We saw private equity funds start to invest at the earlier stages. So that just drove valuations to pretty untenable levels. And we're now seeing a kind of rationalization of all that. And, we're back to, I think what's more healthy in the market.
Awesome. And this is probably from the global and VC perspective. And as you probably know, that during this funding crash that happened, what was happening is most investment bankers and portfolio managers, asset managers, they were coming to the GCC to raise capital. So I want to know from you, Sharif, if VC industry was impacted in the region as much as it was in the US and globally.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. I think to add to what my colleagues have said, which they focused a little bit more on the tech industry and what's happening and the tectonic shifts that tend to happen every 10 years or so. We're going through a massive one right now that's going to have significant impact on all the startups and the type of businesses that we end up funding, the type of businesses that startups end up creating, which is going to be very exciting. But to take it from a market perspective and what's happening, let's say MENA versus the rest of the world, there are some similarities, but there are definitely some nuanced differences where the impact of the effects of the ZERP period versus the downturn and how that manifested itself here in the Middle East is quite interesting to compare. So for one, we braced ourselves here because we think whatever happens around the world in the economy will affect us anyway, which is true. But the effects came 1 or 2 quarters after the US started to see decreases in valuation. Eventually, it did start hitting the Middle East. However, the drops that we saw were much less significant than drops that happened in the US, which were in the range of 60, 70%. In the region, it maybe hovered around 30% in valuation drops. We also saw a significant decrease in the number of deals and size of deals that were happening, again, 2 quarters after the US started to freeze. But our effects of the VC winter were, I think, nuanced in that the reasons why it happened were different reasons. So our macros across Saudi, UAE, and a lot of the countries in the Middle East are all pointing in an upward direction. So we had 5 to 6% GDP growth year on year for these last couple years. However, a lot of founders didn't come to the table to raise, either for fear of structure or fear of down rounds. And a lot of investors were hesitant to deploy capital because we just didn't know where the bottom was going to be or how strong the impact is going to hit. I can safely say now that as of Q4 last year, we started to see an uptick in deal flow again. We had 2 mega rounds happen in Q4, which are 100 million plus for the region. We consider those mega rounds. And from everything we see happening so far in Q1, we're seeing a massive return of deal flow volume and frequency. So very good signs for a 2024 recovery, and it will probably take the next few quarters to see the return to pre-COVID levels.
So there is some dry powder over here with the VC funds, and we're looking into how we're going to deploy it. Of course, the buzzword over the past few months, it has been AI. And if you count the word AI at this conference, I think it's going to be number 1 word. So how is it impacting the investment thesis now and the VC world, especially with you because you're lots focused on this kind of investment?
It's actually almost comical to watch over the last, I think, year in particular of what happened now that we have a neural network-based model available and people are mesmerized what it can possibly do, mostly through ChatGPT. But honestly, I think this probably is the most impactful, the most dramatic technological shift I have ever seen. This is bigger than the web. And I think some of you that are old enough remember in the late 90s and early 2000s, some companies were so resistant in adopting the web. They said, oh, our bank is never going to appear on the web. Now you look back, it's almost funny that what they said, and everything gone to the web. And some early technology that appear on the web failed miserably also. So we have to be cautious. The adoption cycle is going to be naturally to what people can do. But the ability to be able to save time and be effective and not having the data, I used to call it a write-only system. We put a lot of things in the system, never get sufficient amount out. This is going to be a reversal of that role. The system actually going to be, changing and helping you to make things happen. Every app in the next 7 years is going to be completely rewritten and changed. That's how impactful this will be. So this is a field that we're investing to, no doubt. Are we doing a lot of silly things in the beginning of the cycle? Absolutely. The first thing we need to do is get that foundation done so that we can properly develop these applications into the process of the business itself. I think that really is the ultimate quest.
And you know what, Alfred, this probably could even raise the question, is the new trends in AI is going to be affecting other investments, whether it is the Web3, for example, or blockchain, decentralized finance, or do they go along with each other? And probably you can answer us on this, Jalal, because you have lots of your portfolio is focused on decentralized finance, blockchain, Web3. So how do you see these trends?
Yeah, I view the two of them, blockchain, Web3, whatever you want to call it, and AI as very complementary technologies to each other, and we believe that forms the next generation of connectivity. I mean, if you look at smart contracts with Ethereum and all these other layer 1 blockchains, smart contracts utilize machine learning and AI as part of what they do. And so this concept of automating transactions based on data is very much in line with some of the things we're seeing in AI. I mean, you look at SaaS models like fraud detection and crypto transactions, cyber, I mean, all of that utilizes AI. So we've been using AI, broadly in lots of different applications. I think what's different right now is that there's user interfaces that allow people to interact with the technology. And we're still waiting for that to happen in crypto, and I think AI will be a part of making it easier for people to interact with crypto and Web3 models.
So it will be a part embedded in these technologies. Interesting. Sharif, so when I speak to Jalak and Alfred, I feel I'm talking to Silicon Valley. Dubai is a different place, and we're trying to build this ecosystem, and your fund was created for this purpose. Do you think we're doing enough to be able to bridge the gap between the startups, the rise in startups, and the funding that they need in the region?
That's so something we think about a lot. I happened to come, I was born in California, lived there my whole life, so I came from that into a desire to bring entrepreneurship to emerging markets, particularly the Middle East, where my heritage is from. And we have done quite a significant amount. If you look back in the last 7 to 10 years and the progress that we made in developing ecosystems and venture capital and startups and government support for these things, it's super impressive what we've done. Similar to Southeast Asia, having done that maybe 5 to 7 years prior to the Middle East. However, in our nature as entrepreneurs, as technologists, you're impatient, right? So I'm very optimistic that we will continue to do well. And emerging markets don't start and follow the same chronological path that a mature market has followed, but rather leapfrogs. So when I look back, wow, we've done a lot, we should appreciate it. There's a lot of effort, and we did it really fast. But we're impatient. So is there still more work to do? Absolutely. Are we frustrated by sometimes what seems like obstacles and friction and things like that? Absolutely. It's very difficult for founders because we're a multi-country region, similar to LATAM or Southeast Asia. It's not one contiguous, homogeneous country. And when it's sold as individual countries, it's probably less of a great value proposition or story to sell. But when you sell the region as a whole, the value is there. It's very clear. So we have to then contend with these borders, contend with that from a customs, tariffs, fees, hiring, licensing. All of those types of things are the types of challenges startups here face that they may not face if they were, let's say, in India or in the US. These challenges are never going to stop, but at the same time, we can't say it's because of this or because of that. It's a number of different things that need to come together. I got to say, it's very impressive how the governments here in Qatar, if you saw the announcements this week, and that the work that they've been doing for maybe the last 7 years, what Saudi has now been doing and the UAE has been doing very well for a while, they have really stepped up to change the environment. It's part of the ingredients I mentioned when I said the macros here are different, because we have been building towards this innovation agenda for maybe 10 years with plans for the next 10, 20, 30 years. I've never seen a leadership like the countries here always thinking about the future. I came from the US. It's not a conversation you have all the time. And the involvement and the partnership between the private and public sector is very pronounced here. In the US, I was building companies, never had to interact with the government because it's a mature ecosystem. So I think those are the factors that we need to understand. Like when we think of why are we having GDP growth here, we have very motivated leadership who understand and listen to the constituency and the residents of the countries and say, what do we need to get the friction and obstacles out of the way? And gosh, they are acting very fast. But when you're on the inside of the ecosystem, it feels slow, right? But this has never happened in the world before for this movement to happen so quickly. On the funding part, the last part you mentioned, we went from, prior to 2019, we had probably less than $800 million across the entire ecosystem in funding. We've jumped to a $1 to $3 billion range over the last 3 years. We'll, I think, come back to the $3 billion, the peak of that over 2024, 2025. So there are many more capital allocators that allocate capital to venture capital for the region, which didn't exist when I was running my first fund before COVID. So that's really good news that the capital allocators are there because the VCs need to fundraise from somewhere. And what's happening around the world and is happening in the Middle East as well is developmental capital is primarily funding this. And so developmental capital is meant to fund localized efforts. You know, this has been happening in Europe. It happened in the beginning in the US since the 60s and 70s. The money was for the US, not the world. And so I noticed when I was a VC and many of my peers who are VCs, it becomes a challenge that every LP or fund of funds you go to try to raise from, you tell them your thesis and they say, well, we do it for this country or for this thing or for that thing. So it becomes this like, you're dodging, you have to really find the right fit in order to raise money against a certain thesis. For the Middle East, I'd say one of the things that is becoming a challenge is the 15 or so Arab countries that make up the Middle East are now being sort of torn apart from each other. So my hope is that this is just an ebb and a flow. We went to a very tight, isolated, let's say siloed ecosystem rather than one big ecosystem like we had pre-COVID. My hope is over the next few years we'll go back to sort of an open ecosystem rather than siloed ecosystems. That's because none of these startups can thrive far enough in one of the countries alone. It's just none of the markets are developed or have all the ingredients to do that. So we have to work together.
Inshallah, we'll get back there. I want to ask the audience, how many startups do we have here in this room? Can you just raise your hands? Wow. Entrepreneurs. And you startups as well. So we have so many in the room, Alfred. And if anyone would like to approach you for his startup, what are the ingredients that you're looking for? This question is for both of you.
Well, I primarily invest into pretty early stage company. Sometimes they don't even have a product. Most of the time they have a product, but they have no revenue. So the one thing that I always go out to pick is the people. So I've been a founder for many years. I love funding founders because those are the people where you're almost the ultimate optimist. You're the dreamer. You are stupid at times because you will do a thing like this. You take enormous risk. What's missing not to hang around with people like that? I love to hang around people like that. So normally I look for people that have huge conviction. Having the right background, having knowledge, having skills to do specific technical thing is important. But that conviction, because even the best of startups, they go through many, many near-death experience. I don't think I have one that didn't go through some extraordinary tough times. So that really is the difference between a great company and a bad company, are the people leading those companies. So I have to tell you, in the last few years, I spent a lot of time here. The startup and the quality of the startup in this region, everywhere, the improvement is leaps and bounds.
Wow.
This region is really going places. Look at the leaders of these countries. Like, look at the leader of this country. My first time in Qatar. The age of these people and the conviction they have, the 2030 plan, right? You don't ever hear that in the West. So those are the things that we can really get going here, right? So I'm seriously, guys, all of you that are doing company here, future is very bright.
Awesome. Jalak.
Yeah, I agree. I think resilience in entrepreneurs is the single, the one factor that determines success, because there are going to be tough times, especially if you're really pushing the envelope in new technology, new markets, thinking about the world differently. You're going to have pushback. You're going to have tough times. Almost every one of my companies that has had a major exit was close to bankruptcy. We funded payroll last minute sometimes, and so there are all these behind-the-scenes stories that entrepreneurs need to understand everybody goes through, and it's really about finding the right partners, whether it's funding partners, team members, co-founders, to help you get through those times. And we're early-stage investors, so we fully expect that. As far as regionally, I mean, if I did a talk about almost like 20 years ago looking at the demographics around the world, and if you look at where are the regions that have young populations that would be digitally native, right? And this is very important in crypto, which is the one area that I look at, where you talk to someone who's older, they don't understand, especially in the West. We have credit cards, we don't need a new financial system, we have a fairly functioning economy, but then you go to the rest of the world, and they just innately understand why this self-sovereign currency matters, why peer-to-peer connectivity matters, because a lot of them have been left out of the system. And so I think it's really exciting to come to regions like this where you have white space, you don't have legacy systems, you have governments that are very supportive of innovation. I helped build the tech sector in New York over the last 20 years, and that was really, Bloomberg administration made a concerted effort to support the tech sector with labs and mentorship and seed funding. And so all of those parts of the ecosystem I see coming into place here, and I think it's going to be an important region for tech development in the future.
So welcome to the GCC, and unfortunately our time is up, and we hope that the VC winter is over. And thank you very much for this insightful conversation, Alfred, Jalak, and Sharif. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
For many professional athletes, it can be tough readjusting to life once their playing days are over. Not only have they lost their profession, but often the spotlight that was on them as well. Between our next two guests, they have won 7 Premier Leagues, 2 Champions Leagues, 3 Serie A's, 4 FA Cups, and an African Cup. To discuss life after achieving such heights and to talk about reinventing yourself after sports, in conversation with TV host Limi Mehta, please welcome to Web Summit Qatar center stage the legendary football players. Sorry, there we go. Our teleprompter was a little crazy. Patrice Evra and Mikel John Albi.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. For those that are on the outskirts, don't be shy. Loads of empty seats. Come and join us. Patrice, Mikel, welcome. How are you today?
I'm still alive.
Still alive. Busy, busy man. We're happy you're here, Mikhail.
We're surviving, yeah. We're surviving, yeah.
Surviving.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great conversation we have for you today. We are not only going to be diving into your individual journeys and the history of your incredible careers, but also the direction you're both going in now. So we have lots to get through to today, but I guess first is first, because our talk is called Reinventing Yourself, Life After Football. I want to ask you both, what happens, or at what point was it that you started preparing for your career after football? If you could take me back.
Well, first of all, I have to say I haven't forgiven him because he got me sent off once at Old Trafford. Imagine that. So, yeah. He remembers.
Yeah, I remember
But, no, I mean, obviously, when you play in football, we've got such a life, very short span when you play football. So, of course, retirement is always there. You always have to think about that. You always have to put that in mind that you're actually not going to do this forever. That there's going to be a day whereby you're going to have to retire. And, of course, once you hit the age of 30, you start to think about those moments whereby, okay, what is it I'm going to do post my career? So it's always there in the back of your head, but it's something that we always think about as football players.
Yeah. What about you, Patrice?
No, so to be fair, I'm someone, I live the present. You know, I never think about the future because you're going to live with anxiety and stress, and not to the past, you're going to live with regret. So to be honest, I didn't think about it. I know many people have a plan B. I didn't have any plan B. I have plan A. That's it. I'm going full of it. Because, you know, if you have a plan B, it's already you have an excuse to fail for the plan A. And, you know, when you play football like Mikhail, no, you have to focus. You have to eat football. You have to sleep, whatever you're doing, and sacrifice your life if you want a success. And it's just like when I retired, I decided to retire, and I took like, maybe I will say a year when I was doing nothing and, you know, enjoying with the family. Then I meet a new management team, and they say, Patrice, we need to take care of your image. And of course, I had like so many opportunities and feeling blessed and grateful, and especially the things driving me the most is ending the violence against children. So, like I say, I didn't think about it like what's ever come. That's the way I am. I know I'm a risky person, but in life, when you take risks, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but you still have to love this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a round of applause, please, for that, because that is so important for all of us to know and to recognize. So, Mikhail, you kept saying 30, 30, 30. That's all I kept hearing when Mikhail was talking. Is that a thing within the football professional sport, that 30 is the age that you need to start reevaluating?
Well, it is kind of, obviously, you know, that's the age where you kind of start thinking about, you know, life and thinking about what is it I'm going to do after football. But we've seen the likes of Ronaldo go up to the age of 40. So you can actually go up to the age of 40. It just depends on how you look after yourself. I just said 30 because that's probably the age whereby the football clubs start to think, hold on a minute, we need to get a younger player now. You're almost done. But like Patrice said, life is all about living. You know, we work so hard during our playing days, you know, week in, week out, every day you have to train, you have to prepare. So as for me, my situation, I started very, very young. I started at the age of 18. And then once you start to get at the age of 30, 31, you start to burn out. And that's just what happens. But yeah, we've seen players go way beyond 30 up to 40.
Yeah. Patrice, one thing you mentioned was the break that you took after you left the life of professional football. Was that an intentional break? Was that something that you sat down with yourself and you said, you know what, you need some time off, you need to chill, you need to relax? What was it?
But of course, you know, I think some of the people, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. As soon as they retire, you know, they become a manager and they're doing like some punditry. So I do all of that, but you really need a break to refresh because people don't realize what's happening, you know, behind the scene. Like, you can play football, having fun, being famous, and earn a lot of money, or you can play football when you're going to leave a massive legacy. And it's about consistency. You know, I say to the young generation, it's easy to reach the top of the pyramid, but to stay at the top, that's when you have to sacrifice everything, and even sometimes your own family. I remember my first son, Lenny, was 3 years old, One day back home and he was crying. I said, why you cry? He said, because I hate Manchester United. So I said, oh my God, I hope he's not a Chelsea fan or a Liverpool fan. And I say, why you hate Man United? And he said, because they took my dad away. So you see, that's why you need that break also to reflect on your life and whatever. This is really important, even if I don't like to rest. I always say, I hate the word, I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
I say to people, you have plenty of time to rest when you die. So you can't be tired.
I love that. Super important. I mean, so we've all been through a situation in our lives, no matter what industry you're in, where you have a shift or a change of a job. A lot of us, especially during the pandemic, had a lot of, layoffs, so we had to switch things up and go into a different direction. In changing, in that transition from professional football to creating something new, as Patrice said earlier, this image, we need to look after that image and that identity that you've created. What were the greatest challenges that you felt in that transitional period for yourself, from being a professional footballer into the new space?
Well, of course. I mean, like, when you finish playing and you then sit down and you start thinking, what is it am I going to do? And you start speaking to different people and trying to see what is it I'm actually going to go into. And you have people telling you, no, you can't do that, that's too risky. No, you can't do this, that's too risky. But as for me and Patrice, it's so easy to then say, I want to become a coach. I want to become a punditry. I want to do those kind of things. But I think we've chosen a different path. I've launched my own, podcast.
Yes, a round of applause for Mikel's podcast.
We're smashing it. We're doing really well. One of the best podcasts right now. So, yeah, I mean, it's only been 3 months or 4 months, and we have about 27 million views, and it's absolutely going viral. The likes of Daily Mail, they wait for us to see when are we actually going to release the next episode, and when we do, it's on top of their list. They take about 2-3 hours to go through the articles, and when you have such a huge news broadcast looking after and trying to take your content to put on their stories, it just gives me absolutely joy to see that things that people say you can't do, you have to make sure you break those and make sure you go for things that are risky. And that's something that I've done. I'm so happy and so pleased that the podcast is doing really well. And thanks to our sponsors, BetWinner, they're always there, support us. And that's why we're here to talk about it and make sure we, brands, companies will come with us to this incredible journey that my next chapter in my career, and see where it takes us. There's limited opportunity when it comes to podcasting, and I want them to go with me to this amazing journey.
Amazing. I love that, and I definitely want to talk more about that podcast. There's so much we need to get into. Patrice, talk to me about that transitional period then. You seem to have a great, strong mindset during that time. You were moving with every day. You were just like, whatever comes my way, comes my way. Were there any challenges that you came across? Because in moments like this, I don't know about you, I feel like when I'm making such a big change, I have a bit of an identity crisis. Who am I? What am I? We attach ourselves to a company name, a football team. What was that like for you?
I absolutely agree. I think, like Mikel said, the easy way, is to stick to football. And sometimes what people do, because also maybe, they're scared to fail. But I like difficulty. I like challenge. And, I finished my coach license. Ferguson said, Patrice, you need to go back to United or whatever. But I'll be honest with you, I'm more happy now than when I used to play football. Why? Because when you're a footballer player, you live inside that bubble. So you don't know the real world. So for me to be here at the Web Summit and traveling and learning, because you're learning something you don't know about, because you just built, to win football, the winning mentality. But that's the same things I employ in any business, discipline. I think discipline is the most important things in life, no matter any job you're doing. And when you got that discipline, you can achieve anything. When I had a speech at the UN, I just think about that kid when I was 13 years old and begging money to buy a sandwich. For me, it's just a dream. I feel blessed and grateful. And sometimes, yes, at the beginning, you're like, okay, when people say, Patrice, what you doing? You don't know to give the right answer because I do so many things. I write my book 3 years ago. I'm a defender of ending the violence against children. I invest in different business. So it's difficult, but I will always work with someone if we share the same value. Because for me, it's really important to have an impact to the world, to make the world a better place. You know, that's why my brand, I love this game, is nothing about any sport, it's about life. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's why I always say to people, I love this game. But, you know, making people happy, that's what makes me happy. I feel blessed and grateful. I will never expect, you know, to be where I am now. So giving to people, for me, is the most best things in life. This is the best gift I could have.
Beautiful. I mean, how did you guys figure out what it is that you love to do after football? You're living and breathing it. And of course, now we see an incredible end result after so many years. But was it a process of elimination? Was it trying loads of different things that actually brought you joy and then figuring out what sticks? What was it for you, Mikel?
Well, I think, you know, once you finish play, obviously you speak to your team, you speak to your family. It's like, what is out there that I can do? It's just like everybody tells you, go into coaching, go into punditry, go back to Chelsea and work with the youth team and things like that. Of course, I love supporting the youth. I love to, but for me, I wanted to do something that I'm passionate about, something that will always bring me back to the game. And the podcast is something that has brought me, is the closest that I get to still playing football, because I then get to communicate with the fans, which is something we never did while we were playing. You don't get to speak to the fans so much when you're playing, because maybe you might say the wrong thing and you get into trouble with the club. But with the podcast, you know, we can say whatever we want. Like Eden Hazard, my last episode, you know, he was so real, natural, unfiltered, you know what I mean? Talked about his weight, talked about his injury when he went to Madrid, the reason why he couldn't perform the way people wanted him to perform. And that platform really brought him to life for people to see the reasons why he couldn't live up to that expectation. And for me, I respect him for that. What a fantastic footballer he is. So that's what the platform gives us. We talk about everything. We say what we want, and it's natural, it's authentic. Yeah, so it's been absolutely fantastic. You know, people are loving it. In the UK, it's you know, it's going viral. In Africa, in Nigeria, so we do. You know, we're doing well.
I love that. For you, Patrice, I mean, how did you find what was your calling and your purpose after football?
So for me, I'm different to Mikel. I'm not connected to football. Apart, I invest in a football club in Portugal, Estrela, Amadora. But it's more about doing different things. Like I say, ending the violence against children. Don't get me wrong. Football helped me to build that platform. But for example, you know, I've got many millions of followers on social media. But I use it to create awareness, you know, about what's happening around the world. So I choose a different way. I'll be honest with you, I don't watch a football game, but even when I was playing, and I know Sir Alex Ferguson wasn't happy with that, because you need to watch your opponent. I was like, don't worry, if I am on my day, no one's going to beat me. So I'm not like a big fan of football.
You only watch his Chelsea play.
No, I know to send you off, because you have a big umpire. So I was like, you know, teasing him, and actually I get him sending off. But no, it's just like football has been a part of my life. I never say I will go back to football, but right now I am in a happy place. Like being here at the Web Summit, I'm more happy than being on the field. And you know, when I do some crazy video on social media and I see a comment, someone say, Patrice, you know, my dad just passed away, but watching one of your videos make me smile. This is more important than winning the Champions League. This is the place I am right now.
I love that.
I think that's true, though, because like some of the fans, Chelsea fans now, obviously we're not having the greatest of seasons or the greatest of time. But then, you know, the podcast just brings joy to the Chelsea fans. There's something to talk about. There's something for them to look forward to. It's just something that, you know, brings a little bit of joy to them. And then let's see, obviously, where we'll finish come the end of the season.
Absolutely. As an ex-athlete myself, not as professional as you guys, but I'm an ex-tennis player growing up, and for me, there are so many things that I learned during my time in the sport that I now implement into my life as an entrepreneur. The discipline, the structure. Talk to me about that. Compare the football field to a boardroom, to a podcast studio. How do the two worlds come together?
Well, it's tough. You step into the real world.
Yeah.
You come out of that bubble that we are when we play, and then, you know, it's tough. You know, business world is very tough. You know, like when I wanted to start my podcast, you know, you speak to people, you speak to companies, and you never experience those things, but you hear people, entrepreneurs, talk about it. You know, people say, no, I'm not sure. You know, companies are like, no, I'm not sure. But now, they're the ones chasing us to be partners. And it just shows that you have to do things that people don't believe in, people don't want you to do. They feel you can't survive because they just look at you, oh, he's just another football player.
Yeah.
That's why you have to step out of your comfort zone to make sure you prove people wrong. And I've been able to do that with a podcast now. And those people that said no to me before, now they're coming back to me. So, you know, you have to do things in life that, you know, you put yourself in a very good position that you are always there to drive your own life, to drive your dreams, and to make sure you make it a reality.
On that front, Patrice, would you like to add?
I just feel like in life, you know, when you feel too comfortable, I feel like something is wrong. I need to do something when I feel too comfortable. But of course, you have the judgment, and people could say, like, stick to football, stick to kicking a ball. But me, what gives me my freedom, to be honest, is my social media. Because I'm doing so many things, then people actually don't see me as an ex-footballer player now, as an entertainment guy, as a businessman, as a motivator. So this helped me a lot. Like, I have a friend, and you know well, Madonna, and she say, like, she want to do a movie. But everyone will say, but did you have social media? No. So stick to sing. So that's I've been lucky. Like people can see me like as a boxing match, as doing a movie or whatever. They won't be surprised because they see me doing for 6 years now on my social media. I get my freedom. Like I say, when you're a footballer player, you're just doing the same things. And now, you know, so many doors are opening. So that's why I just did a movie with Amazon. I signed a deal with Netflix when they're going to do a documentary about the World Cup in 2010, about the Evra life. They also want me to play in a fiction series. So for me, it's no limit. It's no limit. And if I love something, like I say, I share the same value, I do it straight away. You know, life is so short.
Yeah, let's talk about ownership in particular, okay? So you go from being a professional football player where you said, Mikel, you know, your personality is not able to shine. Now you both are serial investors and entrepreneurs. You have incredible projects. Patrice, you have I Love This Game. You're a creator. You're an incredibly huge online personality. The same for you, Mikel. We have the Obi-Wan podcast. There is constant contact with your communities and with your followers now. It's something that you didn't get to have before. But this time, what's happened is it's full ownership by you. How key is that ownership for you, Mikel?
It's important to own your own stuff, isn't it? I mean, I can talk about my podcast, but I also own an agricultural company in Nigeria. We've just expanded to Zambia now, so it's huge. I mean, we do all sorts. We do all sort of spices. We do birds and everything. So you have to invest in things like that. You know, I'm also into properties in Nigeria. So when you own your own stuff, it's so important. And this is what we've worked all through our life to be able to make sure that once we finish playing, we invest in these things, and then it becomes yours. You know, it's amazing. I mean, life gives you a lot of difficulties, but once you go through them and you come out on the other side stronger, you know, it just gives you, the world becomes your oyster. And that's something that I tell every young player that I meet, look after your money. Of course, family is there, but make sure you don't give all your money to the family, because family will always ask and ask and ask. They never stop asking, So you need to be careful. Exactly. So be careful, because when you finish playing, trust me, you become that guy that, you know, you're there on your own, and you have to figure out life. Life becomes tough, so it is tough out there.
Yeah.
No, it's really important, like Mikel say, owning something, because all our career, you know, you play for big company, but it's more responsibility. But you know, when I was the captain of United and the French national team, actually the way I manage my same business team, I do it the same way. I say leadership, the definition of leadership is creating other leader around you. It's not about you. It's about other people, and people, they can trust you, they can be loyal, they will never let you down. And also, Mikhail was talking about family. I've got 24 brothers and sisters.
Wow.
So yeah, my dad was a really busy man. I think he never watched TV or he lost the remote. But yeah, you have to care. And 89 nephews. They all call me Santa. So you have to wait. So that's why I play until 38. People were like, why you didn't retire? I say, I have to feed them. They don't want trophy. They want like a nice ribeyes or whatever. So no. I think like owning your own stuff is really important, but you have like more responsibility and don't let those people down, but it's something I like. Like, I never think about myself. Me, you ask me a question, how are you? I say, I'm still alive. People always laugh about it, but I lose friends. I lose two of my brothers. So I feel really blessed and grateful to be here every day. I'm passionate about life. Every second of my life is really important, and I feel grateful.
Amazing. Look, I know we don't have much time left, but there's one last question I want to ask you both, and that's about legacy. So what is it now that we are focused on? What are we wanting to leave behind with your communities and this incredible following that you have, and for all the wonderful individuals that are here today?
Well, it's always important to always leave a good legacy. I think that's something that, that I'm very passionate about, to leave a good legacy. I've managed to do that, obviously, representing Nigeria for so many years. I have a charity back home, which I always give back. I always go back to make sure that I do my part, in terms of giving back, which is something that I absolutely love. I'm very passionate about that. So for me, leaving a good legacy, I've represented the country really well. And for me to go back home every time and see and put smile on kids' faces and make sure that I give back to kids that can't afford to go to school or buy football boots or feed their family. For me, that's something that makes me happy. I have two beautiful girls, twins. I always make sure I teach them about being kind and being a nice person. I think we talk about school, we talk about education. I think the best education you can give to your kids is about being kind in life and try to be nice to people.
Yeah.
So for me, that's the legacy that I want to leave.
I love that, Mikhail. Therese? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the time is up. Mikhail is talking too much.
I have to hear your answer.
I don't know what kind of legacy I will leave. No. The legacy I want to leave is the same like the person, like, for example, created the traffic light. No one remember him. And that is about my legacy. I don't want people to remember Patrice Evra. For example, I love this game. It's about being positive. It's about respecting people. It's about respecting every religion. When people tell me, Patrice, what's your religion? My religion is to be the best human I can. I pray with Muslim people. I pray with Catholic. I pray with everyone, because at the end, we are all together. But yeah, the legacy is just to make that world a better place. I'm doing my part. I've got also shelter in Senegal. I work with the UN. I work with WHO, with the UNICEF. But yeah, it's just the people to say, okay, when he was there, he's doing his part. But I don't even want people to remember my name. My legacy is I love this game.
I love this. Beautiful. Patrice Evra and Mikhail Jonovi. Thank you, gentlemen.
I love you.
think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant, dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
welcome to the stage co-host of Rise and co-founder of HKG DAO, Casey Lau.
All right, thank you, my fans up here in front. Hi, and welcome back to the afternoon sessions on Center Stage on day 2 at Web Summit Qatar. I'm your co-host, Casey Lau. I'm originally from Canada, but I'm based in Hong Kong, where we hold our Southeast Asia conference called Rise. I hope you're enjoying day 2 so far, but after we close Center Stage, the event doesn't end there. Join us this evening for Night Summit. Tonight's venue will be at the B12 Beach Club. You can find directions in the Web Summit Qatar app. There will be lots of networking and connections, and the first ever combined drone and fireworks display to happen in Qatar. So that'll be very cool. So check that out. This afternoon, we have talks on AI marketing, cybersecurity, and the downside of being social media famous, as well as the pitch semifinals. So make yourself comfortable. The afternoon sessions on Center Stage starts right now. All right, OpenAI, Apple Vision Pro, Waymo, these technologies are changing our lives, but how are they marketed, and how can you learn from what they do in your startup? Our next session is a masterclass on marketing. So please join Michelle Castillo from TIWWG as she chats to Abir Alessa, the co-founder and CEO of the Bold Group, and Dan Gardner, co-founder and executive chairman of Code and Theory, to talk about the marketing trends shaping 2024.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michelle Castillo. I'm a reporter and journalist. My work can be found in CNBC, Cheddar News, CBS News, and a lot of different publications. Thank you so much for joining us here today to talk about marketing in 2024 and how the tech world is changing everything, from artificial intelligence all the way to augmented reality. So I'm going to have our panelists tell us a little bit more about where they're from. Abir, let's talk about the Bold Group. So what do you guys do?
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me today here. My name is Abir Al-Isa. I am a co-founder and CEO of the Bold Group. So the Bold Group is an all-marketing and creative powerhouse, or a group of companies. It is made in Saudi Arabia, and thank you so much.
And Dan, let's talk about Code and Theory.
So we're a digital transformation agency. We're a global company. We are what our name is. We solve problems at the intersection of creativity and technology. Half the company are creatives, half are technologists, and that's how we look to solve the problems.
All right, let's kick off by starting with the topic that everyone's talking about, which is artificial intelligence. So we're seeing everyone from the major holding companies like WPP saying they're investing heavily in artificial intelligence. We're seeing new startups that are focused on artificial intelligence marketing. Do you think, Dan, that AI has made marketing more efficient than ever before?
Well, I think we're in the early stages of what AI means, especially to the creative and agency landscape. I think to date, what we've seen is what I think is short-term experimentation. I mean, people talk about it, from an operations standpoint. It helps early creative ideation. We haven't yet seen its full power in what it actually means for efficiency. And I don't think efficiency is the exact goal, the end goal. I think that's where people tend to think it's a replacement of jobs, it's a replacement of creativity. But I actually am incredibly excited on what it means to the creative industry. I actually joke that I'm having like a creative anxiety panic attack because the level of ideas that can be experimented right now are unfounded. So I think we're at the very beginning. I think we haven't really seen the infrastructure put in place within the agencies, within marketing stacks, to really take advantage of it.
Now, Abir, how are you integrating AI into the Bold Group, and do you think it's made it more efficient than ever before?
So I totally agree with what Dan is saying, and I was just saying in my previous session that today there's a big fright, everybody's panicking about, how are we going to work with AI? Clients are panicking, how can we integrate? But I believe the most important thing is that you have to start somewhere. And especially on an agency level, I believe it's very important to start, with research, with development, putting time, putting efforts into AI. But definitely believe that AI will not replace jobs, that's for sure. But believe that AI will definitely give us more time to think and just be more efficient. And hopefully we can spend more time with our clients, quality time, understanding what they want, understanding their requirements, and just spending less time on doing or creating, I would say. Just more time thinking and less time creating. So definitely it will give us that possibility. And, I would like to take this opportunity as well just to transfer our experience with the AI, where we just launched our AI lab, whereby we're investing a lot of time, money, and resources to try to reach the full potential of AI and how can we integrate that part of our daily operation or to our clients. So we're also producing some products, some services that are AI-based. We are also today launching, we have a press release that we invite you all at 2:30. We are launching an important project that is AI-based. So very excited about that. And as Dan was saying, I believe everybody's excited. Everybody's anticipating. Everybody's trying to invest their time and efforts so that they can know how it works and what works best for them.
Dan, I wanted to touch on a point that you brought up, that you don't think it's going to replace creativity. So where is Code and Theory investing in AI, and how has it practically shown up for your clients?
Yeah, there's a couple ways to look at it. I think people get caught up in sort of the prompting as the output, and I think it's going to be so much more than that. Let me step back a second. I think people define creativity wrong, and that's the starting point. And I'll give a quick analogy. When you're 7 years old and you can write or you can draw or you could sing or you could dance or you could do something creative, people see a skill and they go, you are creative, and they send you down a specific track in life. And if you're not creative, and you do other things that are not deemed creative. But the future of creativity will not be defined by the skill, because we will all be able to output anything. It will really be about being inventive and be imaginative. And actually right now I see a lack of imagination in the creative field. So do I think jobs will change? And actually one thing we're doing at Code and Theory right now is we are thinking forward. In 12 months, everybody rewrites their job description to what it would be like with AI involved in it. Because we don't know exactly what it is, but we know every single day we use it more and more in the things we do. It gives us the time, and if you're in an agency world, the one thing we all complain about is time. Time and budget is the obvious complaint. So this is the great moment where it gives us time back. And I personally believe that this is a turning point for creativity the way the calculator was for mathematics. AI to creativity is the calculator to mathematics, in that it is going to multiply the ability for us to do things. So from a day-to-day, it's starting very tactical, but we're actually building long-term projects right now, again, to the short to the long, where you're going to see a different type of customer relationship across every single vertical. There will be no vertical that is untouched by what the relationship is. Everybody thinks it's about the output, but it's actually about the relationship. Like if you think, I'll give one quick example, travel and hospitality. It is actually not good right now. We have not reached the full potential of what that should be. It's actually not easy to book things, and it's not easy to be inspired. The future of anticipating what a person or human needs will be transformed by AI as one example, but you could go on and on.
I'm glad you brought up the customer relationship, because that's the one thing I'm hearing from a lot of different agencies and marketers, that's where we're going to see AI be the most transformative. For example, think about when you're planning a trip, you can just go to a brand's website and AI can plan the whole thing down to when you should travel and the type of weather and how you should pack. Or maybe you use a celebrity's AI personality to directly communicate with your customer. How do you think AI is going to change the customer experience in particular, that direct one-to-one for your Bold Group clients?
So when it comes to customers and marketing in specific, I believe marketing and advertising for the end consumer is going to be less boring and less forced, because currently you're getting all the ads that you don't want and all the information that you don't like. But with AI, you will be able, or agencies or marketeers will be able to create customized content based on a larger scale, based on the persona. So from an end consumer perspective, the marketing and the messages that they will be more interesting. And I believe as well with AI that marketeers will be able even to create better content. So instead of creating content that is for everyone, you start creating content that is actually interesting for that persona or that person that you're targeting. A good example is, we'll probably start seeing brands going into more on the film, on the long formats, for example, just to reach their end consumer. So definitely marketing is going to be more interesting. Content is definitely going to be more interesting. And I believe agencies will definitely have more time to be creative and think of quality content that is personalized to each and every person at scale.
Yeah, I want to layer in that because I agree with that and even go a bit further. I actually think the future of content will be ephemeral and personal. And I actually think that the future prompting is actually based on someone's behavior. So you have a need, want, or desire, and that triggers the prompt. And a brand or branding will be a series of an ethos that resembles more what a human being could be like, that could respond to those needs, wants, and desires. So if you think about it, everybody's talked about big data and small data for years, and data is actually an imperative element to the life cycle of what AI can achieve. For specific businesses, people think that is the moat of the business, is actually your data. But the problem with data is a couple of things. One, it's hard to harness and it's typically siloed. The second thing, more importantly, and this is the irony, humans are not good at using data. They silo it within different business units within an organization. They have to interpret insights. They're not quick in action within organizations. And if you take actually the human out of that moment, you could actually deliver a different type of experience, back to experience, that ephemeral moment where I can deliver exactly what you want based on what you need or desire, will transform the way we think about brands, storytelling, and the way to reach customers.
Now, I'm glad you guys both brought up content. One thing that AI has made it easier, however, is to make more content than ever. It's faster, it's more efficient. So in this new state of digital media, on social media, online, how can your brand stand out in a more crowded marketplace than ever, especially because AI is making it so easy to produce content at speeds that we've never seen before, Dan?
Well, I think goes a little to what I discussed. I think harnessing, we have a concept called fourth-party data. And that is basically take a process of using AI first plus third-party to create synthetic data sets so you can align it to your brand attributes and deliver value. I mean, there's going to be more content, but branding and marketing it changes fundamentally, from a process. But the idea is still the same. You have a brand, you need to tell a brand story, assuming your product isn't that unique, because most products are not that unique in the world, or your product or service. And you have a storytelling that delivers meaning into that. That concept does not change. The process to get the messaging and the storytelling to the consumer will drastically change. So to me, it will be technology-enabled creativity in the future instead of traditional skill-based creative making in the future.
Same question.
Absolutely. So we will definitely have more clutter, and the clutter is increasing. But I also believe that people will start, and we see this more and more often right now, is you pay for content. And you paying for quality content. We see that currently on X. You need to subscribe to get user-generated content. We see that with YouTube, for example, the number of subscriptions is increasing year by year and day by day. So definitely quality content, I believe, with the clutter is what's going to really matter. So to stand out from the clutter, whatever medium it is, whether it was digital, online, offline, quality will always remain at the foremost important thing. And with AI, it will definitely enable us to reach there. So you don't have to worry about the execution or worry about deadlines and timelines and all of that. So just think and you will be able to create. And the most important thing is to stand out from the clutter with your creativities, with your ideas. But as Dan was saying, data is very important. I believe now we're in the age of data. We are able to get a lot of insights and information from data. What can we do with it? How can we stand out with it? With the immersive technology right now and immersive experiences, and there are a lot of spaces that we can navigate and experiment with, but that's the only thing that's going to stand out, I believe, from the clutter.
You know, this is a relatively new field, and what we saw with the growth of social media is regulation eventually came. Now we are dealing with things like GDPR. We're moving away from cookies because of all these privacy regulations, and people expect regulations to come to a lot of these new technologies like AI. Is that a concern, though, as you build out these systems, Abir? That regulation is going to, it's so early stage that regulation might change everything, and you might have to restart again in just a few years.
Definitely, I believe regulations actually is a good thing, by the way. Regulations will definitely have, so we will have the content based on the data, right? So we will start with data first, and then we start creating content that is based on data. And this is where creativity happens. So when there are regulations, what it's going to do is just, make it probably harder to reach your end consumer. So the only way to do it is with good content and through different channels, such as creating TV series, or maybe we saw a good example actually on Netflix. There's a show called The Lincoln Lawyer, and it's about the Lincoln car. But it's a whole experience. It's about the storytelling with experience. So regulations will definitely happen, and it is a positive thing for the end consumer. But for content creators on the other side, they just need to find different ways to reach their end consumer with the data that is given.
Now, speaking about that original content, let's move to some new content forms that are coming out. So Apple obviously released the Apple Vision Pro. We have had augmented reality before. Do you think this is going to be the catalyst for mixed reality? And is that something that companies should be investing now in, Dan?
I think it's unquestionable that spatial computing, mixed reality will charter a whole new territory on ways to engage with consumers. I think this is an inevitable moment where the traditional 3 screens will start to be moving to other screens. I mean, besides the Apple Vision Pro, and I'm not sure how many people here have used the Apple Vision Pro, but it is a world into a future that may not be exactly right now, but not too far away. But not even just Apple Vision Pro, we're talking about transparent glass. We're talking about new forms of inputs. I was at CES earlier this year, and I saw technology where, similar to Apple Vision Pro, where you're basically making gestures in the space, but they've gotten it so good now that you don't actually have to do it, you just have to think it, and it can actually read it. So you can imagine a future, or it's not hard, I think it's not too hard, to imagine a future where you either have some sort of augmented reality within your personal screens or some connected personal relationship to the transparent screens around you, or whether it's within your car, that actually will be meaningful. I mean, we're seeing devices like, the Humane Pin with holograms and AI-driven, or obviously the Meta sunglasses that are identifying objects and using AI to create audio back into your ear, or the Rapid device that is AI-enabled, sort of a different approach to mobile computing. There is a race to new types of interactions. And if you think about a reshuffling of the deck with AI, it actually is very relatable to that. The AI reshuffles the deck. You have to find new ways to reach a consumer, and then you have new technologies to have new types of relationships. So is it the right time? Yes and no. It's still a touch early, but if you can find be a first mover advantage and really have use cases that deliver that value, you may find yourself on the other side of this transformational moment way better than if you do nothing.
How are you approaching a lot of these new media mediums,
Well,
like augmented
to be
reality?
honest, with the Apple Vision Pro, I believe it's still early. It's hard to say that this is going to be like a disruptive technology right now, right? It's an amazing gadget. It's too heavy, probably. The battery is like 2 hours or so. So it's hard to say that it's going to, change the game or disruptive. But it's a great way of giving us a window to the future and the possibility of that, immersive experience. So I believe it's definitely a new medium. It makes people think beyond. What can we do with more immersive work? But I believe it's still early to say that we are in disruption phase.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say about this, the Vision Pro very specifically, that I have seen transformative for people is the spatial content. And I'll give an example. I recorded some video of my children, and my wife, who is not into technology, I was like, you gotta see this. And I was like, you got to play this back. And she puts it on, and she takes it off, and she starts crying. The reason why she started crying is it was so emotionally connected and real that she felt something different than she ever experienced before on moving image and content. So I think spatial content may be the leap to moving image that moving image was to photography. It is a different type of emotional connection that has never been achieved by digital platforms before. You've never really got that. So it's hard for me to imagine, even if it's a little early, that this emotional device won't actually be there. And even if it's just for plane rides, and I actually, when I came here from New York, I watched a movie, and it was like I was in my own private movie theater. I felt relaxed. I felt in my own space. I was leaned back so the weight didn't matter. So even just that use case alone is actually pretty powerful.
I want to talk about one of the buzzwords of last year, Web3. Now, we still are developing in that space, but it seems to have been moved aside for AI and other buzzwords of this year. So where are we with Web3? Is it still going to be that transformative thing that we thought it was going to be last year, Dan?
Yeah, look, I think Web3 is just, if not more important than ever. The difference is it's not a hyped up NFT type project that is faking people out. You ask about regulation within AI. If regulation happened earlier within blockchain and Web3, we would have seen a more advancement of Web3, and we would have probably skipped some of the problems that we saw that has now given a lot of companies some level of cold feet. But the reality is, behind the scenes, Web3 is a technology around trust and ownership, and we're staring down a barrel of AI, as you mentioned, with a proliferation of content like we've never seen before, and new types of deep faking and not understanding what may be real and what may not be real. And Web3, specifically blockchain, is literally the solution to the problem that we are staring down with AI. And believe it or not, there are a lot of large-scale infrastructure projects that may not be as hyped up because it's not a Bored Ape or a Moonbird that is, tricking people into like securities, that are actually going to be meaningful for the future of the world.
The Meta region has done a lot of work in the Web3 space. Can you talk a little bit about what you guys have done with the Bold Group?
Web3 you know, when we first started, I'm going to talk from an agency, at least perspective, and from a marketing perspective. We have seen last year, 2 years ago, it started that we have lots of requests, inquiries, you know, to create, experiences based on Web3, on blockchain, NFTs, metaverse experiences, activations, and stuff. And I'm sure Dan shares a similar experience. This year, to be honest, we have seen less and less inquiries and requests on the Web3, but definitely it's something that's going to be growing. The idea of the blockchain and how can we develop that and how can we integrate that with AI is going to be amazing. But I believe people just like buzzwords. And every year we need something new to talk about. This year it's AI, and last year probably it's Web3. But generally, these are amazing technologies, and they will definitely make our lives much easier and our executions and services.
Well, we're going to have to leave it there right now. We could have talked about this all afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us, and everyone in attendance, thank you for attending, and enjoy the rest of your Web Summit.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Collision, Sunil Sharma.
Okay, so I'm sure you all know by now that Ryan Reynolds is Canadian. Keanu Reeves is too. So is Drake, Shawn Mendes, The Weeknd, Justin Bieber. But did you know that unicorn tech startup companies like Shopify, Wattpad, Dapper Labs, and 1Password, they're all Canadian too. The startup scene in Canada has been thriving, marked by robust growth in innovation, increasing global recognition in AI, and with companies like NVIDIA setting up new offices in Toronto, we are really at the cusp of greatness. A diverse and innovative startup scene from Vancouver to Montreal has been supported by government programs and massive allocations in the increase of the startup visa, as well as funding opportunities through very robust venture capital, has made Canada a fantastic place to launch and grow startups. And the city of Toronto has become one of the top startup ecosystems in the world. Over 36,000 attendees from 118 countries with 1,400 startups and 850 investors came to Toronto, the birthplace of AI, last year for Collision. And 2024 will mark our 4th year in Toronto. So please join me and the Web Summit team this June 17th to 20th to experience Toronto's vibrant tech scene and nightlife. This is Collision.
I think Sunil loves my glasses, so he bought a pair. It's not a Canadian thing that all Canadians have to wear. All right, in 2024, some of the most important topics in fintech will be focused on generative AI, decentralized finance, and the importance of cybersecurity. Startups will be focusing on scaling financial services to become more international wondering which markets to target next and how do you ensure compliance across each country. In this next session, discover how to successfully expand and build up an ever-growing company in the fintech space. In this super fireside chat with CNBC's Emma Graham, please welcome Dilip Thasmon, the co-founder and CEO of Jeeves, and Bill Deng, founder and CEO of X-Transfer.
Hello, thank you all for coming to day 2. I hope everybody's enjoying their web summit. I know I am. And I'm so lucky today to be joined by 2 guests here on stage, Dilip and Bill. And today we're going to be talking about the future of fintech. So let's dive right in. We're going to speak a little bit about cross-border payments today and how you grew your amazing companies into international players. So let's start with Dilip. Dilip, tell me a little bit about what you would tell our audience here today. What is one big lesson from starting a company?
Sure. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. You know, I think one thing from starting a company is not to kind of overthink it. When we started, we really had corporate cards just in the US, but we figured out a way to get that to different countries just to see if there was demand for the corporate card product. And it took us about 1.5 years to get the licenses we have today in all 22 countries. But if it was something we started and waited for those licenses, we just would never launch, right? And when you're a startup, your biggest advantage is you're nimble, you're fast. So I would encourage people, if you have an idea, just do it. And it might fail, it might not, but you'll learn so much from doing it that if you wait for the perfect opportunity, that window is going to be shifted by the time you actually launch.
If you have an idea, just do it. Great lesson. And Bill, what would one lesson for our audience here today be?
So generally, the survival rate of startup is minimum, right? So running a fintech company is even more difficult, and running a fintech company in B2B area is more difficult. It's the most difficult thing, I believe. So looking back over for the last 7 years, I always feel quite I feel many instances could kill our company, could kill us. So one thing I have learned is that you can't do enough in terms of risk management. Even though the outcome of the risk management, I mean, you can show the data how good you are doing, but you can't do good enough to communicate with the partners, with the regulators. So it's never that easy. So
it's never that easy.
To allocate more resources on that.
Good, and we'll dive in a little more about regulation.
Yeah, be more sensitive because all these partners, the regulators, people may change. You will have to, and the regulation changes. So have to be very sensitive about potential change of everything. Proactively deal with the upcoming challenges.
Be proactive. Great.
Yeah.
Great. And Dilip, let's talk a little bit about global expansion, because this is something that startups may not be facing yet, but they will ultimately face down the road. Which markets to enter and why, and kind of where you're looking at your next markets? You're really active in Latin America, in Europe. How are you looking at which markets to enter and why?
So maybe for folks in the room, so Jeeves, we basically provide a business banking account for global companies. So if you're a company with operations in, let's say, Mexico and the US, you don't need to have 2 different bank accounts, 2 different cards. You can come to us, we provide that for you. So today we cover 22 countries. And one of the things that we always look for in countries that we want to open in is, one, are they open to fintech? So just as you mentioned, is regulation something that's opening up? 2, is there a flow of capital into that country? For us, a lot of our business is tied to payment volume. It's tied to corporate cards. So if the economy is not growing and if there's no capital coming in, that doesn't make sense for us. And then 3, which was unique to us in some sense, is, again, when you think about starting a company, what is the differentiator for you? And for us, it was really building on early fintech. So if there was no way to look at a bank account, which some countries have and some countries don't, it's hard for our product to work because we need to have monitoring on a corporate account to base our risk off of. So again, if you don't have that first fintech early layer, it's hard to kind of evolve from that to what we do. So those were the 3 things we looked at when we decided on which countries to kind of grow into.
And Bill, we talked a bit just in our opener there about regulation, and we've spoken about this before, but operating across borders, for you, what are the key challenges in overcoming some of these regulatory hurdles?
Yeah, for B2B cross-border goods trade, so regulation is complicated. Because regulation is not only about AML, about currency control, it's also about taxation, about industrial policies. So different countries may have different angles. And these angles may always mean you have to talk to different departments from local authorities. So this is quite a complicated situation we are facing. And when we are running into global business, we have to operate locally in so many countries because cross-border trade, the goods trade has been happening in every country actually. So every market, the market size itself is large enough for us to enter into. So which means it brings a big challenge for us to, simultaneously trespass into so many new markets we are going to run into. So this is a big challenge for us actually.
And how do you tailor your services to meet those local markets that you're breaking into?
For example, we're here in Doha, right? So we have been talking about entering into GCC countries, right? So we are hiring in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and also thinking about maybe coming over to Doha going forward. And we are also, looking at Africa. For example, the Nigeria, the trading volume is huge. So all these markets are so different. And some of them, they are welcoming importers, importing things from around the world. Some countries, they have their industrial policy saying that, okay, we don't encourage our companies to import things from outside. We encourage the local export things. Local companies to export things that produced locally. So this will affect the regulations in terms of this cross-border payment.
And partnering with local banks as well. We spoke a little bit about that.
Yeah. And in emerging markets, the infrastructure there is immature. Yeah. So which means, because the solution we are providing, it's a brand new one. So our brand new model will be scrutinized by everybody, including local banks, the regulators, from tax, from data privacy, all these different, very different parties.
Dailip, you used to live in Doha a very long time ago, and now you're back. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be back.
When we look at kind of scaling those financial services, I'd love to get your view on looking at a place like Doha, maybe for companies who are looking to start here. How would you look at that as somebody who knows the country really well, but has seen it also grow and make tremendous strides into where we are today with the metro and post-World Cup?
Yeah, so as you were mentioning, I actually grew up in Doha about 20 years ago, so it's really interesting and amazing to kind of be back and to see the amount of kind of development here. I remember like the Sheraton Hotel, the one like the triangle, that was always there and that's still here, but a lot of other things have changed around it. For us, when we think about building, especially if you think about the Middle East, we look at it from an infrastructure perspective. So the way we've kind of architected our system today, a lot of the infrastructure does a lot of the work outside of the license. The license is the one thing you can't really get from anywhere else. You have to get a local license to issue a local card. But if you think about the processing, if you think about the KYB, which is Know Your Customer, if you think about the ability to actually do fraud detection, all of that we do centrally. And so when you think about moving or starting in Doha, for instance, we could launch here as soon as next year because we don't have to rebuild any of that stack. And so originally the plan was after Europe, which we cover today, to move into the Middle East. And even today our European region is called EMEA because it includes Middle East. We just haven't launched here, but that's something we're looking at for 2025 once we get back onto kind of a growth trajectory this year. So last year was a lot more focused on unit economics. This year we're back on kind of a sales swing, and the next year will be more on the expansion side.
So Jeeves to launch in Doha next year. Is that a Web Summit and CNBC exclusive?
We'll see.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great. I love breaking news. Thank you for helping me with that. And how do you localize when you look at a market? Like you work a lot in Latin America and North America, but the Middle East is such a diverse and different and young region. How do you target consumers here?
So we look at it in a few different ways. One, there's the most obvious one, which is language. And even that's not super easy to do because you can do a translation, but it doesn't convey the same meaning. And that's something we've learned firsthand, even from our service in Portuguese and Spanish. Just because it's the literal translation of English doesn't mean it conveys what you want the user to do. And so a big part of what we invest in is user experience, which is making sure the user journey is actually getting you the right outcome, independent of what the language actually is. So I think that's one more direct box that as you get to a certain skill, it makes sense for you to kind of do. I think the second one that's a little more complex is what is the version of the product that is unique to the local market. So in some markets, we take deposits, in Europe, in North America, et cetera. In Latin America, we do credit primarily and less on the deposit side. And it's tailored a little bit to the market itself. And so that's a localization nuance that is not as obvious as language, but is just as important, in fact, probably more important, because you're really tailoring it to how people use your product. And if you don't do both of them, then you're kind of missing, 50% of the equation, in my opinion.
True.
Bill,
Feel the same.
did you want to add something to that, Bill?
I just feel the same. All the challenges ahead, it's quite likewise, yeah.
It's the same.
Bill, I want to ask you about partnerships. I'm interested in if you could share with the audience how partnerships have helped grow X-Transfer and which partnership specifically for you has been crucial to the growth of your company.
So as a B2B business model, we partner with traditional banks. But right now, when we're targeting global markets, and especially those from emerging markets, so we think partnering with local fintech companies in emerging markets is becoming quite important for us. So actually, in Africa, Latin America, in Middle East, all the countries we can think of, even in Middle Asia, we are thinking about to partner with local fintech companies. Because first of all, we can't, have licenses for all these countries, which are quite new to us, right? Secondly, the investment into each one of the countries, I think we can't just bear it. It's huge. The amount of money will be huge. And we are lack of time and resources in terms of our experience, in terms of all those, the talent pool. So we don't think we can do it ourselves. We have to rely on the local partners in so many countries so that we build a platform connecting with fintech companies from around the world that we provide a end-to-end solution to our customers. So to the customer's experience, it's a truly global, local solution. That's good enough. But then in the back end, we work with different partners. And especially the local partners, they have the capability, have all the resources to deal with the local challenges, including regulation, including, data center, this kind of a data privacy thing. They know everything in the local market. So we'll have to rely on them.
What do you think would be the biggest challenge entering a new market? When you have these partners, but if you're just entering a new market, you haven't got established partnerships yet, Bill, what's the biggest challenge in your eyes?
I think, the direction is good to go, I believe. But still, something in my mind, still big concern is that because the solution we are bringing to cross-border B2B trade settlement is brand new. And actually, I am still uncertain whether this will be accepted quick enough by the regulators, the local bank partners, quick enough. So we'll just try. Just try. Yeah, the value we bring is that it's vast. And the value we bring to the ecosystem in the local market, it's there. Otherwise, they have to go to Hawala, go to, underground service operators. So the regulators want to see the data flows, right? The banks want to see all this money movement has been, they have a genuine trade background happening there, right? But then still, this is a new solution we are going to introduce. They have to scrutinize on it and learn about it. So, but the pace we are having, we are pushing forward things so quickly that we are worried that maybe this will not be accepted quick enough by the local partners, by the banks, by the regulators. But we'll see.
Let's talk about that pace, Dalit, because innovations are shaping the future of fintech day by day. And obviously, Jeeves is at the forefront of some of these innovations. How are you leveraging this technology and everything changing in the future of fintech, which is our panel today?
So I think fintech is interesting because there's a lot of change that you can build off of, but there's a lot of things that are constant. So even if you look at something like AI, there's a lot that can be done with AI. I think that's very obvious. But the thing with fintech and finances in general is you need a lot of trust. So even if you have an AI agent, if you don't get it right 99% of the time, I wouldn't feel as comfortable turning that on. Now, it doesn't mean there's a lot of other things that it can't do to help, but I think that the bar when you look at fintech, when you look at health, it tends to be a little bit higher than like consumer, for instance. And so we evaluate a lot of new technologies from just making our operations much more efficient on the infrastructure side to even something like AI for customer-facing components. But I keep coming back to this box of the bar for fintech, especially if you're dealing with someone's finances, their money, it has to be pretty close to 100%. So it's very hard to be the early adopter. You kind of want to be somewhere in the middle where you've seen one cycle and the cycle's already tested. And then you still have a huge space that you can innovate on because fintech tends to lag behind a lot of other industries in innovation.
So I think we've got a few more minutes. I'm going to do a wrap-up question. And we have over 1,000 startups here at Web Summit Qatar. And I'm sure that you both want to give your advice from two very successful fintechs. What would your advice, Dalit, we'll start with you, be for an emerging fintech in your space? Kind of two pieces of advice, if you can.
Yeah. So I think two things. So one, when you think about, again, like starting something, you have to really enjoy the process of building. If you are looking at the outcome, and again, everybody wants an outcome, including me, you will end up getting burnt out because it is so all-consuming, and like the good days can also be the worst days. And I remember this one piece of advice that I always come back to, which is, it's never as good as it looks on the outside, but it's also never as bad as you think it is on the inside. You probably have the most information out of anybody. And so just keeping that ability to balance yourself, I think, goes a long way. And I just would encourage people to enjoy the process of building, because if you don't like the process of building, you're going to get burnt out way before you reach the end point.
Enjoy the process of building. That's great advice. And Bill, what would your final thoughts be?
I think the first thing is to dare to expand globally, because, this is truly the right direction to go. But the second thing is to implement, the implementation have to be cautious. Always be sensitive enough about all things that could be negative, that could have negative influence to your business.
Negative influence to your business. What could that be? We talked about the risks, but could you expand?
Everything, the talent, the employees, regulations, the partnerships, everything. The daily life we have is never enough, but still, just like believe have.
And there's always things you don't see.
You have to enjoy the process. Otherwise you can't sleep every day. Yeah.
I agree, and there are plenty of things you don't see because it keeps changing. So totally agree on that.
Be strong. Yeah.
Be strong.
Be hardcore.
Be strong and don't get burned out.
Yeah.
Great piece of advice.
Yeah, be optimistic.
Join me in thanking Bill and Dalit today for talking to us about the future of fintech. Thank you so much.
States. From elections to conflict zones, disinformation, specifically disinformation using technology like AI and deepfakes, pushed onto social media are making the truth increasingly difficult to ascertain. With 2 billion people set to go to election polls this year, what will advances in AI and a pullback in social media protections mean? Can we even rely on any type of media for accurate reporting? In conversation with Ayman Mohyeldin of MSNBC to discuss the globalization of news in the age of disinformation, please welcome Justin Smith, the co-founder and CEO of Semaphore, Ali Aslan, TV presenter and journalist, and Dima Khatib, managing director of AJ+.
Thank you, man. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends, and what a lineup we have with 3 esteemed and prestigious journalists. And we'll be talking about the globalization of news in the age of disinformation. Usually, this topic would take up much more time than the 22 minutes we have. Suffice to say, we will cover a lot of ground, Justin. And we have to talk. We have to talk because we are all journalists who take pride in their profession. We all became journalists for a reason, with a mission, and we love to do our jobs. But unfortunately, trust in the news media is at an all-time low these days. All studies indicate that, no matter which region, which country, which continent that you are in. How do you explain this? And is it justified?
Listen, I mean, I think we're at this existential moment in especially global news media. I'm a news media entrepreneur. I started a company called Semaphore, which is based out of the US, but is global by birth. And our mission is to build the world's most important, independent, quality news brand that the entire world can trust. That's our founding mission. And we did this in response to the facts that you point out, which is that in the US and around the world, I think trust has plummeted in news media from something like 80% in the 1990s to beneath 20% or 15%, sometimes 10%. And it's a real epidemic. And if you layer on top of that the pressure on news business models, the geopolitical chaos that we're going through, and now the introduction of AI, we're really at a very big bang moment. So our answer has been to start a new company to actually try to attack this. And I think we may be the only global news company here at Web Summit. I would encourage other entrepreneurs to get into this business because it's really needed.
Yeah, Semaphore is trying to be part of the solution rather than the problem. It labels itself an intelligent, transparent global news platform. So if you haven't checked out Semaphore yet, I highly recommend it. Amen. But that still does not negate the fact that all of us, we enjoy what we do, we love what we do, we take pride in our work. But the numbers speak for themselves. Elon Musk even goes so far as to call it disparagingly legacy media. He doesn't mean it as a compliment.
Yeah, and I don't think being called legacy media or mainstream media is necessarily an insult. It's not a bad label. I think when you understand how the media landscape is changing and is becoming more democratic, more globalized, people have many more sources of information. There's also a little bit of an irony that as more people are exposed to information and sources of information that are not trusted and are unverifiable, they kind of come back in a full circle moment to institutions that they recognize and they know. But it's a pull and a push type of relationship in which people are constantly seeking information. And the danger is between seeking validation and information. And I think sometimes we focus a lot on the organizations, which is extremely important, but there also has to be media literacy for people who are consuming media to understand the sources of their information, where that information is coming from, can those sources be trusted, and more importantly, for consumers of news to diversify where they get their news, not just to be affirmed of what they want to be told or what they want to be heard, but to be challenged and brought in their information streams.
Yeah, you already touched upon many important points, of course, regarding the title of the session, the globalization of news in the age of disinformation. Dima, you've been at this game for a long time. You're a very, very experienced journalist. Have been with Al Jazeera for many, many years. Are you concerned, are you worried at all about the trend that we're seeing globally, about the lack of trust, about the erosion of trust in the products that all of us offer?
In the era of the globalization of news, which we've been doing at AJ Plus for now almost 10 years, which is connect people to people, away from the lens of power, I think that's more power to the people, not less power to the people, because then you are rehumanizing a story like Palestine through social media that is told by Palestinians themselves instead of parachute media that come and drop, like the aid that's being dropped on Palestine, to tell a story from a different perspective. So you see people like Bisan Aoudeh, like Mu'taz Hazaiza, they are leading the story on Palestine, rehumanizing it, and that's actually good. At AJ Plus, obviously, we've been doing this for a long time, but even Al Jazeera, if you look at the numbers since 7th of October, we are #1 on YouTube globally in news, and this is a trend that goes by topic as well. I think it's very healthy that people also go after mainstream media when they have a headline like, a man set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, the police say, and they don't mention why he did it. Of course the people are going to not trust the media when they do that. This was the New York Times, by the way. And many media organizations did this with Aaron Bushnell when he burned himself. They evaded the topic until people went after them. Power to the people.
So the numbers that you have provided, very impressive indeed. So you're saying there's still great demand, if perhaps not more, for accurate reporting, for accurate news, particularly in times of crisis and war, as you pointed out. Now, of course, we're talking about disinformation, Justin. You can call it fake news. This is not new. I mean, that existed ever since, if you will, we have been created ever since mankind is on Earth. But of course, it has been turbocharged by digital technology. How do you fight fake news, particularly on social media, about false media information? How do you actually
I mean, what's really interesting is that just as AI is rising, social media is falling. And the source of much of the fake news and misinformation of the previous 5 to 10 years actually was from social media. And so people are calling for this apocalyptic future with elections, where AI, deep fakes, and other types of technologies will really be negative. Yet, you know, if you look back at the big elections in 2016 in the US or in other markets around the world, you know, I think something like 3 or 4 out of the top 5 most shared articles on Facebook in 2016 were actually fake articles. So, you know, in some senses, AI will replace the negative of AI will replace the negative of social, which is declining. Now, a piece of good news, you know, AI and deepfakes does not necessarily have to be as effective as you'd think. So the recent Taiwan elections, there was a lot of deepfakes that were being thrown out there in the media, different places. The government got ahead of it and educated the Taiwanese population very proactively about these deepfakes, about watching out for things. And actually, it turned out that the election ended up being relatively unscathed by that. And so a lot of it is about how governments can actually educate their people, their constituents, their voters about this type of information.
And Eamon, just to pick up on what you previously said, it is true, of course, there are a lot of online bubbles. Everybody is sort of reaffirming and is being connected to individuals who just reaffirm their beliefs, their priorities, their principles. It doesn't have to be perhaps a bad thing from the get-go, but of course it completely narrows the perspective of things, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think any of us want to be living in a society where you are living in a bubble, communicating to people that are just reaffirming your own views and validating the positions that you hold. I think we want to live in vibrant societies where we can be challenged and put our ideas out there and have our ideas challenged. So I think it's always going to be a tough place to navigate. And I think, you know, to Justin's point, I go back to this theme of it's important that we know what it is that we consume. I mean, we pay attention to everything that we eat. You go into a supermarket in America and you have like 100 different types of zero-calorie water, and I don't know what the difference between any of them are, but you know the nutritional value of every single bottle. And I feel like we need to have more media literacy education at a young age for people to be aware where their information comes from and how that information is made, so that as citizenry in any society, democratic society, free society, you have more awareness, more information that you can use in the way that you make your decisions about the way you're governed. I think that is something that we constantly have to keep pushing, because the more connected we are, ironically, the more isolated we've become. And that is the real problem. And we certainly saw that in 2016, and technology plays a huge point of that. And like a final point I'll say is in 2016, after Donald Trump won the election, I think a lot of journalists in America woke up and thought, was there something we missed? Is there something that we didn't see in the way the electorate voted? And so a lot of people went out and started to follow on social media and online what we would call in America right-wing media organizations or conservative media organizations. But the algorithms began to filter those out if you're not engaging with them, if you're not retweeting it, if you're not resharing it, if you're not reposting it, if you're not liking it, if you're not commenting on it. And before you know it, even though you're following the channels or following the sources, it's not popping up in your feed. And so your algorithm then becomes the driving force of what the information that you're seeing is. And that's a problem.
It is a problem indeed. All of us are guilty of it, I would assume, and everybody, of course, has that relative or parent on social media or on Facebook who's telling you about a piece of news that we can easily, at least perhaps the four of us here on stage, identify as something that is not true. But the challenge, of course, then is we have an information overload, as Ayman was pointing out. How do we cut through the noise of the news cycle and make sense of the world then without bias and by introducing broader viewpoints? How do we train, if you will, the mind and the awareness of filtering the fake news, the disinformation that we are bombarded with on a daily basis?
Very good question, Ali. We need to know that disinformation only works because we have confirmation bias. If you look at the way the bots work, and even if it's not an AI-generated piece of information, and when it is AI-generated as well, it's the same thing. It's the same trend. The bots launch the disinformation. It's up to us to consume it and let it grow. And it's actually confirmation bias because of the micro-targeting of the platforms that make use of our time, our energy, to make money out of us. So the platforms will actually push this further and further because they want us to spend more time on the platforms. And we, unfortunately, engage more with sensationalist, novel, surprising, shocking news than with actual real news. So it's up to us to fight this, because it only works because we let it grow. If you look at all the what is called fake news, disinformation recently, the 40 beheaded babies, for example, it was a human who generated this. The baked baby on the 7th of October, it's the same thing. And it's a human that generates the disinformation, and then the bots, of course, and also real accounts launch it, but it's up to us. And until today, they are people, because of confirmation bias, that still repeat the 40 beheaded babies lie, although it's been debunked over and over again.
Yeah.
So it's an exercise we need to do, as Ayman said, education. We need to educate ourselves, our own, even in schools. I would say we need to advocate for this kind of education in schools for our sons.
I think that is very important, Justin. Please jump in here.
I want to talk. I think what Ayman and Dima was saying is, we're also potentially at this sort of moment where there's going to be a global news inequality, right? Where the more educated, more affluent folks will have not only the educations to be able to be more discerning about sources that they actually think are valid or not, but they're also going to have the resources financially to actually subscribe to the trusted brands. And I think the global news business is going to bifurcate into mass media, which is going to be, I think, increasingly going to be either state-controlled or oftentimes very, very much propped up by artificial intelligence, and probably more of a place where lots of misinformation will take place. And then the walled gardens of premium media, which ironically in this moment actually might be boosted by the rise of AI and misinformation, because discerning, educated consumers around the world are going to say, you know what, I want to pay that subscription to that global brand that I trust, who I know have humans, verifying information. And so it's this news inequality is going to layer on top of all the other forms of educational inequality, financial inequality, and of course, the result of that is further polarization, further division, further stoking of populism, and that's not a very pretty picture, unfortunately.
And I think you touch upon a very important point, Eamon, that we can talk about disinformation, fake news as something that we might be able to ignore or overlook, but it goes to the heart of democracy. It does undermine the belief and the public trust in democratic institution, and of course opens ways now to populist movements all around the world. That is very concerning.
It is very concerning. In the United States, we live in a free society where ideas compete, and you have the former president was perhaps the biggest liar in the country, who was the perpetuator of fake news and misinformation, and yet people in America consumed it, believed it all of the time. And now we have a pandemic of misinformation as a result of having a president who was the biggest liar in chief. I mean, that is not a secret. That it was very well documented that this was a person who perpetuated lie after lie after lie, and it's costing our democracy severely. And even till this day, perpetuating the biggest lie of all, that the 2020 election was stolen or rigged, when we know that's not to be the case. So I think that the dangers to a society are extreme, and they're very, very real, but you live in a free society where the only way to counter the spread of misinformation is to try and promote the truth, or to try to promote the facts that counter those lies. But as we are seeing, that is extremely hard when you have massive platforms, massive sources of disinformation. A lie spreads around the world much faster, as Dima pointed out, than the truth does.
But perhaps to follow up, because of course the polarization of societies is of great concern to us, to everyone here, and should be of great concern, and the news media, in particular fake news and disinformation, are playing a big part of it. But perhaps to play devil's advocate here just for a second, are we as journalists, or rather as global news outlets, also to blame? Because if you're looking at news these days, it's primarily made up of bias, perhaps speculation, sensationalism, clickbait journalism. Do you think that it is a business also at the end of the day? Do you think that's also a part of it, Dima?
Yes and no, because I think people are after us now. We're not allowed to do maybe as much as we could have in the past, as in people are really after the media not to be as biased as it may want to be. And, we talked about AI and the danger of disinformation on democracy, on elections. It's true. In the global north, that's really a problem. But here, luckily, we don't have elections in this part of the world. We don't have a democratic process, so AI is not the dangerous thing that we need to worry about in terms of democratic process. It's the way that AI is used. If you look at recently in this war, it's used actually to find targets to bomb in Gaza. It's called Hapsora in Hebrew, the gospel. It's the first time that AI is used actually to kill people, so it's even more dangerous. It doesn't just use disinformation to justify genocide through lies. It is actually used to kill people. So I think the conversation between the North and the South is quite different. We're not really worried here about polarization. We're worried about staying alive. We're worried about not being starved to death. We're worried about not being taken for granted as numbers. So yes, it is very, very dangerous, more dangerous than you would think.
Yeah, and of course the concerns varies, and the problems obviously varies. Eamon, you've been a correspondent for a long time in the field in Gaza, including. But at the end of the day, Justin, the question still is at the heart of whether we as journalists also have to do a better job. I mean, we are taking sides in many of the news stories, aren't we?
Well, listen, I think that as long as there's been journalism, news journalism, there has been news journalism that has reflected different political ideologies. And obviously that's become extreme now. In the US, we see this, quite marked. But the reality is that the extremes, the political extremes in most countries actually at least tend to be in aggregate the minority, that there's always a very significant center. And the center is sort of oftentimes maybe not majority, but maybe 40, 45%. And as the world has become so much more polarized and news has become so much more polarized, I think that that consumer looking for a more balanced perspective actually is getting more and more frustrated. And I think that market is in fact growing. And so one of the things our company Semaphore is doing is we're appealing to that consumer in the center who's tired of hearing news blended with opinion on the right or on the left, and advocacy journalism, which is an opinion injected into news. And so we actually remade article formats. We're rethinking the entire model of news to bring diversity of perspective and diversity of ideological balance to everything that we report. It's just applying innovation against a problem.
Because at the end of the day, Ayman, what do we as journalists have if not our credibility? But for that, objectivity is, of course, something that perhaps the viewer, the reader, is requiring, is wanting. Now, if you're looking at the US landscape, say MSNBC on one side of the spectrum, perhaps Fox News on the other, I mean, there is, would you say that there is a bit of a lack of objectivity, not just in the United States, all around the world, but there's always two sides to the story, perhaps?
Well, I don't know if there's always two sides to the story. I think that sometimes is like a very easy way out. Look, I want to say two things. One, maybe as an opinion host, as a perspective host in American cable news, I don't shy away from opinion. I feel like opinion has a place. But I think it's important to let people know that this is an opinion show, and what you're watching is one person's perspective. The importance of that is to diversify the perspectives that you're hearing. But I will say generally, media organizations are made up of people, made up of real people. So you inherit all of the problems and the challenges when you have people in a newsroom. If you don't have a diverse newsroom, you're not going to have a diversity of opinions. If you don't have people with experience, you're not going to have that reality reflected. We also in American media have other challenges that are financially driven because we are profit-run organizations or financial organizations. We're not state-backed, we're not state-owned, we're not a public funded company like perhaps the BBC. So there are other layers of structural problems or challenges, I should say, in American media organizations. And all of that is important for people to understand how the news functions and the news operates. But I do think it's important for people to understand, just the same way you open a newspaper and you have an opinion section from a columnist, you have programs that offer opinions and insights that may not necessarily be, in your opinion, fact. And we've seen that, unfortunately, in America, where politicians now use words like alternative facts, and they want to try to present the fact that there is something as an alternative fact. It's a challenge, and I think the important part is to make sure that these news organizations are transparent about their decision-making processes, held accountable when they make mistakes, and more importantly, have diverse newsrooms that reflects the complexities and ideas that are out there.
Looking at the time, we only have a minute left, but we talked obviously in detail about the role of AI in the dissemination of disinformation. That trend is not going away anytime soon. Dima, how do we as journalists, as news organizations, move forward in the 21st century to remain important, relevant, and reliable?
We keep telling the story in a diverse newsroom, as Ayman said, and I have to say AJ Plus has a very, very diverse newsroom, and that's part of our success. They're all here, actually. Say hello to AJ Plus. It's a very diverse, we are the only 50% men, women in leadership position, and we have a really diverse geographically and culturally, and that allows us to see the story and therefore tell the story from the point of view of the receiver, in the diversities of receivers, and that's a great asset. We also need to keep working on connection between us and the platforms. How do we use the platforms and not the platform use us for making money? So. Yeah.
And I very much like that you brought your family with you, your Al Jazeera family right here. We're in Doha, so it's more than fitting. Ayman and Justin, we're almost out of time, but I give you 20 seconds also for the same question. How do we survive? How do we stay relevant and important as a democratic pillar in the future, as journalism?
Well, I mean, I think it's really, really critical that news organizations act more entrepreneurial and actually open their minds to innovation. You know, the part of the issue, I agree absolutely with what Eamon said about the separation between news and editorial. The problem, of course, is not that. The problem is that many people feel like the news section has actually been infected by the editorial section, and people are reporting the news with bias. And so, you know, our company, this is not a massive innovation, but we said, okay, well, why don't we, every single article that we write at Semaphore, let's put the news in one paragraph, and then let's just say to the world, here's the journalist's view of the news, and make it transparent. We call it transparent journalism. And that little micro-innovation has led to, you know, we have 5 million readers now, people writing us saying, thank you so much for actually innovating in service of this objective.
Amen. As an opinion journalist, you're going to get the last opinion on the stage. 20 seconds.
I think it's important that the newsrooms make a concerted effort to have a diversity of opinion and people with different experiences to report on what is happening in the places that they are covering, not to rely on unverified information, not to rely on computer systems, not to rely on AI or social media, but to actually invest in humans who can actually do the work on the ground, as we're seeing right now in places like Gaza and elsewhere around the world. These are very, we are reminded on a daily basis of the importance of journalism right now in Gaza. And I remind everybody that we're doing so against one of the most challenging environments in the modern era. No access to foreign journalists. Palestinian journalists are reporting entirely for the world. So I think it gives you a sense of just how important journalism is and how important it is to have that reflected in news organizations around the world.
I think, yes, please. I think dependable, reliable journalism.
Ali, did you know algorithms comes from Al-Khwarizmi, who was a scientist in the Abbasid era. He invented algorithms, and it comes from that Khwarizmi and Arabic. I wonder what he would think, seeing how we use algorithms today. Thank you very much for having us, and kudos for having 2 Palestinians on the same panel.
Well, hopefully the algorithms will push this conversation very high up in the social media, because journalism is more important than ever in extremely complex times. The globalization of news in the age of disinformation. Justin, Eamon, Dima, thank you so much. This is your applause. Much appreciated.
AI can do repetitive jobs very well, but how does it fare with more creative tasks? Will AI be able to produce Super Bowl commercials? Will AI create something as memorable as Nike's "Just Do It" slogan? The CEO of the largest creative agency in the world announced their pledge to invest more than $300 million in AI annually. He also argues that AI will create as many jobs as it destroys, but drive new revenue models such as outcome-based remuneration. To find out more about how AI impacts the world of advertising, in conversation with Hamoud Al-Mahmoud from Fortune Arabia, the CEO of the largest advertising agency in the world, please welcome WPP's Mark Reed.
Mark,
okay.
Let's start with the recent announcement of WPP of investing $300 million in AI this year. Tell us about what are you planning to do?
Well, I mean, it's a significant investment, certainly a big investment for us. Yeah. Nowhere near what Microsoft or Google or others are investing. But I think we realize we need to make it because AI is going to be fundamental to the advertising industry. I mean, I think our industry generally has been one of the most disrupted by technology. You know, people used to joke about the last innovation was color television. Well, since then, you know, we've dealt with all of the disruption of the internet, new platforms, everything, just as you have in publishing. And I think that AI, particularly generative AI, is going to be as disruptive to particularly the creative process.
So you wanted to be one of the early adopters of AI?
Well, we have to be the early adopter, don't we? I mean, if you think about it, for the first time, computers can do things we thought only people can do. Take photos, write copy, with Sora, produce video. And so it has to impact not just how work gets produced, but more how we think about the ideas behind it.
So AI traditionally known as only for repetitive tasks. But advertising thrives on creativity and innovation. How do you envision AI complementing the creative process within your campaigns?
I think one area we've been using AI a lot for to date is to bring ideas to life. To show the potential for reaching consumers in different ways using the power of AI. And I think it'd be good for me to actually show you. I'll show you a film in a minute, but let me just explain what's going on. So, one of the things we talk about a lot in advertising is the right message to the right consumer at the right time. But we've never been very good at doing the right message. It's always thin, the same message to the right consumer at the right time. And now, for the first time with AI, opens up the ability to personalize messages to individuals based on insight or something you know about them or data. And so the film I'm going to show you is some work we did in India. It was done by Ogilvy, an extremely strong agency within WPP based here in Doha, done by Ogilvy for Mondelez, for Cadbury. And I think we'll just play the film. If you play the film, we'll talk about afterwards what it means.
Machine learning to recreate Shah Rukh Khan's face and voice to take the local store names in the ads.
इस दिवाली आप भी ना अपने पास वाली चॉइस ऑफ फैशन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। पास वाले आजकल फैशन से ही, रॉयल फैशन से ही, एनके क्लॉथ्स से ही, पास वाली लक्ष्मी कलेक्शन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। इस दिवाली आप भी ना
Different versions of the same ad with local store names were targeted as per the PIN code of the viewer, showing them only the nearby stores. But it is impossible to cover all the stores. So we gave the power to the people to create their own version of not just a Cadbury ad. Any small business owner could promote their stores through their own social media networks like WhatsApp forwards and other social media pages.
हमारे आसपास की जो दुकानें हैं, उनकी दिवाली भी तो मीठी होनी चाहिए।
Cadbury celebrations, not just a Cadbury ad.
So there's a lot within that film. To start with, the idea was that Cadbury's could give something back to local store owners at the end of the pandemic, so it enabled them to market their own things. Secondly, you've got Shah Rukh Khan. I mean, those of you that don't know Shah Rukh Khan, he's like George Clooney, Brad Pitt, sort of added together in terms of stardom in India. And he's, allowed, effectively a deep fake, but one with his permission, to advertise for all those stores. And that work won, a Cannes Lion, not just for creativity, but also a Cannes Lion for effectiveness, because it drove the client's business. I think it just shows some of the potential for personalization of work.
And that's good. And maybe this is also can open the question about the ethical considerations. Let me jump to this question, because using AI will always raise the question about ethical considerations. Data privacy, because here you are using AI for the good to help smaller businesses. So using AI also will open this question about data privacy, transparency. How are you going to fit this ethical considerations into your strategy as WPP?
Yeah, so I think clearly there need to be guardrails around how you use AI. I think it has to be clear and transparent when things are made. Are things fake or real? Now, we've always taken photographs and set things up, so that I don't think is unusual, but I think you have to have ethical guidelines. You have to understand, and you've seen some global AI companies get in trouble today for some of the characterization around people and ethnicity, and these things have to be really sensitively handled. So I think we were talking earlier, I don't think AI is going to replace human creativity. It's not going to replace human judgment, because that's actually what we bring our clients. Yes, it's the idea, but it's the judgment. Is it a good idea or is it a bad idea? I'm often asked, will these computers replace creative people? I say no. I don't think computers can do creatively what people can do. And I'll tell you my chicken story, because it's always the best way of illustrating it. So in Australia, we were approached by an egg company. They make free-range eggs. And these eggs are laid by chickens that run around large expanses of ground, and they have a very nice life and lay chickens. And they came to us and said, we'd like to have an outdoor ad, a series of posters in Sydney telling people how good our chickens were. And we gave the brief to the creative department. And a young woman in the creative department said, well, yeah, we could do a poster, but I've got another idea. She said, in Australia, on every egg, you need to print the date the egg was laid to know it was fresh. Okay. Why don't we print the number of steps the chicken took before it laid the egg, as well as the date? And they designed a Fitbit that they strapped to the back of the chicken. When the chicken ran around the field, it counted the number of steps. They printed the number of steps on the egg. And the idea captured people's imagination. It was in the news, social media, and we created much more impact for effectively no paid media because of the quality of an idea. Now, if you went to a computer and said, give me an ad for an egg, it'll give you a great ad for an egg. It's not going to say, actually, the brief was wrong. This is a better idea than the one you've asked me for. And that's why I think we're safe, at least for the moment.
That's great, because also this will open my mind to ask you about something I maybe mentioned to you earlier during our backstage discussion, which is about the cultural aspect. How could AI understand the cultural aspects of each region, each culture? Because you showed me maybe backstage how you can maybe prepare a campaign using AI to launch Fortune magazine in Qatar.
No.
So there are some, posts and videos coming up. How I can make sure this AI will understand the culture of people here in Qatar or in Australia or somewhere?
No, I don't think it can. I think it can, we see it as augmenting human creativity, not replacing human creativity. So we built this platform called WPP Open that's available to our creative people. So I was showing earlier, you can type in, give me 10 thought starters for a new campaign. It'll give you 10 ideas for a new campaign. Now, none of those ideas are actually correct, but in a brainstorming or to speed up the process, it can work. It can't understand context and design. We work with a lot of clients in luxury goods. Here is a very strong design ethos. It won't get the art direction right or the tone of voice right or those things, but it can do lots of things extremely well. It can certainly write, a first draft of a press release, copy for Amazon, product detail page for an e-commerce thing. It can do lots of quite simple tasks really pretty well.
Okay. Maybe something also related, which is how AI will help understanding consumer behaviors and preferences more deeply, and how will this influence the creation of targeted advertising strategies for you?
Yeah, we showed a good example of how you can use it. We've been working at WPP on what we call brains. So brains are kind of very fine-tuned, highly trained large language models. And we've got two brains I'll talk about. One is a brand brain. So a brand brain understands a brand. So think about, best example is a Kit Kat brain understands what it means to be a Kit Kat, if you like. Have a break, have a Kit Kat, understands tone of voice, understands color and context and brand guidelines. And it can produce work for many channels with a brand accurate with the brand. We've also built audience brains that understand how audiences react to content. And then we can test work against those to see how people will react. And it will say, actually, that word would be better than that word, or that image would be better than that image, or replace that with that. And I think over time, those models are going to get more and more accurate, particularly if we can train them using media data. Now, where you're right is, it may work in the United States, or it may work in the United Kingdom, but you come to a country like Qatar, how are we going to train it? We're going to have to do this work in a much more refined way. And there, I think, it sort of bodes well for a local investment here in AI, and how are we going to develop AI in this country as well.
Is it, I mean, should we expect a time where we can see same advertising customized for each one? I mean, same advertising, I see it differently from yours because...
No, I don't think it's also just about personalized advertising, because there's lots of... I think it would just be more relevant. It will know, is it hot or is it cold? Are you going to a football game or going to the beach?
Yeah.
Lots of things, I think, make advertising more relevant that aren't just about personal identity. But I think it will make it more relevant and therefore more effective.
Okay. So also about implementing or employing AI in a wider advertising industry, what predictions do you have for this, implementation of AI on the advertising industry in general, and how agencies should be prepared for these changes?
I think that's the most profound question to me is how are we going to train people starting in our industry? Because if lots of the basic things that you do when you start in an industry are being done by AI, how are people going to learn? I think in every industry, when you grew up, when you started in journalism, maybe they had you edit things or write headlines or, well, if the machine does that, what are you going to do when you start? How are you going to know what's good or what's bad if you've never been in that situation? So I think one thing we face is how are we going to train the next generation of people to do the things that they learned doing kind of the basic stuff, the first draft of the press release, the 10 ads to go in front of the client for the briefing. So I think we're thinking a lot about sort of training and challenging people. If people ask me, will there be more or fewer jobs at WPP in 5 years' time? And in all honesty, I don't know the answer to that question. I think you can look at all the jobs that won't exist, the jobs that won't exist, but I also think AI will create a lot of jobs that don't exist today. If I look back at WPP 20 years ago, we didn't have social media managers, influencer managers. We didn't have people writing e-commerce pages or programmatic media. So I think technology creates a lot of jobs, and it should create, and AI, I think, will create different types of jobs. People that understand how to train models, who understand how, if you write a photo prompt, it's as complicated as taking a photograph if you see a good one, right? So there'll be different types of jobs for different types of people that understand how to use this technology. And historically, in parts of our business that have employed the most technology, actually they have created the most jobs as well.
So let's tackle it also from another side. With the AI taking more significant roles in creative processes, how do you see the skill set required in the advertising industry evolving? And what are you at WPP preparing your task force to be ready for this next phase?
Yeah, I think we're trying to think of how we can use AI to sort of enable every stage of the process, right? Build a platform that goes across the group. So I mentioned we launched a platform called WPP Open. We now have 30,000 of our 100,000 people using it on a regular basis. So it's how do we get the other 70,000 people to use it? And then how do we demonstrate higher return to our clients from that work? And I think that's what's important is if for the first time we're applying technology to the creative process, it can help make what we do more valuable to our clients, reduce the cost of producing things. I mean, one of the biggest challenges our clients face is all of a sudden they've got to make content for, and you can see them out there, Snap, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Amazon, right? it used to be you make a 30-second, 60-second television commercial. Now you've got all this very, very tailored content. So I think we can use AI to deal with some of the production and cost challenges involved in making work today as well.
People working in creative industry or advertising industry must be afraid now because they see that $300 million from one company to invest in AI. Most of our work in this industry is can be automated. So do you have a full picture now or a clear picture? What is the role of the task force, the human being in the next phase? Should they be afraid of their jobs being lost? What can you see in the short term?
I think we have to invest and take a view that we'll deal with the consequence. We'll train our people and manage the consequences, but we have to embrace it as an opportunity. And actually, interestingly, the creative people in our company are embracing this opportunity because creative people love the ability to produce things. They love to be able to take an idea and be able to show people much more quickly. And I think AI is going to enable a whole generation of people to be creative in ways that they weren't creative before. You think about the role that social media has played in the creator economy. I think there's now 15 million people that make their living, if you can believe it, from the creator economy. It's going to expand the size of the creator economy. It's going to make creative more important. Actually, when anyone can produce work, it's going to be the quality of the idea that stands out. So I think it's going to be actually a lot to do with the quality of the idea. And I don't just mean creatively, I mean in media or in understanding audiences or in insight. The human elements are going to be what differentiates one company's success from the other. The technology will sort of level the playing field over time for those companies that embrace it as quickly as they can.
So do you think AI will create more human needed jobs, maybe, as any other technology before?
Well, I saw Elon Musk talk at a summit in the UK. He said that no one in the world is ever going to need to work again, in his view. So I would be loath to disagree with him. I don't think, he said work will be optional in the future. I don't think it's going to go that far, but it's going to be extremely disruptive. But, I studied economics at university, and there we learned there's this thing called the lump of labor fallacy, this notion that there's a fixed number of hours of work in the economy, and AI will reduce it and create unemployment. I think it will create different types of jobs, and it will be disruptive. And I think those companies and people who will be most successful will be those that embrace it and learn from it the fastest. The creative people in our industry that do best are those that embraced the technology revolution and started to think about, well, how can I use this to create ideas and make them work? So I think we have to be optimistic and positive about it, but we also can't be naive about the consequences, and we have to train people, we have to hold people's hands, we have to take them along that process.
Okay, so looking ahead and beyond maybe 2024, can you share any upcoming AI-driven projects or innovations within WPP that highlight the future direction of advertising?
Well, I think the Shah Rukh Khan work is actually a really good example of kind of personalization at mass scale. But I think we're starting to work, the brains that we're building, these brand brains, I think are really starting to capture clients' imagination, and clients are thinking, because the best brain, if you like, is one that, for brands that have the clearest strategy. And we've always known in our business that the best creative work comes out of brands that have very distinct positioning, very clear strategies. That's what enables creative people to do great work. And so we're seeing, I think, again, much more focus on brand strategy as the basis for what brands stand for. What does Qatar stand for? How do you define it? How do you codify it? Could you train a model to understand it? What would be something that would happen in Qatar versus something that would happen in Dubai, if you like? So I think defining strategy as the heart of brains and how you make them work is going to be quite an important task in the future.
Great. Final question. What would you tell in 30 seconds to individuals who are working in this field, advertising industry, to be prepared for, to have some skills, to have some training on something that can make them relate to AI in the future?
What was, sorry, the question there?
Individuals who are working in this field of advertising, what should they have?
What should they do?
Yeah.
I would
be
go
prepared.
I don't know. I would go and play with these tools. You know, go and play with these tools and see how they can help you answer the questions you have day to day, and amazing things will happen.
Mark Reed, CEO of WPP. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Happening up here. All right. I'm sure most of you have seen the Elvis movie, right? Starring Austin Butler as Elvis Presley, and the world's reaction when he first started performing live in 1954. I'm a big fan of Elvis, so I really enjoyed it. But flash forward to today. What happens when at the age of 17, you become one of the most followed creators on one of the newest and most popular social media platforms? Social media can be both treacherous and empowering. So how can we use it to enhance our goals without getting drawn to its dark side? And how do young creators balance life in front and beyond a smartphone screen? To find out how to survive and thrive on social media, please welcome to the stage in conversation with Elif Bereketli from TRT World, the president and CPO of Kajabi, Sean Kim, and the multi-talented singer-songwriter with over 54 million followers on TikTok, Lauren Gray.
Okay, well, hello. Very good to be with you today on this stage in front of the Web Summit audience. Honestly, you look fantastic from here, which makes me a little more excited than I should be, I guess. But, so today, we're going to talk about social media and especially the dark side of it for especially content creators. Now, I look at you, Lauren. I see someone who is perhaps got it all from the outside. That's how it looks like. You know, you're gorgeous, and she's even prettier, you know, up close, I guess. You have power, you have followers, you presumably have financial freedom and all that. But then, is the picture always this rosy? Behind a life full of glitz and glamour, have you ever felt like in your I guess a decade-long journey into social media, have you ever felt like you're hitting a wall and, I don't know, maybe the lights are sort of blinding you, so to say? Have you ever had such an experience?
For me, I think my social media experience has thankfully been very gradual. My career has built over time, which I'm grateful for. I think I just adjusted time and time again, and it wasn't necessarily one burnout experience. It was, you know, a burnout experience after another, and constantly having to reinvent, evolve. So yeah, and I think like the glitz and glamour is maybe 2% of my life. It's very exciting, and I do love beauty and fashion and that aspect of things, but I think it's a very small percentage of the bigger picture.
That's so interesting, because when you look at it from the outside, when I go and check your online, you know, accounts, your TikTok, or when I see you, you know, walking down, you know, in the Web Summit, it just seems like that from the outside. So, I wonder what kind of an experience it is for you. Because I remember in one interview, you said that by the time you hit 16, you were already feeling burnt out, which was, I guess, 3 years after you got into social media. So, tell us more about that experience, please.
Yeah, I think that was probably the first time that I'd really experienced burnout. I've always been a very determined, very driven person in anything I've pursued. And I think for the first couple of years of social media, I was looking at it with such a rigid framework. I would wake up super early and do exactly what you're saying, my makeup and my hair, and I wanted to be perfect and presentable. And then I found myself realizing that that's not why people were following me. The reason they followed me in the first place was because I was a 13-year-old who was struggling, and there were other 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds who were going through the same thing. And I put so much pressure on myself to fit the bill that I found myself falling behind, and I had to reevaluate and think about the way that I was going about and handling.
We'll come back to that, how your evaluation went and, what way you took after that. But now I want to turn to you, Sean, because you work with a lot of creators and, influencers. So is this something, what Lauren is talking about, that experience, is it something that you see often?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, social media is like anything impactful in life has its pros and cons, good and bad. It's that double-edged sword, right? You have to figure out how to use the good and manage the bad. For instance, social media can really help some content go viral very quickly globally. But then on the flip side, you say something really negative and then you can get canceled very quickly like that, right? So that's the bad side. You can use social media to build a brand, have a lot of followers. But then, like what Lauren's saying, there's a lot of creators that get burnt out because it takes a lot of time and effort to create content to continue to build that brand for your audience, right? And then make money. You can make money on social for sure, but building a business on social is like building a business on quicksand, because social media, like TikTok or YouTube or LinkedIn, every one of those content platforms have algo, and the algo can change at any given time, right? So they can decide who they want to promote and boost, or what type of content they want to promote and boost, and your content can be shown to less people. They can ban your account without even telling you, giving you what's up. They can, if there's a creator fund that's paying creators out, they can change the rules on those creator funds at any given time as well. So it's like building a business on quicksand. And that's the reason why, companies like ours, like Kajabi, what we do is we tell people, hey, you should use social media to build a audience, to build your brand, but you take your audience off of social to your own place of business, where you can control your destiny. You can decide what you want to offer, who you want to offer it to, how much to charge for that content. You own that relationship end to end. And so Kajabi, we've helped 60,000 customers make over $6 billion. We're about to hit $7 billion in the next few months. So these are really serious businesses. We actually have a creator that has made over $100 million on Kajabi, right? And so through video courses, podcasts, newsletters, exclusive community access, coaching. And the other benefit is that you take home 100% of your earnings, unlike other platforms that take like 30%. So that's the big benefit. And I think that's that's why you should really, if you want to build a business on social, you should definitely do it off of the platform.
Because when you're a creator and when you don't know how to monetize your talent, I guess the question of why am I doing this? What's the point to it? Becomes really, pertinent, I guess. Have you ever experienced something like that?
Yeah, I think for me, my social media didn't start as a means to build a business. That wasn't what I was initially seeking. It's something that came as a result of me enjoying it. And I think it can be really difficult. I think people assume that being a creator and having numbers automatically translates to sales and people buying into whatever you decide to put your name on. And I've spoken a lot about this recently. I think it's important to find, because so many markets are saturated. Every other day there's a new creator makeup brand or celebrity makeup brand or clothing line or anything. And that doesn't necessarily equate to numbers. So I think it's finding the things that you're truly passionate about, that because everyone's so transparent, the audience can see when you're just putting your name on something. I think it's finding the things that you can truly get behind and stand behind and are proud of.
I mean, I think it comes down to the question of who is a successful influencer, I guess. I mean, how do you find meaning in your work is the question. I mean, of course, monetizing it makes it more easier, I'm sure, but also, what is the meaning behind creating all this? You know, do you want to build an audience, or do you want to, say things about important subjects that you find about the world, or politics, or whatever, or do you want to make a difference? Is, I guess, the question. It becomes the question, I think, when you are in that position. For example, for you, I wanted to ask Sean, who is a successful influencer for you?
Lauren's very successful.
I mean, how do you define who is successful, or how do you define success? Someone who has the most followers, or someone who can monetize the best? Or
I mean, like the worst position to be in is if you're super famous but have no money, right? That's the worst. No, I mean, like what I've seen is that the creators that are most successful provide content that improves someone else's quality of life, right? So, they're basically subject matter experts, and they use social platforms as a means to find an audience that want to learn from them, and then they create this content that helps them improve their quality of life. So I think that as long as you're solving a problem for people through your content, there could be a potential business there. And from our research, we've seen that you don't have to have millions of followers to make a ton of money. You only need 100 people to pay you $100 a month to make over $100,000 a year, right? So it's not directly correlated either. Like if you have some people, I know creators that have millions of followers and make not much money at all, and I know creators that have a few hundred followers that make millions of dollars, right? So they're not directly correlated. I think the content and your subject matter expertise and your audience is really important to make sure you're building a successful business using social media. So from that perspective, just make sure that if you're creating content, you are solving some kind of problem for your audience, and ideally your audience has money to spend as well, right? So some of the most successful creators on our platform, they're actually teaching how to get a job in tech companies, or how to take care of how to sleep train kids, or like how to create a business around dog walking, right? Very, very diverse, different kind of businesses, but all those businesses that I mentioned just now make millions of dollars a year, and none of them have millions of followers. So it's actually very, very possible. So I think that's really it. It really comes down to, hey, you're solving a problem for people, and the people you're solving problems for have money to spend, and that's the type of content that you want to create.
Lauren, what is a good day like for you on social media? When you go to bed, when do you say, "Ooh, it was a good day"? When you go viral, or when you feel like you've done something meaningful, or someone says something from the audience and you get really excited about that?
I think success as an influencer, I think it varies from person to person. I think where one person might value, business and monetization more, someone else might be like, someone came up to me and said something really nice today, and that made me feel good. Of course, monetization is important and building a business is important, but I think just to add a different perspective, I've had people come up to me today that have like, I watched your content since I was really young, and they're able to call out specific moments, and that's very special to me. So I think everyone defines success differently, and I think sometimes that's through monetization, sometimes it's just because I've been able to connect to someone.
But not everyone is that positive online, right? Like you get mean comments, or sometimes when people compliment you all the time, it's probably hard to deal with as well, right? Like there's this benchmark for you. I gotta be perfect all the time. I don't know. I'm just assuming, because it would be the case with me if people said that I was, perfect all the time, I guess. So how do you deal with that? Like, what you do is open to commentary, but then you shouldn't really hear it every time. So how does it work for you?
I mean, I've had the same issue. I've been doing this for a long time, so I've experienced a lot of it, and I think through that process I've grown quite a thick skin. But it can be difficult, and for me, it's more about focusing on the difference that I'm making, even if it's just for one person, even if that just means that someone feels like they can relate. I think when I was a kid and I was going through all kinds of stuff, I didn't have anyone that I could look to relate to, that was accessible or that I felt like was like me. And being that for other people has been really special, and that's what I want to continue to do.
I mean, any actionable tips, perhaps, for
I don't know, because it's
people?
hard to tell people just ignore it. You know what I mean? Because it does hurt, and you can't
keep a diary or something. I don't know. Like,
yeah,
how do you,
I mean, there's all sorts of things, and I think the way you cope depends on the person. But for me, I surround myself with really great people who make me feel really good about myself, and it makes the rest of the noise a lot easier to deal with.
All right, then let's go back to when you first started social media, that 15-year-old Lauren. What advice would you give her if she was sitting right next to you right now? What would you say?
I think 15-year-old Lauren was doing exactly what she needed to be doing. I think every decision I've made has led me to here. I wish I would have trusted myself more. I think so often as a young woman in any professional space, it can be hard to even take yourself seriously when no one else, values you. I had built this huge platform, and yet I was still walking into rooms where people were giving me zero credit, and I began to think that about myself, and I wish I could go back and change the way that I viewed myself at that time. And gave myself a little bit of credit. But other than that, I think she was doing exactly what she needed to be doing, and I've always followed my intuition.
And how do you feel, in one word, rapid fire, how do you feel about the place your career is at right now, where you've come to about social media?
I'm very proud.
Proud?
I think it's easy to knock it. I think not everyone understands it, but I'm very proud.
You should be proud.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. And Sean, I'm sure there are aspiring creators out there, or creators who are listening to this session. You're so experienced. Tell us what advice you would give them to cope with the dark side of social media.
Yeah, so I mean, I can just speak to it from a creator as well as a executive. I would say number one is like fail often, fail fast. Like just try stuff out. Like don't wait until content or your product is perfect, because it'll take forever, right? That same advice goes to like startups. You just gotta like put it out there, right, and see what happens, and fail and learn from that failure, move on, right? That's advice I would give myself, if I was younger, for sure. Number two is like just trust your gut. I've made actually the biggest decisions I've made in my life were all gut calls. I mean, I'm a pretty data-driven guy. I mean, I depend on a lot of data at work to make decisions. Usually have 70% of data to make a decision, but the biggest gut call decisions I've made in my life were or decisions I made were all gut calls, right? Going from like Amazon to TikTok, back in 2019 when TikTok was not even a real business or app, was a gut call, right? And going from TikTok to Kajabi, also a gut call. Going from the most, successful, viral company in the world to a fairly smaller, unknown company called Kajabi, gut call, right? So I think like these big decisions are all based on gut calls, and I think that's really, really important. The third, I would say, if I were talking to my 15-year-old self, is invest in Bitcoin. Back then, it was like worth nothing. I wish I'd invested more, but yeah, I'd say those are the three.
And I mean, speaking of your career, in hindsight, I guess, what would you have done differently about working with influencers, and what could you do that you did not do, you feel like?
I mean, I think like talking to a lot of influencers and as well as like startup companies as well, I think like the very first thing is to make sure that you don't spend too much, don't take it too serious in the beginning. I think like spending a lot of time to like iterate on the actual content as well as the product. That's what I hear from a lot of the most successful creators as well as startup founders in the world, is that they actually just put something out there. They get feedback very quickly from their audience. Like, hey, what's working, what's not working? What do you want to see more of? What type of content do you want to see or see less of, right? So you get this feedback quickly and use that to create the version 2, version 3, version 4, and so on. And that's been very consistent advice from every single successful creator I've interviewed or worked with. It's like, hey, the first version is going to suck. Just deal with it. Just put it out there, see what happens. Iterate on it, and then version 10 will be way better, right? But you have to do that. But that's like a process you have to go through, right? No one's perfect on the first try.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, that's a great note to end it with, I guess. Thank you so much. It was great being with you. And let's give it up for Lauren Gray and Sean Kim. It was great being with you today.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage CEO of Web Summit, Catherine Marr.
هل يجوز استخدام التكنولوجيا لإهداء تأثير إيجابي على المجتمع؟ كيف يمكن التكنولوجيا مساعدة الأفراد ومنظمات خير الحكومية في التعامل مع القضايا الاجتماعية بشكل أكثر فعالية؟ انضم لهذه الجلسة وأكتشف كيف يمكن التكنولوجيا أن تحسن استراتيجيات العمل الخيري وتمكن المجتمعات. رحبوا معنا في هذا الحوار مع لوريس كونستانتين من فورب الشرق الأوسط للحديث عن التكنولوجيا للخير، ومؤسس المشارك والرئيس التنفيذي لفيرو أيمن هريري، والشخصية التلفزيونية ومؤثرة لوجين عمران، وصاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة لاميا بن ماجد آل سعود. شكراً.
أولاً بدي أشكركم this session will be in Arabic. بدي أتشكر ضيوفي، وأولاً بدنا يعني أول شيء السيشن تحت عنوان Tech for Good أو التكنولوجيا للخير العام. وبنعرف كلنا إنه بكل شيء، يعني أي شيء بحياتنا ممكن يكون في له الجانب الإيجابي والجانب السلبي. بالتكنولوجيا يمكن كلنا بنعرف كيف نفوت على الإنترنت، كيف نستخدم وسائل التواصل. البعض منا عم بيعانوا. لوجين كانت عم بتخبرنا قبل شوي قصة كيف كانت عم بتعاني مع جوانب سلبية بحياتها. البعض رح يكون عنا قصص معهم، قصص نجاح حلوة للإنسانية مع سمو الأميرة. وطبعا أستاذ أيمن رح يخبرنا أكثر عن استثماراته بهذا القطاع، خصوصي أنه هو كمان انضم لترند التواصل الاجتماعي بأفكار جديدة. أهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا. سمو الأميرة، أول شيء بدنا نبارك لكم بأتلاي، هي أول منصة تعمل بالذكاء الاصطناعي لمكافحة التصحر. بدك تخبرينا عن هذه المنصة وبدك تخبرينا عن تجربتكم بالتكنولوجيا للخير العام بمؤسسة الوليد للأعمال الإنسانية. تفضلي.
أولا أنا شاكرة جدا على الاستضافة. أتلاي هي أول منصة حتقوم برصد أي أعمال تصحر أو قطع الأشجار أو حرائق في الغابات، وحتقوم بريبورتينج أو إن هي حتعطي ريبورت أولا للصحافة، للأكتيفيست المهتمين وللأدفوكيت. طيب حتعطي الداتا هذه أو المعلومات هذه علشان يصير في أكشن على الموضوع هذا سواء من الحكومات أو المهتمين. البلاتفورم هذه بتشتغل عن طريق شيئين: الصور اللي بتتاخذ من الأقمار الصناعية والداتا اللي بناخذها من مراكز معلوماتية معينة.
نعم.
طبعا هذا حيخلي في زي تقليص للفجوة المعلوماتية ما بين اللي يحدث على أرض الواقع وللمهتمين للموضوع هذا، وكيف إن هم يشتغلوا عليه بأسرع وقت ممكن وبأكثر داتا صحيح.
هل رح تشتغل هالمنصة بدول معينة بالسعودية فقط أو ضمن برنامج ال10 مليار
على العالم كله؟ هي
نعم.
طبعا المنصة هذه زي ما بترصد التصحر زي ما ترصد زراعة الأشجار. طبعا في المملكة لرؤية 2030 احنا عملنا كوميتمنت ان احنا حنزرع 10 مليار شجرة. هذا برضه حيطلع على نفس الابلكيشن هذا. وطبعا البلاتفورم هذه هي جلوبال، تقدري تدخلي وتحددي البلد وهي بترسل الريبورت هذه ب7 لغات باي ذا واي.
حنرجع لك لنحكي أكثر عن التكنولوجي كيف عم تستخدموها للأعمال الإنسانية والخيرية وللخير العام. رح أنقل لعندك لوجين، إعلامية رائدة أعمال وكلكم بتعرفوها نجمة ومؤثرة على وسائل التواصل. لوجين، أنت كيف تستخدمين التكنولوجيا؟ يعني نحن بنلاحظ وقت اللي بندخل على حساباتك بنلاقي إنه ما عندك فضايح، ما عندك قصص اللي بيعملوه كتير ناس لحتى يجيبوا خلينا نقول متابعين. أنت خلينا نقول مثال باستخدام هالوسائل، فكيف تستخدميها؟ شو الخطة تبعك؟
تسلمي. أول شيء شكراً. التكنولوجيا اليوم موجودة لخدمة البشرية، لتخلي حياتنا أفضل، أسهل، أجمل، لتعزز طريقة تفكيرنا، عطائنا، إنتاجنا. ولذلك هي مجرد وسيلة مثل ما قلتي. نعم. وسائل. إذن التكنولوجيا وسيلة موجودة ما بين إيدينا، تعتمد علينا إحنا كيف نستخدمها، كيف نطوعها. هل راح نستخدمها بشكل إيجابي أم بشكل سلبي؟ لذلك اليوم كمان في الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي موجود هو ذكاء اصطناعي وجد الإنسان أيضا لا يساهم في خدمة حياتنا. سمو الأميرة ذكرتي كيف أنه استخدمتوا الذكاء الاصطناعي أيضا في مجال الشغل الخيري والإنساني والاستدامة، وسهل أمور كثيرة عليكم، حتى إنتاجكم راح يكون بشكل أفضل وأسرع. لكن للأسف الشديد اليوم الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي موجود هذا الشيء ما منع أنه ما زالوا في ناس للأسف عندهم غباء طبيعي ما قدروا يستثمروا هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي، ولسه ما زالوا حاطين للأسف عقولهم على الرف، لا تبغى تحلل ولا تبغى تفكر ولا تبغى تستنتج. ولذلك اليوم البعض استغل الذكاء الاصطناعي في أنهم يروجوا من خلال أنهم ينصبوا على الناس ويحتالوا عليهم. ويمكن غالبيتكم شافوا الفيديوهات المنتشرة مؤخراً للترويج عن السوق العقاري أو السوق المالي والتداول بصوتي. طبعاً هو ما هو صوتي في الحقيقة، هم استخدموا هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي لاستخدام صوتي مع فيديوهات مصورة سابقاً لي. للأسف الشديد أيضاً أنه في ناس كثير طاحوا في هذه المصيدة، نصبوا عليهم، في ناس تصفرت كروتهم البنكية، صار عندهم قضايا، صار عندهم مشاكل مادية ومالية كبيرة. طيب هل أنا الملامة ولا هم الملامين؟ لأنه الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي قدر يستغلهم، قدر يوصل لهم من خلال هذا الصوت من غير ما يتأكدوا هل هو على منصتي، هل هو على السوشيال ميديا الخاصة فيني، هل أنا اللي روجت له ولكم شفتوه على منصات أخرى غير منصتي الخاصة، هل سألتوني، هل راجعتوني. طيب ففي أمور كثيرة. بعدين بالعقل، يعني حدث العاقل بما لا يعقل فإن صدق فلا عقل له. إنه أنا أعطيك اليوم 100 وترجع لي إياها آخر الشهر 10,000 ولا 5,000 لا تصدق. الكسب السهل والسريع هذا غير ممكن في الحياة، لا الآن ولا في المستقبل. فلذلك أنا بس دائما أتمنى الناس تتوخى الحيطة والحذر وتسأل وتستفسر، لأنه ما ودي أنه عدد الناس اللي نصب عليهم أو نسبتهم تزيد.
أيمن الحريري، أهلا وسهلا فيك. أيمن مثل ما بتعرفوا بيحتل المرتبة 17 على قائمة فوربس للأثرياء العرب، ما في ما أقول هيدا الشيء. أيمن حضرتك تركت البانكينج، تركت الإنشاءات، تركت كل شيء وعم بتركز حاليا على التكنولوجيا. عم تطلق منصة أو اوريدي أطلقت للتواصل الاجتماعي تحت اسم فيرو.
صحيح.
ليش؟ هل اليوم بعد فينا يعني نتحمل أكثر أفكار جديدة بالتواصل الاجتماعي، أو حتكون يعني شو الجديد اللي رح تقدمه إضافة للمنصات الأخرى؟ تفضل.
صحيح. هو فيرو استثمار خاص لي استخدام التكنولوجيا لتحسين العالم عبر التواصل الاجتماعي، اللي هو التواصل العادي بالعالم بالحقيقة، يعني بالعالم الحقيقي، مش بس
الذي
أونلاين.
يحقق الخير للجميع.
صح،
خلينا
بالضبط.
نعم.
والتكنولوجيا مزبوط لازم نستعملها لنحسن العالم، مش نستخدم التكنولوجيا لحتى نستغل العالم. ونحن حابين انه نخلق سوشيال نتورك جديد. الناس هن بيكونوا زبوننا، مش عم نستعملهم لحتى نعطي شيء لزبون تاني اللي بدهم يسووا دعايات على المنصة تبعتنا. فهاي شغلة جديدة ما حدا تاني عم بيعملها بالعالم. واليوم حابين كمان نعرف العالم على شو التطورات اللي عم نسويها باستخدام مش بس التكنولوجيا، بس كمان استخدام يعني نفتح فرص للناس انه يدخلوا بالامور اللي حابين يشوفوا تغيير بالعالم، او يفوتوا باشياء هن حابينها.
نعم.
فبالاشهر الماضيه اعلنت انه اشترينا بورصه، اللي يعني واحد يسال سؤال انه ليش سوشيال نتورك عم تشتري بورصه.
يا ريت بتركزوا شوي على هيدي النقطه، لانه يمكن رح تكون اول منصه تواصل اجتماعي عندها بورصه، رح تستفيدوا انتم ورح يستفيدوا هن.
مزبوط. هي الفكره كلها انه اليوم الناس مثل يعني ما شاء الله لجان عندها فولوينج كبير، والناس كثير بيحبوا يشوفوا شو عم تعمل على السوشيال ميديا. بس المنصه نفسها انستغرام ولا غيرها بيستفيدوا منها اكثر بكثير من ما هي بتستفيد من هالسوشيال نتورك. وحابين انه نلاقي طريقه انه نخلي انه تقدر انه يكون في نوع من شيرنج بيناتهم. بس هذا صعب كثير يعني اللوز اللي موجوده، القوانين، انه نقدر نسويها. فعشان هيك اشترينا بورصه. هاي البورصه بتخلينا مش بس انه نخلي الناس مثل لجان انه تستفيد من الفاليو من الناس، القيمه اللي بتجيبها للسوشيال نتورك، بس كمان انه تشارك الفولورز او يقدروا يشاركوا معها بالاشياء اللي هي بدها تساويها لحتى يقدروا يستثمروا معها بالبروجكتس الجايه. هذا تفكير جديد.
هيدي البورصه ايمن رح تكون مخصصه فقط للفكره تبعكم للسوشيال
صحيح،
ميديا.
مزبوط.
لن تكون منصه تداول دولار وعملات واسهم والى اخره.
نحن حابين انه الاشياء اللي بتيجي على هاي البورصه بتكون اشياء الكوميونيتيز او الناس اللي بيعملوا فولوينج لناس، نقدر نستعمل الفاليو، يصير في تبادل قيمه بين الناس. فان كان مثلا
هل بيكون
تيم فوتبول،
قيمه اكاونت، قيمه لوجين مثلا، او قيمه لوريس، او قيمه القصص اللي بدنا نتداولها؟
صحيح، مثل اي شيء ممكن ينحط على البورصه، مثل تيم فوتبول او جيم مثلا، بنلعب جيم اونلاين. هدول الجيمز بيعملوا أرباح كبيرة، ممكن هدول الأرباح تتشارك مع الناس اللي بيستعملوا الجيمز واللي بيشتروا يعني بيشتروا حصة فيها وبيستعملوها. فكله تحت فكرة إنه التكنولوجيا لازم تستخدم لفكرة، ومش نطلع أفكارنا بس هي كيف نستغل العالم وناخد منهم. أظن في اليوم يوم جديد أو إيرا جديدة إنه الناس يقدروا يتبادلوا قيمة بيناتهم.
يكون وين وين سيتويشن قصدك؟
تو واي وين وين
سيتويشن لجميع الأطراف.
صح.
إذا بس ممكن أستأذنك أبغى أتأكد من المعلومة لأنه أشعل الحماس الداخلي، أبغى أشوف الموضوع مغري جدا لهذه المنصة. لو أنا سجلت اليوم بالمنصة وكان عندي مثلا الفاشن لاين توني طلعتها جديد،
نعم.
هل ممكن الناس يدخلوا معي كشراكة أو يشتروا أسهم فيها؟
صحيح صحيح،
ويستفيدوا
يستفيدوا من شغلك، بس كمان يصير في تبادل بين مش بس followers غير عن customers غير عن أو زبون وغير عنك، يصير في نوع من connection بين انتوا الثلاثة، تقدروا تنموا مع بعض ويكونوا معك بهالنمو تبع هاي الشركة اللي جاية ما شاء الله من هالفولوينج، من هالناس اللي بيحبوكي. فبصير في نوع من أخذ وعطب بيناتهم. ممكن بالمستقبل كمان تسأليهم شو المؤسسة اللي حابين من 3 مؤسسات، أنا عم بفكر بين هدول الثلاثة مين من هال3 مؤسسات حابين إنه ناخذ جزء من أرباحنا ونعطيهم. التكنولوجيا بتعطي الفكرة إنه نقدر تو كونكت، يعني الناس إنه يكونوا مع بعض بتغيير العالم. هذا ما عم بيصير اليوم.
شو كنت عم تعملي لوجين انت وايمن قبل ما نرجع لسمو الاميره لنحكي عن الاعمال الانسانيه كمان؟ شو كنت عم تعملي انت وايمن؟ انا اخذت صوره قبل ما نطلع على السيشن.
كنا جالسين نشوف الخطوات اللازمه عشان افتح حساب بشكل رسمي، ووعدني he will verify my account.
I verified it already. صار verified أكيد.
طب حلو ممتاز. هذا الحلو في القمة إنه جمعتنا كلنا اليوم لنستفيد ولنفيد ونطلع بأشياء جديدة.
صحيح.
ففيكم تتابعوا لوجين على فيرو وتخلوها تستفيدوا، أيمن يستفيدوا وأنتم تستفيدوا كمان
إن شاء الله بالمستقبل.
إن شاء الله. سمو الأميرة بدنا نحكي يعني ننتقل شوي للأعمال الخيرية، الأعمال الإنسانية يلي كمان حضرتك ضالعة فيها من وقت طويل. إذا بدنا نحكي عن تأثير التكنولوجيا، يعني كيف استخدمتوها للخير العام؟ وهون بعتقد استخدمتوها لحتى تعلموا الناس كيف يتصيدوا مش تعطوهم السمكة.
بس عندي سؤال لأيمن.
تفضل.
هل في مجال برضه للبروجكت الإنسانية على بالك؟
نعم 100%. البروجكتس الإنسانية ممكن تستخدم الجمهور لحتى يكونوا ورا شيء، وما ضروري يكون بس إنه عطاء بدون مردود. في إمكانية لخلق بروجكتس إنه يكون له مردود، بس يكون للطبيعة ولا تحسين الطبيعة ولا بهالمجال. وحكينا عن بروجكت ممكن ينعمل ونقدر نسويه مع بعض. بس الجمهور عندهم قوة ما بنتصورها، وعندهم نية. النية موجودة بس الوسائل غير موجودة. فاللي عم نجرب نحن نسويه إنه نخلق سوشيال نتورك مع يعني بلاتفورم يكون قانوني. هذا المهم جدا بهيك مجالات، وندمجهم مع بعض لحتى نحسن هالعالم ونجيب أفكار مثل أفكارك طال عمرك، لحتى مع الجمهور تقدروا تنفذوا كل الأفكار اللي بدكم تسووها وتعطي وين وين مع العالم.
طيب خلينا نرجع شوية للفيلانثروبي، ولكن أبغى أقول شيء. العامل الجذب سواء هو للبزنس أو حتى للعمل الخيري، إحنا التكنولوجي إحنا ليش رحنا لها؟ لأن إحنا نبغى نتوجه لجيل الشباب. جيل الشباب ما هم جيل حيسمعوا طريقة حكينا أو اللي يعجبنا أو اللي إحنا يشدنا، لا. التكنولوجي أو العالم الافتراضي هو هذا العالم اللي تلاقي عليه الشباب. وكنا لسه قاعدين نحكي جوا وكنا بنحكي على يوم التسامح العالمي. المؤسسة طبعاً لها باع كبير في موضوع الثقافة والآرت والفن وكيف هذا بيقرب الشعوب من بعض. ويوم التسامح العالمي العام أطلقنا أول سنتر لمؤسسة خيرية على الميتافيرس. حطينا فيه اغلب البيسز اللي موجوده في المتاحف اللي احنا بندعمها. وكانت الصدمه ان جاء عليها 2.5 بليون هيتس على السنتر هذا اللي على العالم الافتراضي. ولما جينا نسال انه ليش، ايش اللي صار يعني علشان 2.5، لقينا ان العالم الافتراضي او الميتافيرس هي مرايه من جيم اولادنا صار لهم 10 سنين بيلعبوا فيها، اللي هي
بين الجيمز وبين
هي واحده من الجيمز اللي مره معروفه، اللي هي نايت فورت والاشياء هذه. هم بيعيشوا حياتهم كومبليتلي على الاونلاين.
صح.
فمن هنا بدينا نفهم أهمية التكنولوجيا للعمل الإنساني، كيف إن أنت تقدري توصلي لسيجمنت معينة والأعمار معينة والأماكن معينة والمواضيع معينة. برضو مثل ما قالت لوجين، هو في شق سيء في الاي اي وفي التك وفي الانوفيشن، ولكن في شق مهم جدا، لان انت هي دايركت. انت مثلا تبي توصلي لعمر معين مثلا متخرج من مكان معين، هو موجود في مكان معين، بيحب الاشياء المعينه، انت دايركت تقدري توصلي للمستفيد هذا، وتقدري يعني تنمي الوعي في امور معينه على العالم. فاحنا بالنسبه لنا سواء كانت الميتافيرس او اتلاي اللي اطلقت اليوم، او حتى الابلكيشن اللي بنطلقها لفائده الناس اس بروبونو في المجال الشق القانوني مثل ما تكلمنا لدعم المراه، اتخيل انه هو شيء اساسي، ولازم انه كل المؤسسات الانسانيه او الخيريه ان هي تبدا تستعمله، لانه حيوفر كثير من الوقت، كثير من الجهد، وحيوصلك للمطلوب في اسرع وقت ممكن.
ان شاء الله. لوجين، بدي ارجع لعندك انت، يعني اضافه الى انك من المؤثرين على مواقع التواصل، حضرتك قدرتي كمان تستغلي هالشغله لتحقيق خلينا نقول مردود مادي، وهيدا الشيء طبعا شرعي. يعني انا عم بستغل شهرتي لحتى طلع معيشتي وطلع اعمل ثروه الى حد ما. فبحب انك تخبرينا عن هيدي التجربه، لاني كمان مثل ما كنت عم بقول قبل شوي تجربه فريده خاليه من الفضائح.
الحمد لله. لا، الله يبعدنا عن المشاكل والفضائح. للاسف البعض بيدور الطريقه الاسهل والاسرع حتى في الشهره، واللي انا بسميها مرض العصر مع الاسف. الكل صار يبغى يصير مشهور حتى لو ما عنده ماده ذات قيمه او شيء يقدر يقدمه للمجتمع او للناس. فصار ممكن يضحي بسمعته، ممكن يضحي باسمه، بعائلته، ببلده، مو مهم، المهم انه انا اوصل وانشهر. بس مش هذه الشهره الدائمه. كثير يقدروا يوصلوا للقمه، بس مش الكل يقدر يحافظ على الوصول للقمه. فلذلك انا بالنسبه لي اوكي مهم اني اوصل، بس ابغى احافظ كمان على القمه اللي وصلت لها. لذلك احاول اكون دائما مثل ما انا، صادقه، واضحه، صريحه. حقول لك مثلا على سبيل المثال لا الحصر كيف استفدت من السوشيال ميديا في مجال انكم لي، في مجال العقارات. مجال العقارات انا كنت مبتدئه بسيطه جدا، دخول خجول لمجال العقارات، ولكن اليوم الحمد لله صرت اشتغل مع اكبر الشركات اللي موجوده للعقارات للترويج، لانه اول شيء في مصداقيه، في حقيقه. دائما بحاول اني اسال عن الشركه المطوره العقاريه قبل ما اشتغل معاهم، على سمعتهم في دائره الاراضي والاملاك، على الناس اللي تعاملوا معاهم، هل التسليم، هل الفينشنج صحيح، ولا مجرد وعود وكلام يطلقوه بالسوشيال ميديا. فاليوم لما تيجي شركه تتعامل معي مره وترجع معي بالمشروع الثاني، بعدين ترجع للمشروع الثالث، طيب انا جالسه استفيد اكيد ماديا، بس كمان مصداقيتي قاعده توصل الشيء الصحيح للناس، وهذا اللي يدفع انه شركه العقار ترجع تتعامل معي مره واثنين وثلاثه واربعه، لانه قدرت ابيع لهم، فطبيعي حيرجعوا مره ثانيه عشان ابيع لهم المشروع اللي بعده. فيصير التعاون اللي ما بيني وبينهم ما هو قصير الامد، طويل وطويل جدا، وقد يكون دائم، لانه في هذه المصداقيه. وانا دخلت السوق، يعني في اعطيتهم تجربه على ارض الواقع، كنت انا المثال، مش بس اسوق، لا انا سوقت واشتريت واستثمرت وكبرت. فقاعد اعطيهم هذا المثال، فيكم تكبروا، فيكم تنجحوا، بس الموضوع ما راح يقتصر على احلام ونوايا، لازم يكون في استعداد، لازم يكون في إرادة من الداخل إنه يس إحنا حابين إنه إحنا ننجح، بس لازم تنزلوا على أرض الواقع وتشتغلوا.
أيمن، يمكن في شغلة الألغوريثم يلي حابين نحكي معك فيها، أنا كنت حابة أحكي مع الكل فيها. الحقيقة. بس حضرتك كمستثمر اليوم بهذا المجال بعرف انه كل الناس بينشغل بالهم انه وقت اللي بفوت على منصة جديدة، خصوصي اذا كان احد مؤثرين، مؤسسة عالمية، مؤسسة تبغي فعل الخير وتبغي الوصول الى الجميع، عم تصطدم أو أحيانا كلمات معينة بينعمل لها بلوك، حسابات معينة بينعمل لها بلوك. كيف تنصح الناس يتجاوزوا هالشيء وكيف رح يكون هالالجوريثم على منصتكم؟ معنا دقيقة واحدة أو دقيقة ونص، تفضل.
تجاوز هذا الموضوع على غير منصات ما فيني أعطي فكرة، عشان ما في طريقة تجاوز هذا الموضوع على غير منصات. بس على منصة فيرو نحن ما عندنا الجوريثم، فمعناته كل شيء اللي حدا بيعمل بوست على فيرو كل الناس بتشوفها. الأشياء اللي نحن بنتدخل فيها إذا ناس كانوا رزيلين أو تساءوا مع حدا تاني على الابليكيشن، بس هاي مثل كأني عندي مطعم أو أوتيل والناس كيف بيتعاملوا مع بعض، إلي حق أقول بليز هذا الشيء ما بيصير عنا إنه تتعاملوا بهاي الطريقة. بس غير عن هيك الالجوريثم مش موجود عنا. مش موجود عنا ليش؟ عشان ما عم نعمل دعايات، نحن ما عم نفيد حدا تاني، نحن بدنا الناس اللي بيستعملوا الفيرو انه هن يستفيدوا، فهن زبوننا مش حدا تاني.
نعم.
فما عم نركب الجوريثم لحتى يورجوا الناس شو نحن بدنا اياهم يشوفوا. مش هون الفكرة. الفكرة انتم بتعرفوا كيف تتعاملوا مع بعض، نحن هون كتكنولوجي بلاتفورم عم نعطيكم الطريقة انه تتعاملوا مع بعض وبس.
يعني مثل ما شفنا دايما بكل شيء في وجه مشرق. 3 أمثلة على وجه مشرق للتكنولوجيا. بدي أشكركم لجان عمران سمو الأميرة أيمن الحريري، وشكرا لمتابعتكم. شكرا.
شكرا. شكرا.
Okay, I'm sure you, like me, are very excited about technology affecting our real-world lives, especially when we watch science fiction movies like Minority Report. Remember Tom Cruise? They had those driverless cars that go right up to the apartment. Or Wakanda from Black Panther with its high-tech advancements like that dome shield to protect it from all the aliens, and probably Donald Trump as well. So now imagine a real-world cityscape where every corner pulses with artificial intelligence and urban life is redefined by AI. For our final talk for Day 2 at Web Summit Qatar, we'll take you on a journey into the heart of tomorrow's interconnected AI cities coming soon to a future near you. Please welcome the founder and CEO of Terminus Technologies, the appropriately named Victor AI.
Thank you, Casey. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy in the whole afternoon I've been hearing people talking about my name, AI, AI, AI. So I think it's good for me to be here to talk about some very interesting topics with you guys. So for thousands of years, human beings have been finding the next habitat. Let's start by watching a short video.
velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters.
So that was an amazing video. I hope my team can make that through Sora in the future so that I don't have to pay for my team. So after the video, you can say, driven by the technologies, in the early days, human beings, we live by the water, such as the Sumerian civilization, the ancient Egyptian civilization by Nile River, and also the Yellow River civilization in ancient Chinese. Later on, driven by the technology, we can turn the deserts into oases. The steam engine really expand the boundaries of the cities. By steel structure and the skyscrapers, we can build empire building 100 years ago. And now, today, we are here in Doha, with the landfill and infrastructure system, the Pearl Island, Doha, can exist. Nowadays, people are talking about human beings have set off their journey towards outer space. We're going to Mars, we're traveling to different galaxies. So here's the question, to be or not to be? Should our next habitat to be the outer space or should it be on the Earth? That's something I want to talk with you guys today. So let's look at the opportunity option to be outer space. It's very interesting for me that nowadays when I meet with someone, everyone is talking about immigrant to Mars. Okay? If you are not traveling to the galaxy in the next few years, you are considered outdated and not cool at all. But let's look at the numbers, if we're really considering moving to Mars. What are the costs if we make Mars the next habitat? Okay, there are 58 million kilometers from the Earth, and it takes 7 years by airplane, 8 months by spaceships. And the cost of construction, the spaceship itself alone will be $8 trillion. So some of my friends said, it's not too much. $8 trillion. Some Altman is asking for $7 trillion just by build the chips. But think about it. This is just a cost for the construction of spaceships. If we are shipping 8 billion people to Mars, okay, think about the cost of transportation. Think about the water and food and all the supply chain we need to provide to them. How much would that be, right? And also, if we consider the rebuilding cost on Mars, human beings take 5,000 years to build whatever we have today on the Earth. If we were to build everything again on the Mars, how much will be taken? So it's really, really, a headache for me when I'm thinking about moving to the Mars. So in our view, we still think the best habitat should be on the Earth, even though with all of the challenges we have. So we are thinking how to turn the Earth into the best habitat for human beings and tackle with the scarcity issues, the scarcity of land, the scarcity of energy, the scarcity of productions. So let's take a look at the scarcity of land. Okay, in fact, there are only 20% of the Earth is occupied by human beings today. And if you look 2,000 years ago, there are less than 400 million human beings on the Earth. And right now, how much we have? We have 8 billion human beings population in 2024. So it seems to me not that big issue. And also, we see there are a lot of pioneering countries and governments in the world are trying to solve the issue of land by building the new protocol of next generation cities. For example, in Lyon, they are building the Line project in Saudi Arabia. And in Japan, they are building a woven city driven by the autonomous driving and robotics. And in United States, they are building oasis in the middle of the desert. And also in China, Terminus Technology is building a deep sea project in the East Ocean. So if we look at the scarcity issue again, in 1995, the first NVIDIA chips, they have the transistor count for 1 million. And now, the latest model, the GPU H100, have a transistor count for 80 billion. So the technology can really change a lot. And after the scarcity issue with land, let's look at the scarcity issue of energy. So the chairman of BYD, which is the largest automobile company in China, he says, if 1% of a desert area in China is covered by solar panels, you could solve the electricity consumption demand of 1.3 billion people in the country. And just a few days ago, I was reading the news, published by the Nature magazine. It says through the AI deep reinforcement learning, Princeton University researchers successfully avoided fusion plasma tearing instability. It opens the door to inexhaustible clean energy. This is really impressive to myself. So if we can solve the scarcity issue of the energy, let's look at the scarcity issue for productions. So when we talk about the scarcity issue for productions, we have to take into account that the productivity can be increased by the technologies. So if we assume the computers never get any faster, you might come to the conclusion we need 14 different planets and 3 different galaxies and 4 more suns to fuel all of this. But today, we don't have that. Right? We have the GPU to replace the CPU. And in the near future, we can see that the quantum computing can replace the GPU. So by increasing productivities, we will have abundant productions. Production of food, production of water, and production of intelligence. And also, the technology is developing so quickly that OpenAI, the most transformative technology, which used only 1 year to turn ChatGPT into Sora. While everyone, the world has been shocked by the first large language model, now it gets into the multimodality model. And in the near future, people say it takes 81 years to achieve the AGI, but now I think we have the consensus that the AGI will be realized within the next 20 years. So take an example for the scarcity of production issue. I am from China. When I was young, there are always China's threat everywhere. It says it is impossible for China to feed 22% of the world's population with only 7% of the world's land. In order to feed a population of over 1 billion, China has to import a large amount of food from abroad, bringing huge impact on the world's food supply, causing an increase in world food prices and storage. That's why we need to let China not develop, let them not eat so much. But after 30 years, China has not consumed the world. As a matter of fact, in the past 3 years ago, we just removed the absolute poverty in our country. And also, thanks to the technology evolution, the Chinese people have contributed to the world economy, making the world more prosperous. And also through technology, we can provide, and AI, we can provide a better healthcare, education, customized services, and enjoy the democracy of technology. So this is a video for terminals, the large robotics. We have provided more than 200 robotics in the Expo 2020 Dubai. We believe the next AGI robotics can really replace a lot of labor force and make the people a better life. So, in conclusion, we believe with all the technology development, we are safe to say that our Earth can still hold more than 20 billion population in the near future. So, by doing that, Terminals Group is providing an AI-driven technology solution. We call it space. So this space is different from the space by Elon Musk. It actually stands for sustainable, perceptible, autonomous, customized, and energetic. So we are using sustainable technologies, such as carbon neutrality technologies, to transform and store the renewable energies into sustainable powers. And with AIoT technologies, such as generative AI, IoT, and digital twin, we are deploying the smart devices within the space, and that will perceive your needs. For autonomous, through deep learning, the space is able to learn the habits of the people and offer autonomous services, such as autonomous driving and AIGC, the AI-generated content. We're providing autonomous AI-generated content to our clients every single day. For customized, instead of offering monopolies, standardized services, the space provides tailor-made, customized services. So in Terminals AI City, everyone in the future will have AI agents and also will be served by the embodied AI robotics. Okay? So everyone will have his own tutors, his own teacher, his own doctors. And they are all personalized and customized. So with all these features, we are able to embrace a more energetic and exciting lifestyles. We will have the AR, VR experiences, metaverse experiences, and also the world simulator experiences in our AI city. So who is Terminals Group? This is actually a real picture of Terminals Group's office. We just opened in Dubai, in the Awasa Dome, in the Expo City. So Terminals Group is a unicorn company originated from China, and we have successfully raised over $1 billion and from more than 20 world-leading strategic investors. We have 3 full-time top scientists, ranked the world's top 2% scientists by the Stanford University. And the company is positioned to build next-generation future city and be the digital transformation partner. We are redefining the smart city, just like Apple redefined the smartphone with iOS. Tesla redefined smart cars with its Tesla OS, and we are redefining the smart city with AIoT technology and our operating system called TACOS, Terminals AI City Operating System. Our vision is to create future cities with urban and sustainable techs and enable wonderful lifestyles for human beings. So the last picture is actually the photo I took before I came here in Botswana in the safari. For me, I really don't want to move to Mars. I love my home here. I love the Earth. I love to stay on the planet. Let's protect the environment, and let's develop our technologies, and let's make Earth the next habitat for human beings. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Victor. All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to set up the stage. We're bringing out 8 startups for the semifinals pitch with a whole bunch of judges. And you guys are going to be one of the judges as well. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thanks. Are they building it now?
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
All right. Amazing. Hi. Center stage audience. Welcome to Web Summit Qatar's pitch semifinals powered by Jasur. My name is Sunil Sharma.
And I am Casey Lau, and we'll be your host for Pitch today. In a few moments, our 8 semifinalists will begin one of the most exciting events at Web Summit Qatar right here on center stage.
Yeah, and so now these 8 startups have had to fight hard in the group rounds yesterday to earn their chance to pitch here in front of you today. And at this year's Web Summit Qatar, 1,000 startups have been exhibiting here. So even to get to the final 8 is already a massive accomplishment. Now, what they're going to do is battle it out once again to see who will go through tomorrow to find out who will be crowned the winner of Pitch Web Summit Qatar 2024.
Only 3 startups will make it to the pitch final, which will take place tomorrow, as Sunil just said, here on center stage at 12:30 p.m., which I'll be hosting. So I'm super excited to see who will make it into the semifinals now, but to choose our 3 finalists, we'll need some superstar judges.
Yeah, so please put your hands together for our judges. Let's meet them up here on stage right now. Come on out, judges. Take your seats, please. Welcome. Amazing. Welcome. Good to see you. Okay, now these judges, they're representing Jasur, Invest Qatar, Mappable, Unicoin, Startup Studio, Plus Venture Capital, 7% Ventures, Dubai Future District Fund, and TRGC. And for the semifinals, there's only going to be pitches with no Q&A allowed. And the startups are going to have only 3 minutes to convince our judges that they have what it takes to be in tomorrow's finals. So that's enough from us. It's time now to hear some pitches.
Are you ready, judges? Yes. Let's hear it for the first pitcher of today, Next Tech.
Come on out, Next Tech.
Hello, everybody. My name is Juanita. I'm coming from Nextech. We are from Colombia. And let's start. In these 7 seconds, another pregnant woman or her newborn died around the world because of causes that could be 100% preventable. And the reason why is because health today is reactive. And why hasn't the model changed into a preventive way? Well, it's all because of data. Why? Because data is if we got volume of data, we can create AI solutions. And today is very hard because there is not enough. In big data, healthcare is far behind. A patient will do 0.1 gigabyte per year. And if you compare to airplanes or cars, it's far behind. So the way that we can see the patients is very blurry, just as the way that you see it there. We don't have enough information. So what's our solution? It's a customizable digital platform for health organizations that it's white label and also HIPAA compliant. We got 2 main technologies. Number 1 is IoT. So we use Bluetooth devices like this one to be connected to our app. And second, we use machine learning in order to do the predictive analysis and create the alerts for pregnant women. And it's not just about collecting data and monitor, but also to have a different features that we can personalize for each of our clients. The solution is simple and gives peace of mind to our patients. Number 1, we connect the device. Second, we have, if something goes wrong, questions will be added into the app. And third, a nurse or doctor will connect you in a matter of minutes. This is a proven solution. We have done this in Colombia with 5,000 patients for very poor backgrounds. And by now, according to statistics, we should have 2 women dead and 40 newborns. So we have already saved 42 lives. And in terms of hospitalization, we have less than 10% less hospitalization and 4% less newborns die that born underweight. That means that we are also saving costs. And the most important, we are empowering pregnant women. They say that their fears go away thanks to the app. And this is not just for maternity. This goes along all the life stages in life, from newborns to seniors and a lot of different conditions in adulthood. And the business model is flexible. Today, in Colombia specifically, we got the monthly subscription patient that is paid by the government or insurance, but this can also be paid by the patient. The opportunity is huge. Market is growing 26% in the next 4 years. And for us, in Latin America, only for pregnancy, we're thinking about $1 billion. So we're a team of experts in our field. And the most important thing, we have a hospital in Colombia with more than 60 years looking after high-risk pregnancy women in the poorest part of the country. Thank you.
Okay. Good start. All right, we're off. Next up to the stage, please welcome Asterism. Please give them a warm welcome. Come on out.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm Dennis, co-founder of Asterism. We're building an enterprise-grade blockchain interoperable infrastructure for DeFi and tokenized assets. But why now? Today, there are more than 200 public blockchains like Ethereum or Solana, and hundreds of private chains used by financial institutions and tokenized assets. But there is a big problem, a lack of interoperability. As a result, hundreds of millions of users and billions of dollars are spread across various blockchains. Based on latest reports, we expect cross-chain market to reach 3 billion size in just a few years. At the same time, we are witnessing an unprecedented growth in tokenization of real-world assets, such as bonds, commodities, real estate, equity. This market is booming and showed amazing 750% growth last year. Based on Boston Consulting Group forecast, we expect that volume of tokenized assets will reach $16 trillion by 2030. So we came up with Asterism. It is an enterprise-grade tokenization platform and interoperability infrastructure to operate with tokenized assets. Our ecosystem consists of 3 major elements: a smart contract library with ready-to-deploy solutions like proxy contracts, connectors, and integrations with top market solutions like Fireblocks, for example, Crystal, or Chainlink. At the heart of our ecosystem is our proprietary interoperability protocol, ensuring seamless and efficient cross-chain operations. Our solution has modular architecture, it has pure on-chain validation mechanism, and has instant message delivery. Of course, we respect other cross-chain market players, but we are focused on delivering specific features out of the box. For instance, our asset tokenizer, which is set to disrupt the industry, any digital asset natively interoperable. What does it mean? You don't need any bridges. There is no risk. And you have access to liquidity and users from any blockchains. We graduated from Techstars London, first 18 blockchains connected. Asterism passed the security audit. We have our first clients in revenue. We won 7 grants and 4 hackathons, including respected ETH Global. We have a deep engineering team with PhDs in physics, mathematics, and computer science, specializing in cryptography. We are backed by amazing advisors and investors from IBM, Stanford Web3 Lab, Cambridge Center of Alternative Finance, and Techstars, of course. We secured $425K last year on the pre-seed stage, and happy to announce our round now for $2 million. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the future financial world is here to stay. Let's build it with Asterism, and we hope to have your support. Thank you.
Woo.
All right.
Great. Another very strong pitch. I love blockchain companies. All right, let's hope our next startup is able to keep up the momentum. So come on out, Reshna.io.
Reshna. All right.
All right, everyone. Now, did you know that you can make your own video games in less than 15 minutes? Hi, I'm Mariam Nusrat, and I'm transforming the gaming industry so that people like you and I can make our own games without writing a single line of code. Now, games are powerful communication tools. The impact that they leave on our brains far transcends the virtual boundaries in which we play them, and yet we do not see games being mainstreamed for a purpose beyond entertainment. The reason for that is that games are costly, complicated, and time-consuming to build. Well, until now. Our platform, Breshna.io, creates games with no code, at zero cost, and at lightning speed. Now, we're not only changing how video games are created, but also how they're used. On Breshna, you can create snackable video games for education and social impact marketing and training. So think about a math teacher that wants to make learning fun. She can make her own Super Mario-like game where you're catching even numbers and you're dodging odd numbers and you're having a blast. Kind of like the Canva for purposeful gaming. Now, the coolest bit is you can make games in multiple languages, which is why Saudi is our third largest user base, where teachers are creating Arabic, science, and math video games. And the progress has been insane. We've had 175,000 registered game makers that have created 150,000 video games with more than 2 million gameplays. We also have raised $2.5 million from investors like Paris Hilton and Randy Zuckerberg, and our product stack is on fire. We have a no-code game maker editor, an AI-powered text-to-game engine, and a Web3-enabled Carnival-themed metaverse. Now, while the journey for Breshna is beginning, we're unlocking 4 recurring revenue channels starting next quarter: digital land assets, immersive advertisements, premium subscription, and revenue share. This puts us on a path to profitability in 2024. I myself come from 15 years of spending in the experience in the education and gaming space. For this work, I've been recognized by the Clinton Foundation, by the Forbes Next 1000 Entrepreneur list, on the TEDx stage, as well as the Entrepreneur Elevator Pitch Show. I'm doing this work with a team of 25 developers and designers, and we believe that there is immense potential at the intersection of no-code, gaming, purposeful Web3, and AI. We believe that the demand for short-form content is higher than ever before. And with games being a universal language, the stage is set for the next TikTok for video games. I'm on a journey to empowering the next 100 million people so they can tell their stories through video games. The question is, are you game Qatar? Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, Miriam.
Amazing.
It's a great pitch. You have done this before, Miriam. Now it's time to welcome our 4th startup to the spotlight. Please, let's hear it for Raises.
If there's 12,000 people in this building, then 1,200 of you will die because of a diagnostic error. The rest of you can sit comfortably. For every 1 hour a doctor spends with you, they spend 2 hours doing paperwork. And the top 2 causes of physician burnout are too much paperwork and too much time at work, a related problem. And these problems are costly. They cost the world trillions of dollars. In fact, in the US alone, they cost almost $500 billion. My slides have gone. And the reason they exist is because doctors have too much on their hands. It's impossible to do everything we do time efficiently and perfectly. And that's where we step in. We use AI to handle the paperwork and analytical tasks in frontline clinical medicine. And we do that by using AI to offer a specialist level second opinion, a professional scribe, and a tireless admin assistant. And when I say specialist level second opinion, I mean diagnosis with upwards of 99.7% accuracy with the click of a button. I mean generating a management plan that is tailored, comprehensive, and evidence-based with the click of a button. And when I say intelligent scribe, I mean we handle over 90% of the paperwork that clinicians have to do. We can listen to a consultation, and it will automatically transcribe and convert it into a clinical note. We can generate a document that would take a doctor 30 minutes to 1 hour to write in seconds. We can generate a presentation-ready medical summary instantly. We have dictation tools built for healthcare and OCR to enable the seamless transition between paper and screen and screen and screen. And when I say tireless admin assistant, I mean we make sure every doctor is paid in full and on time with our billing and coding tools. And when I say we're end-to-end, we truly are. We target every part of the workflow that forms the spine of clinical medicine. And the value that can be delivered here is absolutely immense. Up to 5 hours saved per doctor per day. The equivalent of increasing your medical workforce by 50%. A 50% reduction in diagnostic errors and the death and harm that they cause. Over $300 in value delivered per patient interaction, and the ability to make medicine human again by taking doctors away from computers and notes and letting them focus on the parts of their profession that they truly care about. And we're going to market with 2 products. We have a B2C product and a B2B product. The B2B product distinguishes itself with EPR integration, billing and coding tools, and customizability. And as a founding team, I'm a doctor, and my very handsome colleague, I can't find where he is, but he's a bioinformatician, and we have a clear understanding of the problem and a clear sight of the solution. And we have an all-star team behind us. We've validated our product scientifically in peer-reviewed, published papers, and we have unpublished research as well. The market we're going after is huge, a bottom-up market size of $13.5 billion in the UK and US alone, in a massive macro market. And we're all about supercharging productivity, eliminating medical error and burnout, and making medicine human again. Thank you.
Wow. Amazing.
That way. Yep.
Amazing pitches so far, Sunil. I think this is one of the strongest semifinals. Who's coming out next? Vambo AI. Welcome to the stage.
Vambo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chido, and me and my co-founder Ishe are building Vambo AI. But before I tell you about our language tech startup, I have a confession to make. I had to repeat the 4th grade. In 2004, my teacher convinced my parents to let me repeat the 4th grade because I was not proficient in English. And she did this so that I could unlock my full potential. Now, over 20 years later, I'm working to unlock the potential of over 1 billion people through language. People do these activities on a day-to-day basis, but they're limited because these activities are primarily done in English, languages that are not native to them. 95% of African languages lack digital representation, and we are solving for that problem with Vambo AI. What does Vambo AI do? Well, at Vambo AI, we train models to understand low, medium, and high resource languages so that we can use them for the digital age. This allows people across the world to produce and consume digital content in the 4th Industrial Revolution. One of our users used Vambo AI to ask for the definition of the theorem of Pythagoras. And after that, they kept coming back because it gave them well-contextualized examples as well as definitions. We then created a WhatsApp tool to make it accessible, which you can use through prepaid tokens. We're not just building this so that Africa can access the world, but so that the world can also access Africa. We've included global languages such as French, Portuguese, Spanish, Mandarin, and Arabic, so that innovators and entrepreneurs from all over the world can also build for the untapped market that is Africa. And this is easy to use through our developer-friendly API. We've got various use cases, and one of our current clients is actually using our API to translate content to fill education gaps in Africa. We've got 5 institutional partners on the continent, and this allows us to create leading benchmarks for AI languages, as well as to have data collection in the original sources of where these languages come from. Right now, for phase 1, we're looking to target 4 of Africa's largest economies, which will help us reach 50 million users. And this will be done with our team that are currently based in East Africa and Southern Africa. Our reach is expanding. We've done various accelerator programs such as Grindstone Africa and the Engineer EdTech program, and we're inviting stakeholders and investors to join us to meet our commercial and impact-related needs. Right now, we have a target to allow millions of students to learn in their native language, something that has been proven to build economies across the world, such as Asia and Europe. We're also looking to bring cutting-edge technology into Africa, the fastest-growing continent in the world, and as well as to create jobs and employment for Africans, the people that have mastered the art of their mother tongue. I hope that right now you have internalized what is happening right now. I have just given you access to the next billion, and I hope you join us in unlocking it. Thank you.
So we've had 5 incredible companies. We have 3 left to go. Coming up next, we have Wakta. Please give them a warm welcome. Come out, Wakta.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Introducing Wakta. Wakta is an all-in-one entertainment booking platform on a local level, launched here in Qatar. Currently, we have 3 categories, but we're launching categories in the future. What's the main problems our customers are facing in the entertainment and tourism sectors right now? The market is fragmented. There's little to no automation. The marketing costs are high. And because there's little to no automation, accessibility to finding these activities are difficult for customers. So our solution to that is a marketplace The business model of our marketplace is, of course, a commission-based business model, but a marketplace on a B2C level and a full-scale SaaS solution on a B2B level. We launched our MVP in early 2023, and we've reached 1.2 million Qatari riyals since then, over 90,000 downloads and 20,000 active users per month. Currently, one of our biggest partners here in Qatar, especially in the sports category, entertainment and sports, is the Arabi Sports Club, the Gharafa Sports Club, and the Ahli Sports Club. The total addressable market just in Qatar is around $743 million. We position ourselves especially as a very large marketplace, very large vendor pool, but very local and on a local level, because we work on a local level. However, if you look at our competitors, like, for example, TripAdvisor or Booking.com, they're all international because they're online travel agencies. We're not that. We're a local entertainment platform marketplace that's focused on a local market. So we're launching 3 different markets, hopefully in 2023 and 2024, which will unlock the full capabilities of Waqta of cross-selling and upselling services, which are hotel bookings, table reservations, and a ticketing solution for all events and especially football games, hopefully. So our team, currently I'm the co-founder, and my co-founder is Reed. We're serial entrepreneurs. This is our 3rd startup together. Our development team, some of them are ex-Google and ex-Netflix as well. We're looking to raise 5 million Qatari riyals for a 10% equity in this stage. We've raised before a family and friends round, all safe notes. Thank you.
Ah. Great, thank you. Great pitch by Waqta. Now it's time for our 7th picture of the day. It's called OX Drive.
Hello, everyone. Sustainability has been thrown around so much that it even feels like sustainable if you just say it. Well, we are actually doing something about it, so let's dive in. There's no surprise that transportation is one of the biggest polluters in the world, which is why, for example, European Union has decided to ban the sale of new vehicles that will have internal combustion engine cars from 2035. So we know the future is electric, but almost nobody can afford it, and there's so much uncertainty. The uncertainty comes from cities lack the infrastructure. Companies are not ready to build the charging networks because there is not sufficient EV adoption. Drivers are not ready to switch to EVs because there is not sufficient infrastructure. So, OX Drive is a real business solving real problems on the streets, which is way more scalable than initially you might think. And while politicians are thinking how to solve this pressing EV adoption problem and challenge, we have an offer. On the one side of the coin, we have charging network that uses an untapped potential of EV batteries from damaged cars that afterwards we transform into a sustainable power bank for our stations. On the other side, oh, sorry, if you were wondering, how big is the market for charging stations as such without the batteries? Oh, it's this number, so it's huge. But on the other side, we also are having top-notch electric vehicle car sharing and car subscription services. And what's interesting is that all of our cars are self-insured, which helps us to save up to 60% in repair costs. It's like this big circle of sustainability and smart tech, helping you to get from one point to another point by prospering also EV adoption. This is the market for car sharing as such. Not that may be interesting, right? But if we look at the big picture, it's $145 billion market in which OX Drive is building this ecosystem for sustainable mobility. And I would like to remind you that this is one of the hardest, but at the same time hottest industries. Mobility
and energy has been and always will be needed in any country in the world. An industry in which it is hard to get into. Once you are there, the future is bright. But of course, we are not only talking. We have been in the market for more than 12 months. The revenue was 1.1 million euros in a small market of Latvia. The break-even point we will have in summer without any external funding. This is the drive behind the Ox, people that are actually innovating and really paving the way for the sustainability. We couldn't have done it without them. To finish off my very humble presentation, I would like to tell you that if every person who owns a private car would switch to Ox Drive, then we would reach sustainable mobility in 20 years instead of 120. I would like to thank you on behalf of all my colleagues, co-founders, and you are all lovely. OXOX instead of XOXO. Thank you.
All right, all right. OX Drive, Ox Drive. I would subscribe to that. Bring it to Canada. All right, last but definitely not least, our final pitch. Please welcome Iman.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Today, I'm here to represent the problem of 2 billion people. And only 1% of the whole banking system, or interest-free banking, or ethical banking, or Islamic banking. Can you feel the gap? Can you feel the problem? Today, I'm here to talk about interest, the problem that nobody is talking about. Yet, it is killing millions of people, making them financially dead. Is it the only choice we have? Is it the only methodology of doing banking? No, it is not. There is another way, interest-free way. In Uzbekistan, when I am born and raised, the situation is even bigger. The problem is even worse. 35 million people and 0 Islamic banks, instead of 1% of the global banks. And I'm here to present you the solution, or alternative banking solution, that is going to solve the problem of interest once and forever, both from the B2C side and B2B side. The solution in B2C is a super app that has 2 products, interest-free deposits and interest-free loans, which is used today by 70,000 people on both sides. The solution in B2B is a banking as a service model, or portable banking, which can be used by any bank globally and can be adapted to any local standards, accounting, legal, and etc. Currently, 4 banks using it and testing it to implement. So our product roadmap is not limited only by the deposits on loans. There is BNPL model, SNPL model, or Save Now, Pay Later model, community banking model where people fund each other houses, cars, and it is known as a community banking model. We are currently backed by several VCs, like 500 Global, Singapore funds, and several angels from MENA and Kazakhstan, and currently has $6 million in installment books and $8 million in investment book. Our apps are used by 70,000 people out of 600 users of our mobile applications, out of which 300,000 are active. And we have done in 2022 and 23, 1 million ARR. So business model is very simple. It's based on the profit sharing, where we enter into participatory agreements with the depositors and finance trades in installments. The profit sharing ratio also works with the banks, where there is a setup fee per product installed per bank, and we enter into profit participation ratio with the bank as well. So we have started in Uzbekistan, and our roadmap is to start from the Muslim majority markets first and then go further globally. So our competitors can be our clients as well. Any bank, any traditional fintech, or any e-money wallets.
Okay.
And we have a team of 70 people, which is mission-driven, and experts in risk management, AI, in product development. And currently, we are raising $2 million at $20 million valuation.
All right. We're running out of time.
We are on a
Good
mission
pitch. He's dragging
to
it out
build
here.
interest-free world. Thank you.
All right, Iman.
Thank
big problem. Good pitch. Thank you. Thank you. Judges, we're going to call you in just a second, but center stage audience, please, a big round of applause for all 8 of our semifinalists. They were pretty good. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I think we just saw some great startups just now. I have no doubt that we're hearing a lot about these companies in the near future. Did you have a favorite one today, Sunil?
I'm forgetting some of the names, but the medical AI company I think was number 4. What was it? You guys have it. Raises. I like Raises. Raises AI. Great pitch. Yeah.
Okay, cool,
You?
cool. Yeah, me, I like the video game one, of course. I'm a big video game. I thought her pitch was amazing, and I was like ready to sign.
Yeah.
Like I was ready to sign them right away.
So
Okay.
So listen, while the judges are doing their thing, let's have a little chat with them. I was going to say hi. Maybe you could you can finish your last score there, but just introduce yourself. Where do you live, and the name of your fund, and you know anything about what you do as an investor.
So I'm not an investor, actually. I'm a lawyer and a law professor.
Yeah.
I work at Jussur.
Jussur,
Qatar.
our sponsor.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. And my background is legal, as I said.
Yeah.
Live in Qatar
Yeah.
as well.
Was there a pitch that you liked today?
Yes, I mean, I thought they were all very unique, very different ideas. I liked the one, the gaming one,
Yeah.
Breshna, I think the name of the
Breshna.
company. I
Miriam.
thought, yes,
Miriam was very
I
good.
thought it has a great potential and a huge market because everyone likes gaming, right? And I also enjoyed the last one, actually, the
Yeah.
last Iman, I think.
Iman.
Yes, that
Big
was
problem,
the name.
right?
Yes, big problem as well. I think he hits, he found like a good market as well for him. 2 billion Muslims, indeed. I think he's targeting a good problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. What's your name and what's your fund and where are you from?
Stefan Moraes from Portugal. My fund is Indico Capital Partners, based out of Lisbon. We invest across the globe. I'm with you. I'm a Bresna fan.
Bresna fan.
The reason is, you know, gaming is the future social network of the world.
Yeah.
To produce games is extremely expensive, and you have to produce many to hit, you know, to have a hit.
Agreed.
And so, if you have a tool that makes it easy to launch many games, so you see which one works, I think that's a winner.
Yeah. What do you think of her pitch? Do you think she got through all the main details quick enough? Do you think she brought obviously she brought the passion and excitement to it.
You could see that she's very well trained, has a TEDx speaker. She's got the colors, she's got the graphs, she's got the traction. Of course, there would be many, many questions we would have to ask as VCs. This is not really fair for everybody. You know, it's only 3 minutes, but we do our best, and that would be my intuition.
Perfect. Excellent. Sunil?
So, Silvina, I'm behind you. I know you. Unicoin, you're here from Miami. You do pitches for a living. They go on TV. What did you think of the quality of the pitches, and what do you see in a pitch that makes you excited?
Well, hello everyone. Silvina Moschini from Argentina, living in Miami. Many things. I like when they can clearly communicate, because the ability to communicate clearly is one of the big things to make an entrepreneur backable, that conveys trust, that communicate with impact, that know their business and know their numbers. I think that's paramount. Also, that clearly communicate what makes them different and what they can deliver as a solution to the market they are addressing.
Yeah. Thank you, Silvina. Yeah.
Great. I know this gentleman here has spent time in Silicon Valley as well as Dubai. Maybe tell everybody your name and what do you do? You can hold it.
Sharif Al-Badawi, I'm the CEO of the Dubai Future District Fund. We invest in venture capital funds and direct in startups.
All right, so in your old life, which of these startups got you most excited that you're ready to write a check for on the stage right here now?
I mean, old or new, I like Breshna a lot. I like the pitch and the idea and the timing of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was the best.
Any tips on any of the pitches that you saw that you thought were really well done and got your attention? Like, the thing is 3 minutes, like Stefan said, right?
It's a tough time constraint, but that also is a great forcing function for startups to think about what is the most relevant things to say. And I think all of them seem pretty well trained for the stages that their businesses are in. I thought they did pretty well.
Great. All right, thanks, Eric.
So your fund has a pretty cool name. Tell us what it is, where you're from, and what you see in these startups that you saw here today. Grab this, please.
I'm Jeff from 7% Ventures.
Yeah.
And where the name comes from is a Paul Graham quote about the rate of growth for startups needing to be beyond 7% every month to be a standout company. And what did I like about all these presentations? I mean, they were just necessary companies. These are companies solving prescient problems.
Important businesses.
Yeah, exactly. So this is great.
Yeah.
Let's hear from one more.
Yeah, Maninder, you're right in front here. You take the mic, all my fellow compatriot from Canada.
Thank
What do you think,
Sunil,
Maninder?
fellow Canadian.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. I think the presentations were so on point. They articulated quite clearly what they're about, and that is quite rare. I mean, these guys have rehearsed, you can tell. And I think the gaming one was fantastic, and the medical one was fantastic. But my favorite was the Muslim app, because as they say, niches make riches. And that guy really impressed me. Other ones, I mean, they were all fantastic, but I've seen gaming, I've seen medical. This one I've not seen before, and a lot of people are trying to solve that problem. I did like that a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Maninder, you're right. Thank you all judges for doing this. We appreciate you very much. I think, Casey, we've got the final three, do we? It's time to reveal who is going to be taking part in pitch tomorrow. So,
all right,
let's do it.
Who do you guys think are going to make it to the top three? Let's hear. Well, Rosin's sitting right here. I mean, come on. How about the guys in the back?
All right, just open it up, Casey.
Just open it up. All
Let's do
right,
it.
all right. I want to create a little suspense and drama, Sunil.
It's on the other side.
That's on the other side, of
see
course.
it.
All right. In no particular order, here are the three winners that will be joining us tomorrow at the pitch finals. Number one,
Iman. Number two,
Bresna.
Wow. We are so smart. Number three, Raises AI.
Whoa!
What the? Man, we should be sitting there.
I know, we should be sitting there.
All right. So listen, that was great. Today, the power was all in the hands of these judges. Tomorrow, we are going to ask you to be the fourth judge in the audience. So please make sure you're here to support your favorite startup. Please join us here on center stage at 12:30 p.m. to decide who will be crowned the first winner of pitch at Web Summit Qatar. Thank you all. See you tomorrow. Please.
See you
Thank
tonight
you.
at Web Night Summit.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.